This is Imola. Once part of the Formula One World Championship calendar, this historical track, named after Enzo and Dino Ferrari, hails from north-central Italy and has been subject to numerous revisions since it was founded in 1953. From 1953 to 1972, the track went uninterrupted from Ravazza all the way to the infamous Tamburello corner, notorious for its bumpy surface and having a dangerously small amount of room between the track and the concrete wall, as the Santerno River runs directly behind it. From 1972 to 1974, 2 chicanes were added in an effort to slow drivers down: the Variante Bassa, lower chicane, and Variante Alta, higher chicane, situated at the top of the hill leading down to Ravazza, creating the hardest braking point on the track. In 1980, Imola made its debut in the Formula One Grand Prix, after organizers were engaged in a dispute with Monza. In 1981, Imola remained in the F1 circuit as the San Marino Grand Prix. The circuit was subject to constant safety concerns even after adding numerous chicanes. Tamburello Corner was especially dangerous, where a car crashed into the wall in 1987 and another in 1989. The tragic weekend of the 1994 San Marino Grand Prix shocked the motor racing world. Rubens Barrichello would survive a serious crash at Variante Bassa, but sadly, both Roland Ratzenberger and Ayrton Senna lost their lives that weekend. So in 1995, major revisions were made to the track layout. Tamburello Corner, previously taken flat out, was converted into a 4th gear left-right sweeper, and a gravel trap was added outside the corner. Villeneuve Corner was also made a 4th gear sweeper with a gravel trap. In an attempt to retain some of the quickness and character of the old circuit, the chicane at Acqua Minerale was eliminated. Variante Bassa was also eventually removed to make way for a more modernized, longer pit lane. After 2006, Imola was dropped from the Formula One World Championship due to lack of funds. Whether Imola will once again be a part of the Formula One World Championship is unknown. Today, Imola is home to the annual 4 Hours of Imola, part of the European Le Mans series. It remains a popular bike racing circuit and has implemented minor changes over the years to be used solely for motorbike events. Imola is an important track in motor racing history. It's a track that yearns to be back in the spotlight.
A few years ago, members of the iRacing V8 Supercar community came together to articulate an idea. Then, on August 10, 2014, the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series had its first race day at Circuit of the Americas, and Madison Down claimed the victory.
Madison Down, the winner. Phil Sell second, Hampstead third, your podium, and Sean Kelly not far off it in fourth. For what a result, what a race.
This first test season, however, would go to TTL's Richard Hampstead. 2015 was a defying year in V8 Scops, the first year-long championship in iRacing V8 Supercar history. The season was filled with many highs and lows. Few drivers were triumphant, most faced heartbreak. Young gun Jared Filsell was crowned our champion. But in 2016, it's a new championship and a new opportunity for our passionate sim racers. Who will be champion?
The world you're in. Welcome to V8's Online's coverage of the first 6 hours of the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours. This is going to be a cracker race at this feat of engineering during the wars. Jake Burton with me tonight. Jake, how are you, mate?
Not too bad, Sam. This track really, and this race as a matter of fact, 24 hours around one of the toughest tracks in the world, the Green Hell, 25.3 kilometres in length. Not a lot of laps to do, obviously, but a lot of hours. So how are you tonight, mate?
Yes, not too bad. As of course, for tonight we're going to have the Audi R8 GT3, the rough C-Spec, the Kia Optima, and the new Mazda MX-5 doing battle around this monster of a circuit. 25.38 kilometres or 15.7 miles in the old language, 170 corners, and a lot of death potentially on the way with these walls very close.
That's it, Sam, and with about 30 minutes we've got for warm-up here, about 16 minutes of that left. Obviously, a lot of guys, if your computer's not too good, it'll take a solid 10 minutes just to get into this server. So just looking at the qualifying results, obviously a few guys up the front, especially in the GT3 Audi class, familiar to those who follow the Blancpain series, the iRacing World Championship. Core Motorsports actually has taken the pole in the Premier class with an 8-minute 08.8, which is absolutely flying.
Yeah, behind them we've got the Pure Racing team, the 111 car, over nearly a second behind, but a second around the Nordschleife is not a lot. And then MSP Drivers Home 1, that's going to be a mouthful to say in a couple of hours' time. Third place, Thrustmaster Movano Racing in fourth, and rounding out the top 5 in your Audi GT3 class is Driving Revolution with an 8-minute 12, so 4 seconds separating first to fifth, but around a circuit this long, that's understandable.
Absolutely, and following them we have a few more teams that many of the Blancpain supporters will know, such as another Core Motorsports team, Radicals, Pure Racing, GT Ross and the Orion team is in there, and obviously the last car in our GT3s is actually an Australian team. Oceanic Sim Racing has qualified in 20th overall and last in class of the GT3 class, but then we move on to the Rough Cup and pole was taken by Celestial DNF.
Yeah, hopefully they don't live up to the last part of their name there in DNF tonight. Pure Racing team, and a lot of teams doubling up in all these classes are in your second place in that class. Trimates, third in class. SimRC.de, so I'm assuming they're from Germany by the D at the end there, will be fourth off that grid. And then German Sim Racing as well will also be fifth in the rough class. Just a note, as we are Australian broadcasters, we'll keep an eye out for the Australian teams. And as we mentioned, we've already got Oceanic Sim Racing. We've also got Mad Cow Muriel coming out of 32nd in the field down in the Kia in the rough C-Spec class, and the Guild of Australian Young Stars, up-and-coming team, and as we could say, the Young Stars of Australian Sim Racing in the Kia Optimas, starting 43rd overall.
That's right, Sam, and obviously we're going to have a few new guys in watching tonight. A few of you guys might not have seen V8s online before. Mostly we're known for broadcasting the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series, but for now we're doing the Nürburgring 24, and definitely want you guys to actually engage with us, and actually we're going to be looking into the comments in the YouTube chat, so if you guys jump in there and ask some questions, we'll do our best to answer them.
Yeah, and don't forget, we are operating at a very ungodly hour. We are kicking off tonight's action at 11 PM, our time in Australia, running right through till 5 AM at local time. So strap in with us for the late night. It's going to be a few weary eyes come the 6th hour of this broadcast. But thanks all for sticking around. We've got 200 guys watching at the moment currently, so great turnout tonight, and we should have some cracking action tonight.
That's it, and we obviously have to give a huge shout out. Most of you guys, the new guys watching, won't know him. Our director, Scotty Fountain, is out there tonight. He is actually broadcasting remotely from Italy at the moment to his computer at his home in New Zealand. So great work, and massive thanks to Scotty for doing that as per usual and getting that all set up. So he'll be your director for tonight. So any dodgy camera work, shove it his way.
We've also got an early apology to any European names we get wrong. We're used to pronouncing the rather simpler Australian names, so the complex European names, we get them wrong, we do apologise. We will endeavour to get them as correct as possible, but you can't always get it right with us Australians. We speak a bit retarded.
That's it, and obviously now 12 minutes left. I ask you this every V8 Sculpts race when we do second split, Sam, but tell me, mate, it's going to be a hard question to answer. What are the challenges of the Nürburgring?
The track itself. I honestly think tonight the track itself will be the biggest challenge. That's the biggest cop-out I've ever heard, but the track, well and truly known throughout the world as the Green Hell, and I think tonight, once these GT3 cars hit that traffic, it's going to be hell on earth for those guys. Those Mazdas, they just got no pace compared to the GT cars, and it's just going to be a tricky time with getting around the circuit, which is at the best of times a one-lane circuit. So I look for a lot of guys, especially the quicker GT cars, to get tripped up with some of the slower traffic who aren't as aware. Some of the guys who freak out when they see, oh crap, there's a Core Motorsports car behind me, what do I do? So look for the traffic to end some races very early on tonight.
That's it, but we must give credit where credit's due to our less high-performing classes like the MX-5s and the Kias, because the Nürburgring, let's be honest, it's one of the hardest tracks in the world, and that doesn't just apply to GT3 cars. This track, it's not like it's dead flat out in a Mazda MX-5 either. The MX-5 is so loose and unstable in the rear end. I've driven every one of these cars around this track in practice this week, and MX-5 is certainly no pleasure around here either. GT3 cars maybe even a little bit easier with that grip, but obviously you punish a little bit more for your mistakes. So it's a challenge for every one of these guys taking part in this race, and traffic's going to be difficult to deal with whether you're a fast class or a slow class.
And there's no slouches in this Mazda class tonight. We've got Radicals Online, got a team in there, Glacier Racing, Trustmaster Movano. There's some big names in these lower classes as well. So although some of the guys go with the GT3 class, the bigger teams, because of their Bez pedigree, a lot of the guys are just having a bit of fun with this one. It's Nürburgring 24 hour. You can just cruise around and probably win this race. That's all you got to do. So should be a good, interesting race to see which guys just decide to cruise to the finish, and some of those that want to race it out hard for the 24 hours.
That's it, and to put it in perspective, actually, this track and its absolute magnitude, the Kia, which does around a 9-minute lap time around this track, has a 65-litre fuel tank, I believe, and can actually only make 5 or 6 laps around this place, and that's absolutely ridiculous when you think about it. Just the minimal number of laps, obviously massive racetrack, but quite a weird feeling actually driving for an hour and only seeing each corner 5 or 6 times.
I think some of these corners you only want to see about 4 times. Some of them are absolute terrible to get through. I know my favourite personally on this circuit is the corkscrew. It's just a very interesting corner to drive. I am not a big fan of the Nordschleife personally, but I'll leave that for another time to discuss why I don't. But we will go through the weather conditions for tonight, because they are a bit of a curveball for the drivers. We're seeing some high track temps out there. We got weather partly cloudy. We're going to speak in Celsius here, so sorry to anyone out there. 26 degrees Celsius. The track is 45 degrees Celsius. The winds are from the north at 3 kilometers an hour. Humidity is 55%. And other than that, it's pretty much a stock standard default set of weather conditions out there. The wind's not too high, so we're not going to see any sudden gusts of wind that will affect anyone out there. And the track temp, it's a bit up there at 45, but these guys should be able to handle it considering that there's a lot of time where you're just on a straight.
That's it. And we might actually, once we've checked out this weather, see if we can get our director Fonty to have a look on board with the Core Motorsports pole sitter, Alexander Vob at the wheel of that car at the moment, car number 33, and see if we can have a little look around some of the corners that make up this incredible Nordschleife. He's actually heading up towards the Flugplatz section now where Jan Hardenbroek had that massive accident last year. Obviously one of the most tempestuous sections of the track. We'll see if we can ride on board with Alexandra.
He's behind another Audi R8 there as well. Audi is the only GT3 car in the field tonight. I don't know why it is, but they've just gone with that with the 4 cars. They could have chucked the Merc in there for a bit more extra German flavour here as he heads into Arenberg corner here at night. This is where the Nordschleife really kicks into gear. You've come off the GP circuit, through a bit of a twisty section at the start, then a nice long straight to just settle into it, and then you get into the real nuts and bolts of the circuit where it gets down to third gear corners, left, right, blind corners, throttle on the crest there as he's right up behind this guy in front of him, and it's going to be difficult with the guys in traffic tonight early on, and they see a Mazda MX-5 running off the road in front of them there. Just to be able to see your reference points on the circuit. It is a very narrow circuit, there's not a lot of runoff. You hit the grass and there's a fence immediately there, so it's going to be tricky for him just to be able to pick those reference points and not put that car in the front of everything else.
This is actually one of my favourite parts of the track, Sam. This little stadium sort of section here, they've got these nice camber corners and these double rights coming up. But undoubtedly one of my favourite corners is actually after this right-hand hairpin here, and I think we've lost Alexander.
Yeah, he's had a bit of an accident, and it's a very second-hand looking Audi there. Luckily it's practice. So we're going back as we go on board with Giuseppe Curry. I think I got that right, for Driving Revolution. They'll be starting 5th for tonight's race in the car number 2 as he's coming through a section we just were on board with the Core Motorsports car.
Yeah,
I
this
believe
section,
he's coming through the Adonsa Forst.
Actually,
Go,
really.
We're now having a look at Patrick Wolf in Pure Racing Team number 74. They'll be coming out of position 8 tonight. They're running through the middle part of the circuit. I can't pinpoint his position exactly on a track map in that blue and black Audi there.
This bit here, Sam's really awesome. This super fast left into this long right. This is so committed in the Audi here for Patrick, and as soon as you come out of this section, you come up to a little straight that goes for such a long time. You come into this left-hand sweeping section, you just feel like you're on the throttle forever. These are corners, and I'm sure back in the old days of Grand Prix cars, you might have had to lift it. For example, this little bend here, but this is dead flat for our Audi R8s.
A lot of time at full throttle. Definitely makes it an exciting circuit. He's come through, sweeping right-hand here, track starting to narrow up. Those fences getting a lot closer. Just a dab of the brake there for the left-hander.
Then you got another right-hander here, which you might have to drop a gear for, but generally it's just as committed, and this corner here is mad fun. It actually goes a lot longer than what you think, down to second gear. As you come up to the carousel section, probably the most iconic section of the Nürburgring, it's actually quite difficult to keep the Audi on the camber up here. If you go off it, you're going to be up in the fence, so... We actually are looking back at
the Osaka, the Oceanic Sim Racing car.
Australian Sim Racing, Justin Ruggia in the Oceanic Sim Racing Audi, as we spoke about. He actually has a moment, manages to keep it in one piece, but Justin, obviously a ex-Kumo Series V8 Supercar driver, so definitely a lot of talent behind this man, and he'll be really loving this endurance stuff. Jumps in the seat every now and again to do some laps, but he's really pushing the limits of this Audi here in warm-up.
Yeah, and we got to mention as well that the GP circuit and the actual Nordschleife itself have very different levels of grip. You come off the Nordschleife onto the GP circuit and the grip level just drops. and then you go vice versa when you jump on. So some guys might feel the car drives a lot better on the actual Nordschleife itself compared to the GP circuit. And that's what probably saw with Rugby there, just having a few moments.
Yeah, so we're actually just watching Rugia now. He's in the closing sections of the GP track, I guess you could say. Although it's only a minute and a half or so into the lap, you know you've got that hell of a Nordschleife coming up, and this quick chicane, a bit different to the GP configuration the F1 cars run on, a lot quicker. It's actually quite a slow flowing section here. There's onto the Nordschleife, and there's actually a bit of a bump at the apex right about there, and it actually can shove you out into that wall if you're not careful, and then you're onto the Nordschleife. And we see Justin now dealing with a bit of traffic, MX-5s, C-Specs. This is the kind of stuff these guys are going to be struggling with all night.
Yeah, even though it is a long lap, you will catch up to these cars pretty quickly, just through the speed differential.
I believe we're taking a look at P1 and warm-up at the moment, which is Maximilian in the Pure Racing Team car. Obviously a car that's very well known for the bunk plane as well. A lot of big European teams out tonight to have a crack at this massive event.
Yeah, this is one of the more hyped events on the iRacing calendars, of course. The Nürburgring released end of last year. First time we get to have a pretty good thrash around this circuit in some powerful cars for a long period of time. Everyone's done their probably offline, unofficial endurance races, but this is the first time iRacing's thrown an official event here at the Nürburgring, and 24 hours around this place will be absolutely taxing on the drivers, and I can imagine there'll be some few single stints out there, and not a lot of guys want to do triple or double or triple stints tonight.
We must also mention, being that this is an iRacing event, an official event, there is actually no fast repairs for these cars tonight. So these guys literally have to drive these cars for 24 hours without hitting anything. And of all the tracks to do that, the Green Hell is undoubtedly one of the hardest. So these guys have got a challenge and a half at their disposal tonight.
Yep, the track will be the number one enemy tonight. Other cars, deal with them later, just survive the circuit itself. That's going to be the biggest factor that will determine the winner. You can expect, as we've seen it before in endurance races like the Sebring 12 hour last year, leaders just come a cropper on the circuit itself, and that's it, their night's done. So no fast repairs, and it's going to be interesting to see which cars do come a cropper early on.
And it's not just the walls and the other cars you have to worry about at this track, Sam. It's actually the curbing, especially through the first section of the Nordschleife, especially in the MX-5s and the Kias. Not too sure about the Audi, it can take it a bit more, but these cars will not take too much of a thrashing on the curb before you break a wishbone and send the suspension all broken. So definitely a very trialling track on equipment and driver.
So we're coming down to the last minute of the warm-up. Then we'll be going racing for 24 hours around the Nürburgring. But so 1 minute to go. Who's your prediction for the win tonight, Jack? I know it's a long way to go, but who do you reckon's going to take it out?
Oh, that's a very tough question to ask for a race this long on a track like this. But honestly, in terms of the qualifying for GT3, I'd say it's pretty hard to put it past Core Motorsports. Their driver that they've got in that car, I believe it's Kei Kashubi, is one of the fastest guys in this car around this track in the world, and yeah, I think it's going to be pretty hard to put it past them guys for the overall win unless they make a mistake.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go with the same there, Jake. Core Motorsports for me is the pick for GT3 class. I'm not sure who I can pick for other classes because I haven't really got a feel for the pace of those guys at the moment, but Core Motorsports overall win for sure for me.
That's right, obviously there's such a quality of drivers and teams in this field. As we said, so many guys in this race from the Blancpain World Championship Series, and absolutely going to be a tough one, a definite challenge for some of the best drivers in sim racing. So I think it's time to grid, Sam.
Yes, the checker flag is out on the warm-up. We are ready to go. Cars will be jumping on the grid for 24 hours of hard endurance racing around the Nürburgring. Audi R8 GT3s, Rough C-Specs, Mazda MX-5s and Kia Optimas, all fighting for the same piece of track, but not fighting each other. It's going to be a cracking race, Jake, and I can't wait.
That's it, and you'll have to bear with us. Obviously, endurance racing, especially at the Nürburgring for 24 hours, it's going to be an absolute cracker, but we're sometimes going to be running out of stuff to talk about, so feel free to post in that in the comments and we'll make sure to chat about it.
And for the guys in the comments, Kei Kashubi is actually driving for Core Motorsports tonight in the number 33. He's not driving for the other teams, you're saying?
And
They're
just
all
looking,
lining up behind the pace car.
these guys are lining up on the massive long back straight. I'm not actually sure how long it is. I'm pretty sure it's almost a kilometre, maybe more. And these guys are all going to line up behind the pace car and not have that many corners to do before they get to the green flag on the beginning of the GP track.
No, they should only have, looks like it's called Nurburgring and then turn 13. So they're going to be starting on the main straight of the GP layout. So we'll be able to see some very familiar bits of road initially as these guys battled out, and then we'll be hitting the Nordschleife itself. So the pace car trundles away at a very slow 85 kilometers an hour. The slowest these guys will probably go tonight unless they're in the pit lane. It's time now to just collect your thoughts. Think of the long game. Just settle into that car. Let the nerves settle and get away. It looks like we're going to also see a bit of splitting in the classes with the Ruffs holding back, the Kias holding back as well, and the MX-5s look like they're just leaving a gap as well. So that's going to tidy up the start, to save a bit of the mess as well, which will be good.
Yeah, these guys are thinking smart, Sam. These guys know that they've got 24 hours here to race, and crashing with no fast repair in the first 10 minutes of this race is just going to be devastating, because a lot of these teams have up to 6, 7, 8 drivers actually having a go in these races, and we both know what it's like to actually arrive to a car and not even get a chance to drive it. So certainly going to be a tough one for these guys, but we're approaching the straight now.
Yeah, and Core's dropped way back from the pace car, so they're going to get a nice clean run, and away they go. Core is streaked away at the start there. Good start there for them, falling single file in the GT3 class. As the run down to turn 1, everything looks pretty smooth so far, no major action occurring. As the green flag now officially flies and we're off racing. The rough class now as well is underway, coming onto the main straight. Again, single file, they've sorted themselves out pretty quick. Kia guys still though cruising around slowly.
So we're going to head into this Z-style chicane here to avoid the stadium section of the track, and we're going to head straight down to what would normally be turn 5 on the GP track. Absolute line of stern. We're going to try and focus on the GT's cars at the moment, but we'll make sure to take a look back at the other classes once everything gets settled down. Taking a look back up front at Core Motorsports, streaking off into the lead here. One of the coolest corners on this track, Michael Schumacher S, also very competitive, like terribly wrong in the Audi if you get it wrong, but Alexander's going to take that nice and easy this first lap by, no mistakes.
Looks like he's through the Schumacher S cleanly, heading into the Bilstein curve. Down the back straight now towards the end of the GP circuit and onto the Nordschleife for the first time.
Absolutely right. We spoke about the chicane, Sam, and how much faster it can actually be. A little bit easier than the GP track chicane. No problem for that Core Motorsports R8 as we're now heading onto the Nordschleife.
Just having a quick look back through the field, everyone seems to have survived the GP circuit and all getting clean underway for these 24 hours of racing. It's already been about 4 minutes so far of the clock, so this race ticking away ever so slowly for these guys.
This is the part of the racetrack where if you're not single file, things start to go wrong, so these guys are going to have to try and make sure that they've all settled themselves out here. It's one of the tightest parts of the racetrack, only 1 to maybe 2.5 car widths wide. Left, right, lots of direction change. And then onto this short straight.
We run up towards the flag Platz section of the circuit now.
And then this
on
short
to Cottonbourne.
This section of the track here is actually one of the highest speed parts of the track because you're heading downhill. and then into one of the most committed lefts on the whole track, down into the hairpin section.
Yeah, just a dab of the brake before the left-hander, down a gear, and then on the brakes hard into Arenberg, that right hand, about third or second gear corner for those guys. And then the run again, another straight as we run through the Fuchsstraw and then into compression. And then up into the Adencio Forest.
Just having a little look at Shinya Mishamini for Radicals Online, actually in an Audi R8, seemingly starting from the pits and is now coming through our Kia traffic. Not the most ideal start to the race that you want. This is certainly going to be an interesting opening few laps for the Radicals team.
Starting from the pits, that's a brave decision to make on strategy. We've got 57 cars on the track, and 20 of those are GT3s, and that's brave to start from the pit lane. It is 24 hours, I understand, but it's still putting yourself in a severe disadvantage when there are no safety cars at all.
Put it in perspective though, Sam, in the, we've had a Kia actually go off in front of that Radicals car and have a fair massive accident. That's Marco Luca Abati for Blackadder Motorsports, car number 67. Has had, and another Kia's gone in behind him.
The number 44 Kia as well, that is I can't say that on air, racing team. They've had an accident as well, so it looks like 2 Kia's nights are very much done tonight.
These
so
guys
just grabbing a replay as well.
Be really
You're going to want to clear
They're
soon.
still on this track, and the MX-5s will surely be coming soon. Looks like they've cleared, but the MX-5s are well on the way. These
The MX-5 are actually arriving at the scene. Marco's on the right there. Leader of the MX-5's passing now. Paul Searle in the number 44 Kia. He's just trundling away very slowly. He's not doing full speed. Kias are actually catch up to him pretty quickly.
This is actually a disaster for these Kias, because you've got to remember this is only a minute or two into this lap, so if these cars are really damaged, they're going to have to go all the way, probably 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes worth of driving to get back to the pits.
Yeah, it's not a very good spot to crash, considering they've only done it in about the first third of the lap. But out the front in GT3, Pure Racing Team, and this is a fact that's going to be going along tonight, is the draft in these long straights. Pure Racing Team were able to pull up right to the back of the Core Motorsports car through the Kesselstein and Klosterl. But then once we've hit these corners now, they've just Core Motorsports gapped them again. So looks like Core's got the better car through the corners, and maybe just a bit aero push there for Pure Racing Team. But the draft is going to pull, just suck cars along if you can stay there. You just got to stay within that 1.5, 2 seconds, and you'll just get sucked along down the straights.
And as we've been talking about that, I've actually seen absolute disaster. Brock Savin in the Guild of Australian Young Stars Kia has absolutely fenced it coming down to the tight left-hand hairpin and put that Kia up on its roof. So I think I might be in the commentary box a bit longer than the driver's seat tonight.
Yes, the Guild of Australian Young Stars clearly showing their invisible talent, and that's it. Their night appears to be done, but it's 24 hours. Plenty of racing left to go. They can just get that car fixed and get out there, and hopefully gain some position still with cars, Dean and all that.
I'm glad I considered myself for the 3-hour graveyard sitting in a now broken car, but that's alright.
It's only fair, Jake, after the amount of times you've wrecked the car as well. You get a broken car for once, but as we've got Core Racing Team now coming towards the end of the Nordschleife, they're about to hit the long straight, I believe. I'm not too accurate with the map at the moment. Still trying to learn this track on the map.
This is actually one of my favourite parts of this circuit, Sam. If we can actually have a little look at the Core Motorsports car, this downhill left here is so awesome. And you quick flick on the brake and go flat out right here into this awesome section of S's. Then of course you got about a 90-degree right, drop 2 gears, then drop another one for this 90-degree left up here and up to the second carousel. And then of course onto our long right and onto the back straight. You're almost there.
Well, I was pretty close. I've just had a message come through from the Guild of Australian Young Stars team manager Matt Scott. He says, "Sam, we will fix it, you sped." So there we go. They will be back out on track. So here we go. Core Motorsports and the GT3 field now hitting the famous back straight We'll see what top speed they can hit and see how big a draft Pure Racing Team can get, whether they can be past the core team before we hit Hoberain and turn 13.
I thought we actually had Lee Ellis from the Gildershire Young Stars down in the interview section there, but he's actually just left, so we might grab an interview with Lee, but... oh well. Focus back up on our GT3 racing as Alexander Vove is about to finish his... I believe I've actually got that last name wrong. Sorry there, Alexander, but he's going to head out in that Core Motorsports Audi car number 33 and complete his first of many laps we're going to see tonight here at the Nürburgring.
Now we've actually got to go back in the field and have a look at the rookie racing team number 55 leading the Mazda field currently. They've got about 4 cars queued up behind them. The Mazdas are going to be where all the action is, and we have to, and also to our director, get these guys as they come down the Dottinger Ho straight just to see the draft. We saw it in the VLN race that was broadcast by Racespot 4 wide. I think this is going to be another cracker if we see these guys down this back straight, but there's still a little bit to go.
That's it. I'm going to be watching Joni Tackett for Glacier Racing. He's actually in P5 in the MX-5s, and I probably am going to presume, is going to come out in the lead out of all this, knowing the draft in these cars.
So Yoni Mastambo will be absolutely looking in his mirrors as they make their way towards the back straight. He's just going to have to just sit there and wait for the draft to end and just watch the guys fly past him and then pick that spot in the queue. I wouldn't even put it past Jan Dirks in GTN Racing and Dries Nies in Team Potato to actually tack onto the back of this queue in front of them before we get to the straight and then be in that draft, and we'll have a large portion of this Mazda MX-5 field together. As I say that, Dries puts the wheels in the grass and he's got to get it back on track before he runs into a fence. GTN Racing has a nice run now and Jan gets that move done. So yeah, we're looking at rookie racing team. We have hit the Dottinger Ho straight, and what I expected is occurring. The 237 on the right, Bushvink team Bushvink Racing Blue. In behind them, the Radical Racing Online team, and they're going to go 3 wide. The 397 is behind them as well with the number 3 car, just following along and watching to see what occurs. These boys got to get it sorted before we hit the Hoberhain corner and then turn 13. Looks like the Radical's car's got a nice run. They're going to be able to get to the front of this queue.
I've actually been hitting my wrong button for that last few seconds, Sam.
Oh, Jake, it's alright, you're a sped too, just like me. 397 as well, the Team RSO car getting in there as well. Glacier Racing, they've all sorted it out. The big benefactor there was Radicals Racing. They're up from 3rd to 1st. Rookies Racing team number 55 just drops to 2nd, and in behind them is Team Bushpink Blue with Mika Eswis at the wheel.
237 we just spoke about, Mika has actually got a bit of a run now on the Racing Team 55. Is he going to maybe have a look down into this notorious turn 1 here at the GP circuit? Not quite, thinks better of it. At the end of the day, there's 23 hours and 48 minutes left in this race.
Yes, and that looks... Oh, as the number 78 just clipped the wall on the left there in that little quick chicane at the beginning of the GP circuit. Don't think anything major is going to happen, but one thing I want to point out is look at those glowing brake discs. They are red hot at the moment.
So awesome to see a little MX-5 like these with glowing brake discs. I think could have been a bit of our Australian internet syndrome there. I don't think Radical's car actually hit the wall. We hope not, anyway.
We hope not, but just a few updates. We've had another casualty in the GT3 class. Thrustmaster Movano Cube are in the pit lane. Appears to be an unscheduled pit stop, bit of a busted rear wing and dented front splitter. So they're done. Radicals Online have made their way up as the last they crossed the stripe from the back of the field in 57th to 31st in the first lap. We're just coming through the last of the rough C-Spec traffic. And leaders of each class, we've got Core Motorsport leading GT3, Celestial DNF is leading the rough class, Kronos Sim Racers leading the Kia Optimas, and then Radicals Online, as we just saw before, are leading the MX-5s currently.
Yeah, that's it, and it's awesome to see already our GT3 cars. Still nice and close, obviously. These guys won't be pushing it anywhere near as hard as what they would have in qualifying. Definitely the Nürburgring in particular is one of those tracks that you definitely have to race at 90% if you want to minimise the risk and have a chance of still having a car 23 and a half hours into the race. So these guys taking it fairly easy at the moment, but still it's always committed in these GT cars here.
Yeah, it's all about buying a ticket to the last hour of the race. That's the last stint. Buy a ticket to there and you're in with a shot. As we're seeing reports of something happening to car number 22, Black Star Racing.
Just trying to have a little look back and see exactly what's happened to that car. It's a rough C-spec and... Oh no, Mazda, sorry.
No, so it's a Mazda, and just having a look now, it's had a massive accident with the number 49 and the 23 and the 12 all around it at the same time. It's absolutely pole drive the fence down the Dodingaho Straight, and it looks like it's going to be in the garage for a fair while.
Yeah, we spoke about that section, Sam, and how dangerous it can be, and these guys may be just racing a little too hard too early here, and yeah, the Black Star Racing car coming off worse there, going up on its lid and managing to get back to the pits though, so he'll be able to get back out there. But this event is known for its accidents. Obviously we saw last week the actual event, any of you guys who were watching the 24-hour ADAC event, definitely had the weather throw a few things in there, and definitely a few accidents.
Luckily, there is no adverse weather conditions in iRacing as you're riding on board with Core Motorsports. Still in the lead, shrieking away to about a 1.5-2 second lead over Pure Motorsports, who are closely followed behind by the 24-hour MSP drivers home one team. We do have to have a look though, the rough class. We've got a close 3-way battle for the lead here between Celestial DNF, Pure Racing Team and Trimates. All within about 2 seconds. So the number 88 car is leading that at the moment, followed by the 24 and then the 7. And just behind them, you've got Sim RC, the 797 car, followed by Core Sim Racing C-Spec. And that's the top 5 in the C-Spec class at the moment. And they're all very closely engaged in some wheel-to-wheel combat there.
That's it, Sam, and obviously something else we've got to speak about with regards to the difference between iRacing and real life in this race is that iRacing definitely working on it, but haven't quite yet rendered the day to night transitions. Now, if you think this track is a challenge in the daytime to race, imagine it with nothing but headlights. This track would be an absolute challenge at night, and unfortunately we don't quite have it yet in iRacing, so these guys will be racing 24 hours in this light, but definitely going to be a challenge that we're looking forward to seeing maybe next year in this event.
One thing we've got to point out as well is the track at the moment had a very low usage when we started practice. It will get an absolutely black as line by the end of this race. 57 cars all at a very high track temperature with a lot of load through these corners. We're going to see a very nice distinct racing line come for the 23rd hour of this race.
We're just taking a little look at P5 in the GT3 class, which is the Driving Revolutions car of Giuseppe Curry. Our director's just taken a little break, so we'll take a little look on board with Giuseppe here as he's heading down this massive straight that we know. He's actually leading a pack and is going to get passed by the number 8 Rasmussen in the Core Sim Racing Audi, the other car.
Yeah, as well joining them is the Vortex Sim Racing car with Alexander Manea at the wheel. We go coming into the last 2 corners, Heinehane and then T13.
Even these Audis are playing games of chicken and mouse down that straight, cat and mouse, sorry, and onto this GP straight, finish only their 2nd lap, and we've been racing for 17 minutes here. That really puts it in perspective.
Yeah, and we're just going to be stuck with these cars for a while. Vortex has an absolute dive down in the inside and turn. He's going to get 2 cars in one move. Is he down? He's got up. Oh, he's not quite got the Core Sim Racing car there. Looks for the over and under. Oh, he's had a bit of a touch up there as well. Driving Revolutions has given the Vortex car a touch up on the exit. That's brought Pure Racing into the fold here. Pure Racing on the inside line here. Round the outside though goes Driving Revolution, and he'll maintain that position.
Mania there in the Vortex car just tried to go for that little bit of a switchback on the Core Sim Racing Audi, and it's actually just chopped off Giuseppe's nose, but Been lucky it was only minor contact and actually managed to save that one, so nothing too serious coming of that. But great racing this was so early. That's a massive drive to make this early and it's such a long race, but luckily no fatalities from that one.
Yeah, I thought Maneo was going to be braver than I expected this early in the race. He'd go for 2 cars in one move. Nearly worked, didn't quite happen, but he's right on the tail now of Fredrik Rasmussen in the Core Sim Racing Audi, the second of their cars in this class.
That's it, and this is actually a really awesome bit of track. Probably my favourite part of the track, excepting the Nürburgring Nordschleife section. So of the GP track, this fast right, then into the chicane we keep talking about.
And we're still looking at Giuseppe Curry in the Driving Revolution car because our director has had to make his own pit stop at the moment, so bear with us, he's just nature's called, so we'll be back looking at the other cars shortly. So if we talk about something that's not on screen, it's just because of that.
Just having a little bit of a look to our results screen to see if we've had any more severe drops. At the moment it looks like it's pretty much just those first lap crashes we saw. Most of the people actually managing to get through the second lap, which is good to see.
And Radicals Online, the GT3 car is up to 23rd, just coming through towards that lead pack of roughs we were talking about a bit earlier, Jake. There's still very much nose to tail. So Trimates, Pure Racing and Celestial DNF still nose to tail in that pack there.
Giuseppe pressing this left-hander to go down the hill in one of the fastest parts of the track.
We're getting a nice tow here as well. Nice 2-car draft from Core Sim Racing and Vortex. Vortex had a look there. That was brave.
That is
not quite close enough though for a dive.
A lot of the moves and big accidents you see happen in real life racing at the Nürburgring is actually this uphill left-hander that we'll see the guys come into after this S's section. This track, the car is on
through compression here.
edge.
Yeah, the corner compression here and then up into the Adenauer Forst as our director has returned from his pit stop. He's refueled, changed, set his tyres and he's ready to go with his cameras. So we're just looking at this nice battle in GT3 field between Core Sim Racing, Vortex and Driving Revolution. Still going on from the first corner. Vortex just sitting there behind, he'll pick his spot probably at the end of another of the extended straights on this circuit. Just get the draft and slide down the inside, but for now it's one-track racing.
I'm hoping we can stay with this group actually and see this nice little chicane that comes up here. This left-right is one of the most committed corners in GT cars. Doesn't look it when we look at it on the broadcast, but that's a very scary corner when you're actually doing it. It's good to see.
Come now through this tight left-hander. Still nose to tail between these 2 cars. Driving Revolution just dropped off a little bit there, but this will carry on for the rest of the lap here. Radicals Online, Audi is just about to clear the leader of the rough C-Spec class, so they'll be through all the traffic and on their way with clean air.
You can actually just take a little look up to the leaders of this class. Maximilian Benecki actually not letting that core car get away too much. Only 8/10 was the margin as they crossed the time last time by. Obviously a few minutes of track up the road now. It looks to be a little bit more than that. Core not driving away with this just yet.
No, Pure Racing hanging with him. That shows the calibre of driver we've got. Alexander Vob, well known in the GT3 field for being a quick driver. Maximilian Benecke, of course, being a pro driver. We expect him to be quick, but they are going to be coming up on some Mazda MX-5s very short, pretty soon. Probably about a half a lap ahead at the moment than MX-5s, but that's nothing for a GT3 car to make up.
That's it. Obviously 2 minutes a lap difference between our Audis and our MX-5s here, so 20%. It's quite a large difference and pretty much means once every 5 laps you're going to see the Audis catch the MX-5s.
Just having a look back in the Kia class as well, we've got a semi-battle for the lead going on here between Pure Racing Team 116 and Kronos Sim Racing in the number 14 car. Within about a second or so of each other, but you never know, the Nordschleife can bite quickly, but it looks like the 14's just struggling with a bit of oversteer. These Kias are front-wheel drive as well, so there's something very foreign to us Australians. We prefer our big, beefy rear-wheel drive V8 supercars, so front-wheel drive, sorry, are a bit out of our domain.
Obviously these Kias are actually quite a challenge to get around this place. Obviously, especially these left-handers here up this hill. Car just keeps wanting to grind its way in the front and not turn too nicely at all. And of course, a lot of these off-camber, very fast corners here at the Nürburgring. You get off throttle in these Kias, the back end just completely goes on you, so you got to be really careful. But definitely a different type of challenge to what the guys in the GT3 cars will have, but challenge nonetheless.
As we go back to the Mazdas as well, number 78 Radicals Online and Rookie Racing 55, they've streaked away from Bushfink, Glacier and Team RSO from that battle we saw down the Dodingerhoe Straight. Sorry, I'll keep trying to get that names right. A few laps ago. So these two streaked away. Radicals setting a good pace at the moment. And just to give you an idea of the gap, last time across the line, which was a long time ago, the gap between GT3 lead and MX5 lead was 4 minutes 33.9 seconds.
That's it, and actually comparing our Kia and Mazda pace, it's definitely not that much in terms of corner speed. I would actually almost say the Mazda's probably quicker than the Kia, but in terms of corner speed that is, but the Kia actually gets up to about 265 kilometers an hour on that back straight, so it's definitely got a massive straight line advantage. That's almost as fast as we see the GT3 cars going. So the Kia, although front wheel drive and renowned as the bit of the family vehicle, certainly
So
has
Jake,
some
just
pace
gonna
in
have
straight line.
to interrupt there. We've had a change for the lead in GT3 between Core Motorsports and Pure Racing. Pure Racing now have the lead and they've jumped ahead of Core Motorsports. I'm assuming that was down the Dodingerhoe Straight because we very much missed that on the cameras, but these guys will continue to go at it and not far behind as well. Still only 3.5 seconds behind is MSP Drivers Home 1. They're doing a cracking job. Thrustmaster Movano not too far behind them. So the top four are separated by 5 seconds, and then it drops off a fair bit to this pack of Core Racing. We've got to go back to 5th, 6th and 7th as we come through some traffic car entry, exiting the pit lane. Driving Revolution tries to go round the outside at turn 1, gets that done successfully. Vortex Sim Racing tries to follow them through on the Core Sim Racing Audi car. That's going to look like a successful pass as well as we run down towards the Valvoline curve. So that was a massive change up of mission there. Pure Racing gets that, is just tucking in behind there as well, the number 74. Just to watch, see if something happens they can pounce on.
Hearing a bit of news from our director that we're seeing some 3 wide action. I'm not exactly sure where that was and what's happened. I believe P6, 7 and 8 in class, down to T1 that was. Giuseppe Coe that we were talking about in that battle before, that 3 still going at it. They actually went 3 wide down into turn 1 that time by, so that's awesome to see. But now they've settled it back out, and Giuseppe's going to be leading that back. Having a look at some of the co-drivers we're going to see tonight. Obviously, Core Motorsports, Alexander Rov is going to be the fastest in, well, not the fastest, but one of the drivers and the current driver in the Core Motorsports car, but also Kei Kashubi and Angelo Mikel. I'm not sure if they've actually got any more guys going to jump on later in the race, but that's a very strong three drivers that they've got piloting that car, so definitely going to be fast from them. And of course our Pure Racing Team guys, I believe they have Patrick Pitchler as their other driver, but they're going to need more than that, so they'll have a few guys jump in later, fill that car out.
So guys, on the skins, we are endeavouring to get the skin pack downloaded. Unfortunately, we weren't aware of a skin pack. We kind of got a last minute call up through these first 6 hours, so apologies for that, but we'll endeavour to get that fixed very shortly.
We must apologise to our European viewers who are probably used to the very coordinated and well-run race spot quality. You got to remember this stream's being run by a couple of Australians and a Kiwi at the moment, so have some patience with us. We're doing our best. Got to that phase of the stint at the moment where these guys are about half an hour in, and I'm not exactly sure how far the Audi can make it on fuel. I think it's about 45 or 50 minutes. Not exactly sure, but we sort of run out of stuff to talk about at the moment because these guys are pretty much all just following each other around at the moment. You're not going to see too much action for a very long time, unfortunately. I think these guys, especially the smart European teams, know that to win these GT3 races, as Sam said at the beginning, you got to buy your ticket to the end and literally just run around to these opening stints and keep the car out of the fence and save your car and make sure you got something to race with in the last couple of laps. Taking a little look at Patrick Wolf still in amongst this massive battle at the moment. Insane racing going on. Actually just having a little bit of an issue with my racing. I can't quite see what's actually going on there.
Yeah, so it's just
There
that
we go.
4-car train we've had between Drive Revolution, Vortex, Corsim Racing and the Pure car that's still going on from what we saw early on in this lap.
That's it, and these guys at the moment obviously on this long flat out section that we spoke about before, as they come up to this little right here, which I like to call a chute because you got a bit of a left kink and then down a gear for the quick left-hander. This left-hander here is actually blind, and if you make a mistake there, the walls are literally a metre or two off the side of the tarmac, so it's definitely a place where you can make a big mistake, a race-ending mistake if you're not careful. Then of course up to the carousel section as we spoke, the most iconic part of the Nürburgring. I think Patrick Wolf in the Pure Racing Team car at the moment has actually got some of the best pace. He maybe just sitting back and waiting for these guys to fight amongst themselves. His pace has actually been very good over the last lap or two.
I think he's just
Seemingly-
biding his time back there, to be honest. He's just waiting for something to happen. He knows there's a long time to go in this race. So he's just, you know, sitting back there relaxing. Maybe he's not the fastest guy in the car. I assume he might be if he's starting his car. But just know that the guys who jump in after him will be able to jump the guys ahead possibly.
That's it. We can't always say that the fastest guy starts the car. I mean, Brock Salmon started the Guild of Australian Young Stars car, so that disproves that rule. But these GT3 guys obviously played it pretty smart here and trying to get the best job done early. A whole multitude of factors we've got to consider about iRacing. Obviously we don't have mechanical failures, but definitely we have our own little versions of mechanical failures. The Nürburgring Nordschleife, obviously iRacing's done a brilliant job of optimising the track, but it's still pretty rough on some of the computers, especially for the guys who don't have, you know, the newest cards and whatnot. So internet drops and computer crashes are very much an issue, especially in a race like this, and being the track so big, it's going to take 7 or 8 minutes to get the car towed, so definitely a harsh track. Obviously, you know, make your own mistakes as a driver, but definitely can have equipment failure, which can be so heartbreaking for the guys, obviously much like they do in real life if you have mechanical failure.
Yes, thankfully we've had no one drop from the server yet, so everyone's operating as per normal, but we've currently still got battle for the lead between number 78 and number 55 in MX5. These guys still very much going at it as we run up towards the Bilstein curves, towards the back straight of the GP section. These guys have broken away from the rest of the Mazda field. Glacier Racing up into third, Team RSO is in fourth, and Bushfink Racing Blue in a battle with GTN for fifth.
That's it, and as we spoke about earlier, Patrick Wolf has actually managed to get the job done on that straight on Frederick Rasmussen of the Core Racing Audi. We're going to take a little look back now though on OSR, Oceanic Sim Racing. Justin Brugia behind the wheels we spoke about earlier in the race. He started 20th, didn't qualify, and he's actually on the back straight and managed to get that car up 5 positions.
He's having a little bit of a weave to break that draft of Sami Silvenhoinen behind him in the team name I cannot pronounce, but he's got a massive run here, Sami. Down the end, just jumped to the right hand side of the track there. He's used all of it. He's gone right to the white line and just swept back across in front of Rougier. Looks like they're heading up in towards the flag Platts section. No, sorry, my correction there. They're heading in towards the GP circuit now.
Gonna have to work on that map reading, Sam. You are in the army after all.
It's a difficult map and the words are too small. I can't read it.
Yeah, absolutely massive amount of racetrack to cover here, and Justin's gonna sit in behind Sammy Silverstone there. Obviously, Justin Rougier, not a dumb driver by any means. He's going to work on it and knows he's got to get to the end in this car. I'm not actually sure who Justin's going to be racing with. I presume it's going to be the GT regulars of Simon Black and maybe Matt Nethercote. Obviously, we have a championship run over here called the Australian Endurance Championship, and a lot of these guys are fairly frequent runners in that. These guys not afraid of their endurance racing by any means. So we're going to see Justin head into the Michael Schumacher S. Actually going to miss the apex a little bit there, but maybe the driver playing havoc with the aerodynamics on his car. Another mention we might make, these cars having little bits of bends and stuff in the panels, and you might notice that might be a little bit Australian internet related, but we must also mention that these cars will be going pretty hard on the curbs around this track, and that may make it appear like a little bit of the panel work, a little bit damaged here and there, but hopefully all the internals of the car should be all good.
I still can't get over this battle for the lead in the Mazda class between number 78 Radicals Online and Rookie Racing Team. These guys are still a nose to tail, showing some great driving out there between Sylvain Pomerade and Ioni Mastambo, who are absolutely going at it. Considering it's 24 hours, we're only about just over half an hour in, and they're going hard at it. I'm surprised actually one of them hasn't been able to pull away, considering all the aero push and the aero effect you get around here, and the back straight as well. I'm surprised that it hasn't been more changing position. We could have missed it on track, but we're only going off the lap timing updates we get when they cross the stripe, and these guys have still been 1 and 2 for the last 3 laps.
That's it, and as we've seen, the 22 Black Star car in the Mazdas battling a little bit too hard in a group. Say goodnight, have a good sleep if you actually make too big of a mistake battling this early, and can't afford to have that happen. So these Radicals guys, although they're battling pretty hard, Radicals, Rookies, Glaciers, whatnot, absolutely got to make sure they're going to be careful here, and fumbling my words, but they're not fumbling their driving, which is good, and make sure they're not running into each other.
Looks like we've got the first of our scheduled pit stops as well. Kronos Sim Races, in the Kia class, jumping in the pit lane. Number 14, 25, number 25, 24-hour Kia team. They're jumping in as well for apparently a scheduled pit stop. So that's about the 35-minute mark. I think these would be scheduled, because there's no damage on either of these cars that would warrant a pit stop. But none of the other Kias have come into pit lane yet.
That, I presume, now as I say, I have been preparing the Kia to actually race, and I believe you can either make 36-minute stints or 45-minute stints, depending on whether you can stretch it and make that 5th lap. So definitely going to be burning 16 or 17 litres a lap. That's a fair bit in this Kia to need to pit this early, unless they're a little bit unsure whether they could make it around another lap.
Now we've actually got to jump up to the leader GT3. We've still got the Pure Racing Team and Core Car nose to tail, but they are coming up towards some Mazda traffic. It looks like the Mazdas are running through the Keschel shed, and there we go in the background. If you look at the number 138 Mazda car, you can see these two GT3s coming up very fast as he sweeps by them. Speed difference 250 kilometers an hour for the GT3s, 170 for the Mazdas. All that number 23 nearly ruined some races there.
And that's it, the Mazdas, the cars, you don't actually notice how quick these Audis are coming up on you. You can't actually see in your rear view around these corners. You can only see what's directly behind you, and you just go to take your line, and all of a sudden you've got an Audi approaching with a delta speed, what, 60 or 70 kilometers an hour faster than you, and you make the wrong move and there's going to be a fairly massive accident. There's not much room to move. You swerve and you'll be in the fence. So these guys got to be very careful when they come up on these Mazdas, especially in the high speed sections we've just seen prior to the carousel.
So far the Mazda traffic's been pretty friendly with these guys. Maximilian Beneke flashing the lights at a couple of them, but there's no use flashing the lights when they don't even see you coming. So he's doing well so far. Mazdas thankfully have pretty much spread out. They've only got through, I believe the last car they passed was a Thrustmaster car, so they're only coming through the back. They've only got through about 4 or so cars. The bulk of the mess, I should say, for Mazdas will be up when they get towards GTN and Bushfink, but we have got a battle they're coming through now between Team Potato, well, what a team name that is, and 49 Motorsports, but they've just cleared.
That's exactly right, and Core Motorsports running pretty side by side with these Mazdas. It's hard not to try and look away when you see these Audis coming up to these Mazdas. It's just so scary to see the speed, but obviously these guys in these Audis are the best in the business at this, and make it their job to get around the Mazdas pretty easily.
So it looks like they've got a fair bit of sorry, I'm completely mistaken. Just at the end of that straight they're on now, we've got GTN and Team Bushfink Racing Blue they're going to have to deal with before a nice gap to Alex Cherney in the Team RSO car, and then a nice gap as well towards the leaders.
We're hearing from our director that we've sorted out the paint issues. I'm going to take a short break to get them refreshed and working so we can see all the awesome liveries amongst this 57 car field.
This is Imola. Once part of the Formula One World Championship calendar, this historical track, named after Enzo and Dino Ferrari, hails from north-central Italy and has been subject to numerous revisions since it was founded in 1953. From 1953 to 1972, the track went uninterrupted from Ravazza all the way to the infamous Tamburello corner, notorious for its bumpy surface and having a dangerously small amount of room between the track and the concrete wall, as the Santerno River runs directly behind it. From 1972 to 1974, 2 chicanes were added in an effort to slow drivers down: the Variante Bassa, lower chicane, and Variante Alta, higher chicane, situated at the top of the hill leading down to Ravazza, creating the hardest braking point on the track. In 1980, Imola made its debut in the Formula One Grand Prix, after organizers were engaged in a dispute with Monza. In 1981, Imola remained in the F1 circuit as the San Marino Grand Prix. The circuit was subject to constant safety concerns even after adding numerous chicanes. Tamburello Corner was especially dangerous, where a car crashed into the wall in 1987 and another in 1989. The tragic weekend of the 1994 San Marino Grand Prix shocked the motor racing world. Rubens Barrichello would survive a serious crash at Variante Bassa, but sadly, both Roland Ratzenberger and Ayrton Senna lost their lives that weekend. So in 1995, major revisions were made to the track layout. Tamburello Corner, previously taken flat out, was converted into a fourth gear left-right sweeper, and a gravel trap was added outside the corner. Villeneuve Corner was also made a fourth gear sweeper with a gravel trap. In an attempt to retain some of the quickness and character of the old circuit, the chicane at Acqua Minerale was eliminated. Variante Bassa was also eventually removed to make way for a more modernized, longer pit lane. After 2006, Imola was dropped from the Formula One World Championship due to lack of funds. Whether Imola will once again be a part of the Formula One World Championship is unknown. Today, Imola is home to the annual 4 Hours of Imola, part of the European Le Mans series. It remains a popular bike racing circuit and has implemented minor changes over the years to be used solely for motorbike events. Imola is an important track in motor racing history. It's a track that yearns to be back in the spotlight.
Welcome back, guys, to V8 Online's live coverage of the iRacing.com Nürburgring 24-hour. Skin should be fixed. Jake and I are semi-refreshed at 12:20 in the morning. And we're back. Not much has changed in the running order itself. GT3s have made their way through the Mazda traffic, and they're on their way now towards the Kia traffic.
Must mention, Sam, you're over the east coast. One time we're advantaged in the west. It's only 10:20 for me, so a little bit later there for you. But We must also take this opportunity, because to be quite honest, the racing at the moment is a little bit split, so we don't have a great deal to talk about. 340 of you guys tuned in watching at the moment, which is awesome to see. If you guys can jump down into the chat, ask Sam and I a few questions, and we'll do our best to answer them, whether it be about some of the racing tonight's race, some of the V8 Supercar stuff, obviously Sam and I both racing that, or anything else iRacing, sim racing, real racing related, and we'll try and answer them.
Don't forget, guys, as well, you can jump on over to the Race Spot TV TeamSpeak, and we're in here as well, and we're more than happy to take some mid-race interviews to keep us entertained, as well to hear the driver's perspective on things as well. And I will put the details up in the chat for anyone who doesn't know. And just as well, so you guys are aware, we're only doing the first 6 hours. After us, for hours 6 through to 12, we'll have Global Sim Racing Channel from the United States of America. And then after that, we'll be regular scheduling from RaceBot TV. We'll do the last half of the race. So the regular voices of Will Vincent and co will be back from hours 12 to 24. And we've got me and Jake for a couple more hours. And then I believe we'll have Scott Fontaine, who's actually directing right now, and Kane Craft from V8's Americas, as well as V8's Online, and JD Smith, both from the other side of the pond, jumping in for the next 3 hours after us, and then we'll be over to GSRC.
And we've got our first question in from Matt Bidges. What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? To be quite honest, not a clue in the world. What about you, Sam? Nothing?
Alright, so, good old Google, 11 meters per second.
11 meters
you,
per
Matt.
second there. That's actually horrendously slow, isn't that? Like,
That's about as
literally
slow
like
as I
4
can
kilometers an hour or something. Oh, yep, there it is. There we go. Ben Wilkinson supporting us in the comments with the 11 meters per second as well, which is nice.
So we'll focus a bit back on what's occurring on track and just give you an update on some gaps. Core Motorsport and Pure Racing, there's still absolutely no tail. Last time across the stripe, which was a fair while ago, 0.042 in a second separating the two of them. And they've had a position swap. Core Motorsport's back in the lead, as they're just finishing another lap now. Pure Racing team in second. They've gapped MSP drivers home a little bit, as we're just looking at these two now. The gap between rough C-Spec leaders, we've got about 5 or so seconds between Celestial DNF, who've led this race since the start, and Trimates, the Pure Racing team. Still a bit of a battle there, those guys are just switching positions throughout the lap. Back in the Kia class, Pure Racing team, 116. So across the stripe from Alpine Eagle Racing, we've got another 5 seconds or so back. And then there's about 20 odd seconds between Alpine Eagle and Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew. And then back in your Mazda's class is still Radical Racing Online and Rookie Racing Team battling it out for the lead. Currently, Rookie Racing Team in the lead from Radicals, but that's been changing throughout the lap. So these guys in Mazda class going as hard as the guys leading GT3 at the moment. And I do have to put out there as well, Orion Racing Team appear to have made a pit stop, but it was an unscheduled one. They're now down a lap on the leaders. I'm not entirely sure if it was scheduled or not. I'll just have a look at the timing when I get a chance to see if it was an extended stop, but they're now down a lap on the leaders.
That's it, obviously. Lots of racing still here to go, so that's not going to be totally unrecoverable. You can definitely have an unscheduled pit stop here at the Nürburgring and get away with it.
As we look back, 43rd and 44th overall on the road. Sorry, the GTN Racing and Team Bushwick 44th and 45th, sorry, on the road, my mistake. They're going hammer and toe down the Dothengerho straight. I'm probably pronouncing the last part of that name wrong, but I'm not German, so I'm sorry.
We've actually had a very interesting question which we haven't spoke about come into the YouTube chat by CTCHRISF, the username.
It's called CT Chris F.
I don't know, mate. But anyway, usernames aside, he's asked about the actual format and how it actually works in iRacing. About 2 years ago now, just under 2 years actually, iRacing implemented the driver change system. So guys basically jump on their computer anywhere across the world, and you can race with guys from other countries, wherever. You probably could get them set up on all one room running on land actually, but not exactly sure how you'd want to do that. It would get pretty warm in there, and iRacing works out a system where you all run, and you can have, I believe, up to, I think it's 16 drivers for this race. I think that's a bit much, and obviously I think it's about, there's a rule about the fair share. I'm not exactly sure how it works, and yes, the race is in fact actually 24 hours long, and we're about 54 minutes into it, so that should answer your question, Chris.
So there you go. It's better than our question from Matt Burgess about the swallow and the 11 meters per second. So keep sending the questions our way. Keep us entertaining. Give us something to do. Not saying the racing is boring, but we just not as much going on out on track. A lot of guys just circulating in the usual, passing through traffic. Of course, it's not as much traffic as usual as you would expect in an endurance race, just because of the sheer length of the circuit.
We've got another question from Chris about sim rigs, and I'm not exactly sure about how the European pro guys, what kind of sim rigs they've got. But a lot of the top guys run fairly decent computers and often triple screen monitors and whatnot, but the usual go-to sim wheels are the Logitech G27 and the Fanatic base. I think you've got the Fanatic base, Sam, and they're generally some of the more common ones. Some of the guys, you know, run on the $400 crapbox computer that's pre-built from your local computer store, and G27 and a really old monitor, maybe even a big TV, up to you guys who run your triple screen setups and all that sort of gear. So definitely a lot of variety in the setups, but generally the speed comes from the drivers, not the computers. So certainly a differentiation between the fast guys, but most of the fast guys have decent computers, because obviously good frame rate, less input lag means you can be a lot more accurate, it's a lot more realistic. So yeah.
So you guys make sure you keep sending those questions in, and we endeavour to get them answered as quick as possible. Bear in mind there is the delay between the stream and us, the stream and you, so we'll see a question. It seemed like it's a week until we answer it, it's just the delay in the stream. But we are seeing some more cars coming in the pit lane. I believe one of the Kias as well last time I came into the pit lane. Everything looks to be relatively stock standard in regards to pit stops. Just the usual fill up, tyres on, and away we go. As we're coming up towards the end of that first hour, so some guys are going to jump in for some fuel, tyres, potentially a new driver. Don't know what's going to occur. So we know the Kia can go around about an hour. Audi can go around about an hour. I'm not sure about the Mazda. I'm assuming all cars can.
Hour and 45, Sam.
An hour and 45. That's right. I'm going to go on Mazda then. That's a long time.
That is a long time for a stint. Obviously. There was not much fuel burn in these things in a fairly decent tank. So an hour and 45 minutes to the Nürburgring. We're hearing from some guys up to 2. So that is a lot of driving to do from one driver in the MX-5, and I don't think the tyre wear-off is particularly major, so some of these guys are going to be going for very long stints here.
Yeah, we're not entirely sure on what the fuel burn for the rough C-Spec is. So anyone out there who is a fuel number guru, just let us know, because we've got the other ones pretty covered, but rough C-Spec's a bit of a forgotten car when it comes to endurance racing.
Got another question in from Chris. He's very keen on his learning a bit about iRacing tonight, and yes, the car setup is in fact identical for all drivers, so pretty much just like real life. You're sharing a car, all the same data goes in that car, you crash it, your teammates have to deal with it, and you all run on the same setup, so the goal is to find a setup that works for all of you. So just like real life really, iRacing have done one of the best, although we all felt that it took a while and we were all very impatient for it. Once iRacing finally released the driver change system, it came out very well and has worked pretty much faultlessly, so great work to iRacing for that.
as we're in a bit of a lull here at the moment, the GT3 cars are just about to come up on some of the Kia traffic. The last car in the Kia field is about 3/4 of the way down the Donegall Straight. But we'll just mention that next Tuesday, US time, and Wednesday Australian time will be the release of the new build, which brings Imola, as you've seen in the ads and the pre-race show. Imola, a very famous circuit for tragic reasons as well for the racing. Very much looking forward to that. Jake, are you keen for Imola as well, mate?
Yeah, cool, Sam. I've seen it's going to be on the V8 Supercar schedule in the official series, so that's going to be an awesome track. Obviously, I've jumped in R-Factor a few times and ran the Imola prior to the changes. Obviously, the changes, as a result of the deaths of some of the drivers there in 1994, which is a shame, including Ed Senna, Roland Ratzenberger and whatnot. The chicanes, I think, ruined the track a little bit, but obviously safety's got to come first. But it's awesome to see that we're going to get another Italian super track in iRacing that's been brilliantly laser scanned and recreated, so it's going to be lots of fun. But one thing I read in the release notes, Sam, for those oval guys out there, is that the Gen 6 stock cars that are currently being used in the NASCAR iRacing series, the Cup car, is going to get a lot of changes, a bit of an overhaul really, including the new dash that they've been running the last year or so, the electronic dash, which is going to be cool to see.
Yeah, I'm not sure about you, Jake, but I'm not a massive turn left fan. I like to turn right and left as well, so over here at V8 Salon, we are well known for our V8 Supercar broadcasting, and of course there'll be some massive changes to that, which for you guys who aren't regular V8 Salon users, you're probably not as worried about. For the guys who follow us regularly, we'll well and truly cover that off in tomorrow night's broadcast of the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series. But yeah, there's massive changes to the cars and the build. It's one of these builds after releasing all the content last season. They've had a chance now to just go through and fix all the things that were wrong. And it looks like it's going to be one of those builds that's up there with probably one of the better ones I've released in terms of fixes for the sim and some website issues. As we're going back to the racing though now, so end of the Kia traffic. So the beginning of the Kia traffic is just head into the Nürburgring, and we've got Core Motorsports coming down towards the final chicane on the GP circuit, and they're not far behind now.
Must also give a quick mention to our race spot friends who are going to be doing the last 12 hours of the 24 that we're broadcasting, but are currently, I believe, broadcasting the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series. So head over to the Race Spot YouTube channel, maybe get 2 screens up on your computer and watch both of these awesome racing events at once, because you're going to see the best of the best in the GT3s and the best of the best in the Formula 1 all at once.
There's definitely some good things happening with sim broadcasting at the moment. We've got the Premier broadcast in Australia, the Premier one in the United States, and then the Premier one in iRacing, all doing the one massive event. It's a big first for iRacing. We've got to say big thanks to RaceBot and everyone else for inviting us along to do these first 6 hours for them and cover them while they're doing the World Championship Series, which is currently on at the moment. We're back on track. The rough C-Spec class has just made their way through the Mazda traffic, the leader that is, and the rest of the rough field is currently doing that as well. Core Motorsports at the moment is just still chasing down this Kia traffic. It's a bit further away. I thought they'd be on them by now, but so as we're getting news of the battle for P4 in rough C-Spec, which would be, so P5 Core Sim Racing C-Spec car number 9. That's actually some more all that traffic. That's Mad Cow Racing Muriel making her debut tonight. Not looking good. I don't know what's going on there. The timing is messed up on my end.
I think maybe they might have had a pit stop, Sam. I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but we haven't actually paid much attention to our C-Spec so far, but we're actually going to see Lars Jefferson in that Muriel car hop to the right of the track and let, but these guys seem to be drag racing for it. Now Lars is going to back out and let the Core Racing Santeri Kalunki C-Spec past. They're
just dealing with some Mazdas as well.
Oh. Sansari had to go well right there to do a bit of a chicane around some of those Mazdas. That was really scary. Just actually have heard, thanks to the guys in the YouTube chat for pointing that out, about the liveries. We think we've got some of them, as we were just seeing Jonathan Butel on screen. His livery seems to be working just fine, so could actually be missing a couple, but we're trying to get them sorted out, so please bear with us.
We've got the rough C-specs in the pit lane at the moment, number 13, number 19, and number 27, so Team DFTBA. The Mad Car Racing Muriel car, no ATK and friends. Oh, sorry, not ATK and friends. So that's Matt Malone from Rip TV in there. And that looks like all that's on the pit lane at the moment. Sorry, the number 20 Phoenix Endurance car with Jonathan Butel in the car. Just done a driver change now. Julia Ornelas in the car. I probably butchered that name entirely. They're doing a driver swap. Muriel, no driver swap. Matt Malone still staying in the car. So we've got our first of our scheduled pit stops in the rough C-spec car underway. First stint complete for these guys. Expect to see the Audis, the GT3 cars in shortly, as they're just beginning to hit the Kia traffic. They've just passed the ClanAOD.net 24-hour Kia. So that's the back of the field there for Kia. They've got about 40 odd seconds to go till they hit the black cat at number 69 though.
That's it. We must also mention with regards to this race, I see some guys in the YouTube comments questioning it. This is the top split of the Nürburgring 24 hours. So the split system in iRacing is determined by the I ratings of the guy who actually enters the car. So you get a guy with a high I rating to enter your car and you get to the top split. And I believe there was about 300 teams across all 4 cars who entered this event, and 57 have made the top. So there's about probably 5 other splits which aren't going to be covered tonight, but still going to have some great racing nonetheless.
As we are looking for GT3s to probably pit this time by, they've done 7 laps and it's been over an hour. That's it just gives you the scale of the circuit. And just for consistency, we look at the core motorsports lap times. They did an 8-minute 15, then a 17, then an 18, then a 19. They've had a few laps in between where they've been battling the traffic, which saw the lap times drop, and then they're back straight on into the 19s again. So the consistency from those guys is absolutely on point. And I can assume the same will be for the Pure Racing team behind them as well, which it is 15, 17, 17, 19, and then back into the 20s this time once they clear the traffic.
Exactly right, Sam. Well, what we might try and do is see if we can have a look at Core Motorsports car, which we think should be in the pits this lap, if what we're saying is right. He's currently coming into the second carousel, Alexander Rob. He's done... This will be the completion of his 8th lap.
So he's just coming through Calgan Cop, and then he's onto the Dot and Go Holy Straight.
Exactly right, and he's have a nice run down here, and this is one of the bits of the Nürburgring where you might get to just take a break, have a breather, and undoubtedly probably the widest part of the whole track, so take your time, relax, enjoy the speed. Obviously we saw in the Mazda some very hectic racing happening down here, but if you're just doing laps like Bob is at the moment, he's going to start making his way down the hill now. We pretty much presume that he's going to have to make his pit stop this time by.
Yeah, we're hearing from guys in the chat, there's no doubt they will pit, but you never know what's going to happen. And it looks like, in comes Alexander Vob. Probably said that wrong again. Maximilian Benecki jumping in as well. See if Lucas J... Can't get that right. Sorry, Lucas. And the MSP driver's home car jumps into the pit lane. He does. And we've got a massive gap back towards Thrustmaster Milano Racing and Gecko, Vortex Sim Racing car. He's just coming on to the GP circuit now. Alexander Monet in the Vortex car to the pit lane, as well as Mario Bertolotti in the Thrustmaster car.
That is a big shame. One of the few shames about the Nürburgring is because of the sheer length of the track, it actually restricts the strategy.
Oh, we've actually
these
had a bit of
GT
contact coming into the pit lane between Driving Revolution with Giuseppe Curry on board and Core Sim Racing. Driving Revolution tried to be a bit sneaky and just avoid the speed gun and get under the rear wing of that core car. He's actually collected it and given the core car a nice shunt. It's actually sent him to the right, so I don't think there's too much major damage. There's a bit of front damage on Giuseppe's car. The number 2 car there.
I'm actually a little worried, Sam. Not so much about the damage, but you would think that was right at the line. That core car could have speeding in pits penalty from that.
Potentially.
See what happens.
You never know what's going to happen. There's all these cars still just sitting in their boxes.
Quite unusual seeing, I believe that's a good of a oh no, it's quite unusual seeing that driving
Also,
resolution.
Pure Racing Team
Kia.
actually just jumped the Core Motorsports car in the pit lane there. Brilliant stop from the Pure Racing crew there. Probably gained about a second and a half in that stop. Whether that's just because Pure Racing Team was saving a bit of fuel, short of fuel of that tank, or they didn't take tyres, we don't know, but well, obviously, they probably took tyres because they both had the same pit stop to a degree. So it's still the same drivers in this car, no driver change, no driver changes in the MSP Driver car. Driver change for Vortex, who have actually jumped Thrustmaster as well. They've got Christian Thilo Zook in the Vortex car. Anders Dahl is in the Thrustmaster car. Juha Pekalami is in the Core Sim Racing Audi. Mert Özil in the Driving Revolution car.
Must also mention, Sam, with regards to the GT3 pit stops, these Audis, they actually have to do fuel and then tyres. So definitely took tyres, because I'm pretty sure these cars in the real life One Plane series are only allowed 1 tyre man, maybe 2. So tyres I think take 6 or 7 seconds. So both cars definitely took tyres. But I'd say just the sheer magnitude of this track, you can come into the pits with maybe 8, 9, 10 litres of fuel remaining and not be able to do anything with it, not make a lap out of it. So I'd say the core car maybe just missed the box or just used a bit more fuel.
Yeah, all sorts of variables in the pit stops. Depends on where you pull up in the box. All that good stuff just goes on with how long the pit stops will be. So well done there from Pure Racing Team. Whatever they've pulled in that track, it's given them track position and a nice air gap as well. So those two were battling quite hard before the stop. I believe the draft was actually helping either Pure Racing Team can't keep up. So now Pure Racing Team in front. We'll see if Core can actually pull up to them again and get past the wall. It's going to be wait till the next stop for something to happen. As looks like something's happened to Mad Cow Muriel. Number 19, they've got a bit of left hand damage there. I believe they actually caught it on the broadcast. They just caught the fence there on the exit of one of the corners. Not sure which corner, sorry. Just caught that out of the corner of my eye. So Muriel not having a great debut tonight. As of course, if you're not aware, Mad Cow Racing, coming from their old name, which was Overclockers Australia, they abbreviated to OCow. So they adopted Mad Cow as their name. They name all their cars relative to cows. So their Bez car is Bessie. And tonight they've brought Muriel, their rough C-spec, out on the circuit.
Couple guys asking questions about the Nürburgring configuration they run in the 24-hour event and how it doesn't feature the Mercedes arena. The reasoning for that, I actually read up a bit earlier, is that in the actual 24-hour event, I believe they have up to 200 cars in practice, and that Mercedes stadium area is actually used as a paddock area for some of the extra cars. Obviously it's pretty hard to fit 200 cars into that pit lane, so that's what that's used for, and that's why we have the little Z-shaped chicane.
So back down the field, sorry, as we look at Kia traffic. Kronos Sim Racing are yet to pit. They're leading the field. They're on their 8th lap in this tank of fuel. Pure Racing Team have pit. They pit on their 6th lap. This is their 2nd lap on this set of tyres and fuel tank. The 24-hour Kia team as well have also pit. So Kronos has extended that tank a fair distance if they're on lap 8 and haven't done a stop yet. And all the other guys, oh no, sorry, they have actually, my mistake, I can't read. They pit a lap earlier, so they've now got the lead of the Kia field. Kronos Sim Racers leading the field in the Kias. And they've got a battle in the Kias as well between Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew number 451 and Blackadder Motorsports number 69 with Christian Challoner at the wheel. We saw the Blackadder number 67 come unstuck very early in the race as long as the number 44 car.
This action's actually still going on for the lead of the Mazda MX-5 class. Yoni Mastampo, I don't think was the start driver for Rookie Racing Team, so he's been put into the 55. And Sylvain...
Yoni did start that car as well. And Sylvain
okay, my mistake.
Also started that car.
Far out, that's right. These guys have to run an hour and 45 minutes. These guys have still got half an hour left. You guys think about that. We've been racing for an hour and 15 minutes now, and these guys still have a solid half hour left in this stint.
So if you guys are asking about the paints, Director has downloaded the skin pack and has put it on. I'm not sure what the rest of the go is with that. We will endeavour to try and fix this for later on, but we'll see what happens with the GSRC and RaceSpot as well, whether they have got the same skins as us, because I can assure you we have downloaded the skin pack now and the Outbreak did update them. So we'll just go for a quick run through all the class top 3. So GT3 is Core Motorsports, back out in front of Pure Racing Team. So something's happened there off camera we have missed. 24-hour MSP Drivers Home Run is in third GT3 class. Is it actually coming?
I think the next...
So we go back
next
down
class
into Rough C-Spec. Celestial DNF leading Pure Racing Team Rough C-Spec 24, followed by Sim RCDE, the number 797. Jake, do you want to run us through those other two classes?
Yeah, we're going to go next back to the Kias. As we mentioned earlier, Pure Racing Team number 116 currently still has the lead. Kronos Sim Racers not too far behind, but they've actually just come into the pits. So Kronos Sim Racers decided to make their pit stop and chuck David Espiguez Morales in.
The 24-hour Kia team as well, the third has jumped in the pit lane as well. No driver change, looks like. Alpine Eagle Racing is not in the They're a second place in class with Blackadder number 69 effectively now third with those guys in the pit lane.
That's it. Looking back to our MX-5s, it's still on. We're getting Radicals on.
Sorry, Jake, interrupt. We actually had Alexander Voss in the Core Motorsports car. He's gone around. He's had a spin somewhere on the circuit. He's damaged the front of his car. Actually, he's coming from the second carousel now by the looks of it. So, massive ramifications there from the core team. So, Pure Racing Team with Maximilian Benecke out in front. Patrick Wolf is now in second. So I was quoting before and I was wondering what that Pure Racing Team car was doing up there in front of the MSP driver's home car. So they've now dropped back Core Motorsports towards Patrick Wolf in the Pure Racing Team and the MSP car. So they've only really dropped 2 spots in the field, but there's a bit of front end damage and it looks like a lot of straight line deficit as Alexander's only getting to 266 in the draft, while Lucas was up to 275 in the draft before he pulled out. So, not good signs for Core Motorsports there.
This is careful. These guys have got to be going down there. 24-hour MSP drivers home is going to get the move done on Alexander Vol. I wonder if we'll see Alexander pit. The damage wasn't too bad. It looks like he's going to stay out. So, not exactly sure what's happened there. Could it be a little bit of netcode making the damage look worse than what it is, but the spin definitely would have upset Alexander's rhythm. He had such an awesome first stint and a bit of a disaster to start the second.
Again, a sorry with the pronunciation of Alexander Boss's last name. Some of the names have. Again, we're not sorry there to Alexander pronouncing your name wrong, but of course we can't always get them right.
We'll make sure to remember that one
there.
from now.
Bit of contact there between Alexander and Patrick Wolf in the Pure Racing Team car. MSP Drivers Hones actually jumped ahead of these two now, so Lucas, you just start in the number 193 car. Oh, there's more contact in the background as well. Again, Core, Pure Racing. I don't know if that's netcode on our end or not, but there's a lot of contact being made in these cars, and that's not what Core want, because the front of that car is absolutely mounted at the moment, and the straight line speed is not going to be great.
That's it. Well, all this action's going on up front. Don't forget to keep piling the questions in, guys. So make sure to answer. This makes our broadcast a little bit more interesting for you guys and makes our job a bit easier.
As Core's got the run now down this straight towards the final chicane on the GP circuit, but he doesn't have the straight line of Virgin. He's going to have a look on the inside, thinks better of it. So now he's just got to tuck in there, get ready for the Nordschleife. Straight line speed's not going to be too bad. He's in the draft, but if he ever gets out in front of this Puro car, he's going to feel it. He's just going to have to whip this around for the next 6 or so laps until he can pit and get that damage fixed.
That's right, obviously these guys can jump in and get optional repairs. We spoke earlier about how there's no instantaneous repairs, but you can definitely get some optionals done and get some bits of damage fixed in these cars. These guys will be looking to get that done in amongst their standard fuel and tyre stops, especially the core guys.
So they're coming through some of the Kias now. Looks like they're just passing the Chronos Sim Racers car, which we saw in the, earlier on, which was at the lead of the Kia field, but looks like they haven't done it. I don't think that's still scheduled though, considering they went about 5 laps in their last tank and they only went 3 or so on that one. So don't know what's going on with that car. We'll see how it shakes out later in the race where the strategy is already that car up. Coming through, looks like Cottonborn and then into Schweden Cruz.
Just trying to look back through our field. I can't wait to see these MX-5 guys come in the pits. I can't imagine how long it's going to take for that whole tank of fuel to go in those MX-5s. I'm pretty sure timing of the fuel is just based off the guy with the jerry.
Yeah, a bit of NASCAR style with the fuel stop with some bloke in the can. He sticks it in and fills up the tank. But these guys, Radicals Online and Rookie Racing Team, are still going at it back in that MX-5s in the 78 and 55. Glacier Racing is not too far behind. We can't get accurate gaps. Playing a few games with them. But they're still in the third race. Glacier Racing car number 3 in third in class. That's a nice happy number for them. We do have some. So Orion Racing Team, the GT3 car we talked about earlier that had some issues. I do believe their car had an unscheduled stop and they're still that lap down. So not going to look good for them unless something major happens to the leads and lets them come up. And the Thrustmaster Movano Cube car that was in the pits very early in the race is back on track and circulating last in class or 1 lap down.
And I believe, Sam, if we can maybe get Fonty to bring him down, we have Alex Mania from the Vortex Racing car up in the channel, maybe to come have a chat to us. He's just got out of the car number 101, Vortex Sim Racing car, currently running 8th. And we're going to bring Alex up now. Hey Alex, how are you, mate? So nice stint there, first opening 8 laps or so of this Nürburgring 24. Tell us all about it.
Hi there. Indeed, it was a good stint. Unfortunately, we started 15th because we didn't know that the driver who set the qualifying time had to be registered before the race. So yeah, I was feeling a bit down. You know, I was quite proud with my lap. We would have started 4th. but at least we got back what was ours.
So, mate, you're pretty confident in your
Absolutely,
drive line
mate,
up tonight because it's a long race ahead and you've got a fair few drivers lined up in there. You're pretty confident with your line you can get onto that podium?
Well, I mean, look, Core Motorsports just crashed, and I imagine there will be a lot of that in this race. So if we can keep it clean and keep as few scratches on our car as possible, I think a podium is definitely possible.
And just on the topic of keeping it clean, how you found the traffic out there? We saw a few MX-5s just being a bit awkward out there. Has it been all right with the traffic?
Well, it was quite tricky, but you know it's the same for everyone. You just gotta deal with it and try to make the best out of it. Lose as little time as possible while still being relatively safe.
That's exactly right, mate. And obviously, you mentioned how your lap time would have put you in P4, so you obviously know your way around this place. From a GT3 perspective, why don't you tell us some of the sections of the track? Obviously, they got some tough names, so if you can just describe them to us, what you find some of the more challenging parts of this track in this race. Obviously, 8 or 9 laps since, you got to do them 8 or 9 times, but what are the challenging parts?
For me personally, the worst part is actually the last section of corners. I think we have a bit of oversteer on entry with our setup there, and I actually went off in my first stint once. There, I was lucky not to put it in the barriers, but then just the jumps because of the decompression. You know, you can often get snap oversteer, and you're basically done. Otherwise, I don't really know. I mean, all of it is tough, it's tight, it's fast.
That's good to hear, man. Well, you've got Christian in the car now. Have you got confidence that he'll be able to replicate your work and maybe get this car up into the podium position?
We'll see, it's a long race, he has good pace. Yeah, I'm confident we can get a good result.
Well, Alex, thank you for joining us this evening, mate. We'll let you get back to it, and good luck for the rest of the race, mate.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Massive thanks to Alex from Vortex for coming to say hi, and any other drivers who have just finished their stints in any of the cars, feel free to jump in and we can gladly have a chat.
So we've also, looks like we've had something happen to Oispar Kalja Racing. That probably butchered that name entirely, but they've had a little incident, it appears. They've dropped from being in the normal order of the GT3 field to down in 20th in overall, 18th in class, and it looks like they've got a fair bit of damage on the front of that car, so some of them missed off cameras, and not looking like it's been a good run this stint for that team.
That's just the Nürburgring for you, Sam. We said it bites, and it's bitten a few people already. But
sorry, Jake, got to
it's
interrupt
good to see
there, but just seeing the broadcast, I think it's pointed out, guys, the second Pure Racing team have had a spin and have got a fair bit of damage on their car. The rear left on their rear wing is quite messed up at the moment. It doesn't look like it's driving nicely. Car number 74. So they were in second overall. They were the one who benefited. Yeah, so Patrick Wolf benefited from the spin from Core. They've now dropped back down into 8th in class. Core's back up to 2nd, and Core's in 3rd, Vortex are in 4th. Couldn't quite read there. So, unfortunate event there for Pure Racing Team, the second car, but looks like they'll just carry on at the moment. Doesn't look like it's having too much effect on the car. We'll see what happens at the pit stop.
Looking a little further back in the GT3 Audi R8 field, Simon Black has got into the Oceanic Sim Racing Audi R8. Obviously, Simon, very well known in Australia, runs the Oceanic Sim Racing League, which I believe is actually the biggest league in iRacing. Obviously, well known for their V8 Scops and other stuff like that. So, really good to see Simon in that car, taking over from a great stint from Justin, and now consolidating 15th place in the Audi R8. Simon obviously taking on this challenge of the Nürburgring 24, normally in the admin seat for V8 Supercars Online Premier Series. So it's good to see Simon get a chance to get behind the wheel, because everyone expects so much of him in the admin side, and he's actually just come across a car that's spun at the end of the straight. I believe that's Carlos Lopez, who's in the Odox Motorsports Endurance team, who were 14th at the beginning of this lap, but are now going to drop back because they've had a massive spin at the end of that straight.
Yeah, just a lazy little self-spin heading into Hohenrain, sorry, I'll get that right now. Just a lazy spin coming into the GT circuit. Just got up on the curb, bit of oversteer on entry, and it's just leaked around. So he's lost 2 spots there. Now we'll try to turn it around and put it on the fence. So he's lost about 3 spots overall there to OSR and then Shark Motorsport. I believe another car drove past, could have been just lap traffic there.
Little bit comical in a way, seeing him try to flick spin that car. Right? If you don't have a traction control toggle switch on these cars, they're very hard to flick spin, and you saw that. He tried to get in the grass and get it spun round, but could do nothing but 3-point turns. So good work by Carlos to finally get that going again, but a little bit of a frustrating situation in the type of a racetrack there, but great job keeping it out of the GT3 cars that were coming the other way.
And just an update on GT3, they're just coming up again onto the back of the Mazda traffic. I believe it just passed the number 12 Thrustmaster Movano MX-5, and our leaders in that class are still less than a second apart. Radicals still leading rookie racing team number 55. These guys will be coming up to their pit stop relatively shortly. We've done about an hour and a half of racing, an hour and 45. We've been told they can get on these tanks, so these guys, I'm in awe of what these two have done tonight so far in the short time we've been watching this race. They have not left each other's sight since that first lap down the Dottinger High Straight. Done a great job not to put it in the fence, not to put it into each other as well, and all the time dealing with the other classes coming through them. So tip my hat to those two.
Yeah, the MX-5, obviously, they just released the new generation MX-5 here on iRacing, and they've actually made the car a lot more oversteery compared to the old car, and it's actually quite a challenge, and it's a great car that iRacing has, since its release, it replaced the Solstice as the rookie car, but also good to see the pro guys get in and actually have a proper crack in that car and really flaunt it. It's good.
Other than those two, they're the only class leaders that are relatively close at the moment. Otherwise, everyone's got about at least a 5-second lead. Pure Racing Team's got 20 plus seconds back to second. Celestial DNF and the Rough's got 5 or so back to Pure Racing number 24. The Pure Racing Team number 116 are leading the Kia class by over 15 seconds. So a fair few nice gaps for those leaders that can just relax and be comfy about it.
We must mention at the moment anyway, 3 cars, Trinity Motorsports MX-5, the Black Star Racing MX-5, who we saw have that big rollover on the back straight, and the Black Adam Motorsports Kia are all, appear to be retired at the moment, so that's a big shame. And the last car in the order that's actually still running is the Guild of Australian Young Stars, Brock Salmon from Trans Tasman Racing, running that car and still wheeling it around.
Yeah, they had that incident early on the race. 3 laps down, 3 laps is a long time to make up, so they'll probably just circulate, gather some laps and have some fun coming from the rear.
Exactly right, Sam, but just going to have a little quick look at our YouTube comments, see if anyone else has anything to ask. We're going to see our MX-5 start pitting in probably 15 minutes or so, but up until then we don't really have much action on the track.
No, all quiet on the Western Front at the moment. Everyone's just in their rhythm. The main battle at the moment looks like is between... Oh no, timing's all confusing with the GT3 so it's spread out. Core Racing SimSpec and Trimates, a close battle for 4th and 5th in C-Spec class, but we have a look at Brock Salmon, the Guild of Australian Young Stars car. One of the Australian teams out there tonight who's unfortunately come a cropper early on. The other ones out there, of course, are Mad Car Racing Muriel and Oceanic Sim Racing. Those two sitting around the lower third of their classes, respectively. Muriel is 28th overall in the race, and currently about 4th from the back in class. I can't get an accurate position, sorry, I'm trying to read it on the fly. And Oceanic Sim Racing currently 15th on the road.
Yep, so definitely pretty line astern out there at the moment. Not sure if we're still looking at Brock Salmon in the Guild of Australian Young Stars Kia, but I might see if we can have a look up to the front. I mean, I know it's been a little bit centralised around the GT3 cars so far, but they are the premier class and there has been some great racing and competition. So, racing team, Maximilian Benecki, heading into this final section to complete the lap. 25.8 kilometre lap here, the Nürburgring 24-hour layout. iRacing, obviously, this Nürburgring complex, I guess you could call it, very anticipated from a lot of the people in iRacing for a while. When they announced that they were scanning it, pretty sure everyone went nuts in iRacing. They were so excited, and when it finally came out, it definitely proved the goods. And GP track, especially down that front straight, initially causing a few graphics problems in some computers, but since been optimised, and iRacing just done a stellar job on this track. Looks so awesome and runs very well considering the sheer magnitude of it.
Yeah,
But I think this track
do a very good job with their tracks as well. Laser scan, they do very high quality, and I believe the tracks are probably one of their highlights of their package they give out. They don't skim all the details. So we're looking back through the field. Still no really close battles going on that we can see. We've still got the Core Sim Racing number 9, GT3, followed by the number 7 Trimates car in the C-Spec, so the Met C-Specs. And they're coming, just going to find out whereabouts on the circuit they are, but these guys still very close together and have been for most of the race. They were part of that initial battle in the rough C-Spec class we saw in the first couple of hours or so.
Just having a little look over to our World Championship side of things. 44 laps into the race at Montreal, if any of you guys are interested. Martin Kroenke currently leading for Commander Simsport in front of Gregor Hutu, so go check that out on iRacing Live if you guys want to see that. RaceSpot doing a great job of covering that, but if you're interested in your GT3, C-Spec, Kia and MX-5, stay right here.
So yeah, unfortunately guys, we're still having an issue with the paint pack. We have gone to the forum and got the link for the paint pack and downloaded it properly. It's just not showing up for us. So, still don't know what's going on with that. Sorry all the paints out there, we put in time and effort as well to get paints done for this event. And we endeavour to show them. If they don't get shown by us, at least hopefully GSRC won't have the same issue with the paint pack.
Just looking at the times of Maximilian Benecki, our race leader at the moment. Last couple laps have been a couple seconds off the pace. Last time by was an 8:27.5, which is about 6 seconds slower than what he's been running most of the race, 6, 7, 8 seconds. So obviously a bit of traffic might have hurt him that lap, but I guess you could say 8 seconds in an 8-minute lap is not a great percentage. So.
Even then though, Lucas in the MSP Drivers Homecoming, he's pulled in about 5 seconds over the last 2 laps, so the gap's now under 20 seconds down into 17.5, so he's definitely closing up. And Core Motorsports as well are closing in as well. Alexander Voss has nearly looped it there. He's done 8:21 last time by, so he's definitely flying with that damage.
That's it, Alexander Voss trying very hard to make back. We actually didn't get to see whether it was a mistake of his own or traffic which caused that little accident for Voss, so seemingly the damage isn't affecting him as we said, so definitely going to be chasing down that MSP Drivers Home 1 car, and then beyond that, have a go at pure racing.
Gecko Vortex car is coming through the leaders of the MX-5 class at the moment. They should be jumping in the pit lane very shortly if they haven't already.
Oh, I've actually just seen...
Vortex car squeezing through there on the Radicals car. Very close there.
I just flicked to that. That was borderline there. Sylvain, our race leader, car number 78 of the Mazda MX-5s, very nearly being collected by Christian in the Vortex Sim Racing car, sponsored by Gecko, we saw in that chicane section I spoke about earlier in the race. That was so borderline. Sylvain doing a very good job to catch that and not spin and hit that Armco. Of course, Yoni Mastampo for Rookie Racing still not far behind. I can't believe that after an hour and 40 minutes of racing at this track, these guys are so close, but I presume we're going to see these guys in either this time or next time by.
So you're going to stay focused on these two battling for the lead in Mazda class. It seems this has been going on forever as well. The GT3 just rounds them up. That's the Driving Revolution car sitting in position 6. Just having a quick look through the Kia field at the moment. There's a bit of an offset in the strategy of a lot of guys in this field. So we'll look at Pure Racing. They went to lap 6 before they pit. Also, the end of lap 5 and started lap 6 before. Alpine Eagle did the same. Blackadder Motorsports number 69, they did the same as well when we did the driver swap. Torque Freak Racing did the same as well, so I'm starting to not miss you, but give me a second, but very shortly. Clan AOD did the same, but 24-hour Kia team and Kronos Sim Races, so they've all done pit the end of lap 4, start at lap 5, and they've just come in for another stop in end of lap 8 and start at lap 9. So these guys are going shorter tanks, or they're just shortening up the tyre on. I don't know how that's going to benefit them in the long run, because usually in an endurance race, you want to go as long as possible in these early stints so that you can shorten up that last fuel tank if you need a last fuel tank. It's a bit odd what's going on with their strategy, but we'll see how it all plays out later on in the race when we get towards the end, whether that does play into their favour. The shorter tanks, lighter car load, or even just a bit of track position. Having the right fuel stop to make at the right time could be what they're aiming for. They could be doing the work back from the end of the race and have it so they don't really one stop to go at a certain time rather than being that awkward sort of fuel save. We'll see what happens as we're still looking at this Radicals Online Rookie Racing Team battle for the lead in Mazda Cup.
That's it, and the corner they've actually just come through, the renowned YouTube corner. Head on to YouTube and you'll find plenty of guys in little MX-5s, little Corollas, absolutely anything having major accidents there, so it's good to see these guys keeping it on the road. But we are expecting these guys to either come in this lap or next lap. But back to the Kia situation regarding to the offset, by the numbers we were doing for Guild of Australian Young Stars, it was about, I thought it was 7 or maybe 8 full save. So I presume that some of the guys have tried to push 8. And not too sure what's going on there.
Yeah, it's an interesting strategy, but we'll see how it plays out. The ultimate strategy can sometimes play in their favour in a sense. That's what they're doing as the leaders of Mazda Cup, or the Mazda class, are just approaching the second carousel, and we've got the Pura Racing team, number 74, coming through the traffic, and the car in 20th position in GT3 field as well, that being Thrustmaster Romano Q, who spent a lot of time in the pits tonight, coming through them as well, just dealing with that traffic. So on to the Dodingohi straight.
Yoni has a run here. This is actually a massive run. He's got a much better exit and will undoubtedly come out of this in the lead. Look at this run.
So Yoni's at 200 k's an hour right now, and he's got about 5-6 kilometers an hour speed difference on the Radicals car. It's going to be on at the end of this straight here. Yoni goes to the right. I'm not sure
he's able to carry this momentum all the way up this hill.
They're slowing down coming up this hill. Sylvain, jumps in behind now, get a bit of draft, sneaks on there, try and get that position back as he's looking down on the inside there in the left-hand sweeper.
This is brave, Sam.
Yeah, this is extremely brave to do. Oh, they're going to... Oh, come on, boys. They've only been going for an hour and 45.
That was smart driving there. Sylvain backs out.
We'll now see if that was a critical move
in the lane.
for pit lane position. Oh, he's got a run though. Sylvain gets a run. I think it's all for nothing as they duck into the pit lane. So there you go. Mazda's making their first pit stop of the night.
I wonder if Sylvain was actually planning on pitting. It looked like he was going to go to the left there, and has seen that Yoni was going to jump in the lane, and it's seemingly done the same. So I wonder if Sylvain maybe had the fuel to maybe have another crack at a lap.
It's not a bad idea. Maybe he had enough fuel to go another lap, although the lap's about a century long. But we'll see what happens in this pit stop, who jumps who, or whether there's a bit of a time difference. As there's a driver change occurring in the rookie racing car, Yoni Mustumbo out and Dave Gelink, sorry for that, is in the car. The Radicals car staying as is with the driver lineup.
So you see rookie racing team car, left side tyres, right side tyres. This is going to be one of the longest pit stops we see. Obviously these cars in iRacing are built for club level racing specs, so not really designed to do pit stops. So pit stop time obviously very slow. We're going to have it up on our screen, but we'll see if the Radicals car can jump here. Still stationary.
This is an eternity to be in the pit lane as Pure Racing Team in that Audi drive away. Potentially just getting some of the damage fixed. All the Mazdas now in the pit lane. So these guys definitely get about an hour and 40, hour and 45, I think. Let's see who's got his shortest stop.
Rookie definitely with much less fuel going in that car. He has absolutely driven away with that. That is probably the biggest gap we've seen all race.
That has broken the lead battle, I'm afraid to say, Jake. I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
That was the one battle for the lead we still had going that was very close, and it's been broken in the pit lane. But that is probably about, so we're hearing from a director, 6.2 seconds was the difference between the two pit stops. That's got to be down to a bit of fuel saving there from the rookie's car. Probably without a shadow of a doubt, what they've done is they've just sat behind the Radicals car that entire stint and just saved bulk fuel down all the straights. Done a strategic masterpiece there. Thrown a new driver in the car, fresh driver, and away he goes for another hour and 45 minutes of racing in that car.
Tell you what, Sylvain's brave. He's been in there for an hour and 45 and he stayed out. That's serious commitment there. He's going to be in that car for, what, 3.5 hours?
We've done similar stints though, Jake, in other endurance races, but they've been in far easier cars to drive than the Mazda and at far easier circuits than the Nürburgring. So it's an effort to do it for that long. I'm even hearing stories from the chat that some guys trying to do this solo. I think that man needs to go to the psychologist and get himself checked because that is crazy.
I've seen it done in the 12 hours of Sebring and the 24 hours of Daytona, but I'm not sure about the Nürburgring. That's a little much, but I think I'm going to take a break here, Sam. Maybe sit back for a couple of minutes and give our director a break, so I'll see you guys soon.
few years ago, members of the iRacing V8 Supercar community came together to articulate an idea. Then, on August 10, 2014, the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series had its first race day at Circuit of the Americas, and Madison Down claimed the victory.
Madison Down, the winner. Phil Sells second. Hampstead third. Your podium. And Sean Kelly not far off it in fourth. For what a result. What a race.
This first test season, however, would go to TTL's Richard Hampstead. 2015 was a defying year in V8 Scops, the first year-long championship in iRacing V8 Supercar history. The season was filled with many highs and lows. Few drivers were triumphant. Most faced heartbreak. Young gun Jared Philsell was crowned our champion. But in 2016, it's a new championship and a new opportunity for our passionate sim racers. Who will be champion?
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
And welcome back to V8 Online's live coverage of the iRacing.com Nürburgring 24-hour. I'm Sam Sutton, and with me again is Jake Burton. We're back from a short little break, refreshed for the last little 40-minute stint of our commentary session before we hand over to Scott Fontaine and Kane Craft and JD Smith for the last 3 hours of our session here tonight. Jake, not a lot going on track at the moment. Everything's settled into a rhythm. We've just seen the Mazda pit stop go a little break, and we should be seeing some of the Audis and the other classes coming in shortly as we're about to hit the 2-hour mark.
That's exactly right, Sam. I've actually just seen, we noticed before the break, we saw the pit stop of the two leading Mazdas, the Rookie Racing Team 55 and the Radicals car. That Rookie Racing Team who seemingly was struggling to keep with the Radicals car, or only just being kept there by the draft, is now actually gapping the Radicals car. So whether that be the driver change in the racing team car, like chucking Dave G-Link in there, G-Link, that car's fast.
Yeah, that rookie's car, I think, played the strategy perfectly, just saved some fuel to be able to jump in the pit stop. All their short fuel, we don't know what happened in there, but definitely I think throwing the fresh driver in, considering the length of the stint in that car and the amount of focus you need around the Nürburgring to keep it on the road, smart move there from Rookie Racing Team. Of course, there's still over 22 hours left, so yeah, there's a long time, a lot can change.
That's right, Sam. Obviously, I think a general endurance rule, obviously everyone has personal preferences, but I know yourself and I, through our Australian endurance campaign last year, found that longer stints are sometimes better. You know, just sit down, do 4 or 5 hours, and although it's long, if you can get in that rhythm and keep it there, it's real good. But I think at the Nürburgring, it's pretty hard to maintain such focus for that long, similarly to tracks like Bathurst, and definitely hurts these guys if they stay in the car for too long.
Yeah, of course, we do that at tracks like Spa and Sebring, which are a lot easier than the Nürburgring, and as well as Bathurst, a lot easier than the Nürburgring to drive. So, I'm not envying what Sylvain is doing at the moment. I definitely would not be keen to do at least a double stint in a Mazda. Maybe an Audi, something with a bit more power that goes a bit faster and might keep me awake a bit more, but the Mazda, it's definitely epic. It gets a bit of air, there and coming around the curve, so... He's got the number 24 rough just coming through now. That's the Pure Racing car, which is currently second in class.
I'm not sure if our director saw that, but David G-Link, the leader of the Mazda MX-5s and the right-hander before Carousel 2, actually just had a massive moment of understeer and nearly put it out in the fence. That was very borderline.
All it takes is that one moment of concentration lapse. I'm just going to go over a replay of that for the viewers so you can see what we were talking about there. So as he comes into that right-hander, just the car does not turn at all and nearly parks it in the fence at a great rate of knots and undoes all the hard work of his co-driver from before, but no harm, no foul. He's got a gap he can play with, wrestled it back on track, and he's on the road again as the Pure Racing number 24 C-Spec drives past him as well.
That corner is very deceiving, Sam. I mentioned it earlier when we were running to the lap of this place, and you come from a straight downhill left and then into a fast right in a series of S-bend sections, and because you're so busy and you're doing so many corners, you'd think you misunderstand how fast you're actually going, and I think that's what David did there. Just made a little bit of a mistake, misunderstood how fast he was actually going, and was fortunate to keep it out of the Armco, but great driving to keep it off the wall nonetheless, and he retains the lead for Rookie Racing Team.
And just to update, change of position in the rough class. Pure Racing number 24 is actually the leader. Mistakenly said he was second before. Something has occurred to Celestial DNF in the last lap or so. They've dropped from the lead down to second place now. No major loss, but it's the time loss is quite massive. The leader, so Pure Racing's already crossed the line, and Celestial DNF is only just coming towards the Bilstone Bridge on the Donegal Straight. So. Not a great result there for him as he's just coming in towards Hohenrain now.
That's exactly right. Awesome campaign thus far, although it's early. Don't want to give him the commentator's curse, but Pure Racing Team doing a stellar job, leading both the Premier class in the Audi R8 and the C-Spec class. So Pure Racing doing a stellar job at the moment. Might also just mention that the car we keep flicking back to, the Guild of Australian Young Stars, has had a driver change. I've actually got Joshua K. Rogers of Team TTL in that car at the moment. Obviously, for those who follow our V8 Supercars online Premier Series on iRacing, will know that Josh has won the last 3 rounds. He's a young and upcoming superstar in the V8, and he's guiding that Kia around the Nürburgring.
Yes, the Guild of Australian Young Stars car is tonight kind of just a hodgepodge of all the drivers who are on a certain TeamSpeak server and are just like, let's go. But we've got a little battle. We're hearing Kia P4 and 5, so Blackadder number 69 P4, Alpine Eagle Racing in P5, and this is where the split strategy is that I was talking about. So the Kia, so number 69 Blackadder car, which is actually number 66 in the sim, is doing this strategy where they pit the end of 5 and come out lap 6, Alpine Eagle actually did the same. I'm mistaken. Sorry about that.
Did this Blackadder car actually not have an accident at the beginning of the race? Or
No,
was
that was the second Blackadder car, the number 67, which is the number
that's
67 in the sim, with Marco Luca Abati is back on track, 12 laps down, and in last place.
Funnily enough, the Blackadder Motorsport number 69 actually had their number taken by the Guild of Australian Young Stars. That's a shame. But no, that's really awesome. Blackadder up there and having a real crack. Obviously, they're a team that you and I haven't misheard too often, Sam. Obviously, members of the AEC having a good run in the GT3 cars in there. So it's good to see these guys taking up the world as well.
So what we might tee up as well with our director is we can get a hot lap with each class leader at some point. So we've got the Pure Racing team number 111 just coming towards the end of their lap now, so it'll be a perfect time to jump on board with them and grab a lap, maybe even half a lap on board. So we're on board now with Pure Racing team. Currently leading by 20 odd seconds over team NSP drivers home Core Motorsports. Coming around straight towards Yokohama turn 1.
You can do the GP section, Sam. I think you know a bit more than me. This not too much of a fan of this section. This little Z section we spoke about before, and onto this little short straight.
A short shoot towards the Valvoline forward curves. This has got a rough in front of him. That's the Phoenix Motorsports. A rough. It's currently 27th overall. So top 10 in class, we're doing good, well done to them so far as he runs into Dunlop curve. It's a tricky double apex right-handed. It's nicely cambered across the right hand. Should make the rest of it really clear this rough in time. Yes, it does. Usually that's probably just a crack of the throttle and just turn in and use the curbs. So now he runs towards this tricky left-right. This left is a lot tighter than it looked, but it looks a lot of camber on the left. And then this cambered right-handed gives you a nice run back straight. No DRS in the glasses, like the sign says. Through the kink, which you can modify for a 24-hour load, it's not as tight as it is usually for the World so just a quick little flip left and right, and then he heads onto the Nürburgring itself.
Nürburgring, awesome bit of race straight, the Nordschleife in hell. This left-hander here in the Audi, if you put the power down in second a little bit too hard, that back sends a step away from you. This flat out, not quite flat out, a little bit of a lift from this right-hander here. Then into one of the most awkward parts of the track. There's no one left here, you're actually braking while turning, and it gets really awkward into this right. You've got to be really careful with this next section too, this left, right, left, not to use too much curb. You can brake the car and actually catapult the car into the fence here if you're not too careful, and you've got a similar section here, another right, left, right. Up onto this little shoot section. Awesome corner up here with the name that's low down on my mind. It's this right hand corner, 5th gear, on the power early, and absolutely driving through this section.
So that was the Flug Platz and Cotton-Born sections of the circuit there.
That's right, and this committed left-hander, one of the most awesome corners on the track. 5th gear, absolutely. Onto the brakes and take the 180-degree hairpin. This section here is one of the coolest. It's a little flat-out S-bend section, and then you have this massive vertical left-hander. A little bit of curb on the left when you get up here. If you're not too careful, you'll absolutely catapult the car over to the right, much like the rest, and you're immediately on the brakes and turn right. Braking and turning, very common on the Nordschleife. What you got to do here at this right is got to go out straight here, and then late apex the left, late apex the right, and get the drive for this straight. So we come into this stadium section, as I described it before, the red and white walls, long left, small straight, and then another left, and then you've got 2 double rights which go down the hill, and the track's very cambered down here. car can plough, but generally actually quite a bit of speed through here. And then after this right, you've got a nice chicane. Very committed. I think it's 4th gear. Car tends to bottom out a little bit over the left. It can shut you out to the right, and then you've got a very long right. A few different apexes around here, and then down here we saw Rock Salmon crash earlier. This corner is very deceiving. It's 2nd, maybe 1st gear. It's actually a lot tighter than what you think. And power down through this right, you come up to the uphill left here. Another corner that's very easy to go too deep if you're not careful. And then this right up here goes very off camber, and we're going to get caught up with a Mazda here, which is going to ruin our run up here a little bit. Not too badly. And then we're on to this straight section we spoke about. Absolutely flat out for a solid 30 or 40 seconds. Probably not that much actually. Long right. I went 3 or 4, not 30 or 40. And then you're up to this section, which is the 30 or 40 second one. A little bit confusing, obviously. You've got just green trees everywhere here. A bit easy to get deceived as to what you actually are. Hopefully we should get this rough through this flat out left before we get to the chute section. You notice the land actually jumps out a lot to the left up here. And that's how you know you're in the chute. In the right, you're like a quick left, and then you drop a gear with this thing. It's very committed all the way out on the right. Perfect apex, and then power down, use a bit of the outside curve, and you got a right here, don't need to drop a gear, very quick, not quite flat out, borderline there. And then we're going to head up to the carousel, 3rd gear through this right-hander, maybe 2nd. Take it nice and narrow, because if you go on the outside you get up in the marbles, and obviously down here is the same, you're going to stay in the cambered bit of the carousel, this iconic bit of racetrack, it's so awesome. Careful when you come off the corner as well, because you accelerate and the car gets very unstable. There's a left-hander up the top of the hill here, 4th gear. Bit of AstroTurf on the outside, if you get on it too much you're going to be in trouble. But very quick section here, left, we're going to get it ruined by a Mazda here. Left, right, then down to a right. Just going to get down the inside of that Mazda there. We're going to get down the inside of another one. We're going to have a right, left, and then another right here. Head briefly up a hill and have a right that flattens out a little bit on exit. If you're not careful, it can shove you out. As you see that, a little bit wide there for pure racing. Then a long left, quick shift to the right. Very easy to overshoot this one, and then come up to the renowned YouTube corner that we spoke about. So many cars on YouTube having accidents up here, and such a cool section here. This left-hander you can take way slower than what you think you actually can. Avoid the curbing on the right as it chucks you out, and then you go down this awesome section of road where you're breaking the air up here. This is the decompression that we were speaking about earlier, where it can actually bottom out the car, and if you're not careful, break the car. Bit of a flunt to the left, and then a massive downhill left. This is so cool, the car gets flighty underneath you. Almost flat to this right. Bit of an S-bend section. And then this right-hander, which is actually much slower than we think. We saw the MX-5 make a mistake up here before, 4th gear. Then another 90-degree left down to 3rd, and we're up to carousel number 2. This is where you start to get relieved, because you know the straight's coming, but just before that straight you've got this long right. This right-hander seems to go on forever, because you know the straight's coming and you know your rest is coming. First apex, run it out to the white line, and then try and get the second apex when the curb starts. Absolutely perfectly executed there. Onto the exit and onto the brake. Long straight. Get a bit of toe off that Mazda. Keep it going for this more than 1 kilometre long straight. This section up here, relatively simple in a GT3 car, lots of direction change, left, left, and then into the right-hand 90, which is 2nd gear. Very scary if you've ever driven the Lotus 49 down here, but in the Audi R8 it's got the grip to handle it. Absolutely flat out down this hill onto the bridge. You know you've got one big stop remaining before your lap's over. Is all the track on the left. Up to 270 kilometers an hour down that straight. Press this left, right out to the Armco. And that is going to put them into the pits.
Yeah, so we're hitting that time
That's
now
the lap of the
where
Nürburgring.
the drivers in the GT3 class in particular will be hitting the pit lane. We will endeavour to get the other 3 classes as well covered off on a hot lap at some point throughout the night. Fortunately, at the end of this lap, everyone else is all spread over the place. So, big kudos to Jake there for his hot lap. Of course, usually it's me doing the hot laps, but I have known nothing about the Nordschleife, so well done to him. So, at the moment, there's not a lot going on track. Radicals online and that rookie racing team battle still separated thanks to the beautiful pit stop. We can jump on board the Mazdas. Ultimate
Contrast, hey?
contrast, that's the word I'm looking for, thanks Jake, of the pace of the cars is the Mazdas have just entered the Nordschleife section, the interesting part of the circuit. So, jump on board now with the number 55 rookie racing team car.
This car and Dave Jelink we were speaking about, absolutely one of the class acts of this field so far. His opening few laps in this stint have been absolutely flying. 10:15.2 last time by. Obviously a little bit slower than what we saw Yoni do earlier, but to do a 10:15.2 in traffic and getting out of the way of Audis is bloody awesome. So why don't you take this one away, Sam?
I know zero about the Nordschleife, mate. It's not going to be as great as your last one. But he is on the run now through the. He's escaped the tight little twisty section and he's on the run toward Flipplats and the Cottonborn. But you can just see the disparity in the pace as he actually loses 4 kilometers an hour of speed running up the hill towards Flipplats. He's only doing about 175, 180 at the moment. Contrast that to 200 plus we get with the Audi. And getting a lot of speed now coming down through the downhill section as he runs up towards Sweden Cruise. Bit of a slide there on the entry and down the brakes into Arenberg. So again through these left-right flick and then down the left again in towards the compression before he's on the brakes into Fuchsroy and Adenauer. This section that will have you come a cropper very quickly if you're not aware of it. On the brakes very early, 180 k's an hour before he gets the brakes. Slides it right to that curb on the left. He's doing 80 kilometers an hour as he comes into this right-hander here. You hear the tyres just absolutely screaming and just wanting to say stop pushing me so hard, but these street cars of course not running a fully slick tyre, they're just running a road tyre to a degree with a nice tread block. It's moving all over the place, so the car of course not as glued as the Audi R8.
Nice to see that bit of black line starting to go down in that cambered section there, Sam.
Yeah, you can definitely see that racing line starting to form in the higher loaded corners especially. It's only been just over 2 hours of racing and it's already starting to go down. We expect after the next 20 or so we'll see a lot more rubber laid down, but especially here in this corner, very dark distinct line. Imagine the carousel will be pitch black by the time we finish at 11 o'clock tomorrow night.
This is a section up here that's actually really tricky to get right in the Mazda. Coming off this right, the rear end can start to go on you very quickly as the track becomes less cambered and very well executed by Dave. There he knows exactly what he's doing. Won't make the same mistake as last time. This straight doesn't go as long as what we thought it would. Long right-hander. Obviously the Mazda car doesn't like leaning on the two eyes for too long, so these long corners seem to hurt it, but this straight must just feel like forever in these Mazdas. The big thing about the Nürburgring, which makes it so famous, is not only its very fast and flowing sections, but the fact that the actual racetrack in the way it runs is actually, you have often very, very, very fast sections leading into very slow corners. So take the back straight for example, you come down that hill entering in a GT3 car at 270 k's and you're dropping into a second gear right-hander in, what, 200 meters or so. So it's definitely a tricky racetrack in terms of actually getting the car stopped. It's very heavy on the brakes. Dead flat with that left-hander that we feared so much in the GT3 car. Not as much pace in the Mazda, can take it easy at 170. The track here is actually massively uphill. You don't realise it. This Mazda is pretty much topping out at 165 k's here because it just can't push past gravity. So
You don't fight gravity, it's bad for you.
carousel section, you can really drive the Mazda in so hard down here. You see it go straight in there, actually gaining on the C-spec, you can see it. Mazda with so much pace down there, absolutely using the absolute hell out of that camber. Then we're going to see the fourth gear left. I'm not exactly sure what gear it will be in the Mazda, but we're going to see the left, right, left section here. This left and then coming out on the right, the track falls away, and if you're not careful on the Mazda, you can be out in that fence and just seen it using all of the track on exit. Gonna have another one of these direction changes here, the right, left, right. That right hand is absolutely awesome, that little Mazda. You can see it just hugging the road. And up the hill, into the right. Careful not to fade out like we mentioned in the GT3. Lots of AstroTurf on the outside there. Keep the car underneath you as we're seeing a rough maybe having a bit of a spin.
Yeah, that was the Team DFTBA rough, currently running in about 6th in class. Just having a little moment there.
Just pitched the back of that rough into the fence there, so it's a little bit of a shame, but didn't look too rough, so hopefully looks after it, no pun intended there.
Sure, I'm pretty sure it was intended there, Jake, trying to be a bit funny, mate.
It actually wasn't, I promise. Anyway, let's go back to this Mazda lap. With this left-hander here and this awesome left-hand downhill drop-off, I can't emphasise how cool this corner is. You should be flat in the Mazda, right-hander, absolutely foot to the floor. Curb to curb to curb again. And we saw Dave make a mistake up here a couple laps ago, hopefully he shouldn't make it this time. Absolutely perfect through there this time, and he's going to drop another gear for this left. Oh, he's got a bit of oversteer, nearly done it, he needed to drop the gear there. He's going to be onto the second carousel. And the long floating right-hander, which will be even longer in the Mazda before this massive straight. I think these cars are topping out at about 203, 204 kilometers an hour once they actually head down this straight because of the way the hill is. Our director very impressed at the moment with Dave's commitment in the little Mazda.
You see that Audi just absolutely fly by off into the distance. So he's 202 before he starts to go up the hill. He's now 197, 196, 195 as he crests the hill.
It'll be this downhill section once we've actually crested the hill, Sam, that the most speed will be seen. As you can see at 200, 201, 202, 203 kilometers an hour. That's going to be as far as he gets, and these things get to brake super late, still flat, now down onto the brakes. Pulling that lightweight little Mazda up, have a whole heap of curb there. This guy's absolutely ragging it, he's loving it at the moment, and onto the straight. We didn't get to see the MX-5 through the P section, Sam, so maybe you run us through that.
So yes, the GP section, probably the easiest part of the circuit, that runs down here to Yokohama Turn 1. A tricky downhill braking zone because the inside front wants to lift and lock as you turn right here on that curb. Some guys you can absolutely maul it, others you can't, others don't want to. Sorry, it's a quick flick back to the left and there's all the exit road there, even a bit of the AstroTurf there to get the power down. MX-5 just sliding it out to the exit there. You come into Valvoline and forward curves. Very nice sequence of corners to drive. You can hook the wheel on that curb and use it to pull you around. Same here with the right-hander. Looks a lot slower in a Mazda than it does in an Audi for sure. Uses a lot of the exit curb there and then the run towards the Dunlop curve. Again, it's a nice camber on this corner. A lot of corners in the Nürburgring do have a nice camber to help you around. Tricky braking zone as well. Again, that inside front wants to lift and lock. Just takes the single apex that time and uses all of that road, even a bit of a dirt almost on the exit there. The Schumacher S's, this will be where the Mazda struggles the most. Actually, he just had a little lift. I almost thought he was planted there for the whole run up there. You do have to be careful with that curb on the right though. If you put a wheel over it, it will actually give you a slowdown on the spot, no warning. So he did a nice job there to avoid getting that slowdown. Slides it right out to the exit on that left-hander. Flicks it in nicely here for the run to the straight. Again, using all the exit curb and all the road. And the straight seems
Final
to be going on forever. This final chicane, a quick little flick to the left and then a flick to the right, although not as agile a flick in the Mazda as it is in the Audi. Very much as a slide there. I think he's playing dirt rally instead of iRacing at the moment. And then onto the Nordschleife for another lap. This will be, he's on lap 14 and we've been going for over 2 hours, so.
We can just stay with Dave for a second.
Oh.
This bit of racetrack up here is actually very committed in this car, and I want to see how committed he takes it. Almost dead flat to the right, and let's see how hard he attacks these curbs up here. Not much on the left, up on it on the right. It'll be here that you use a bit of European spec concrete on the side of the curb. Absolutely smashes that one. Over on the left, all of the excess racetrack there. Another smack of it. It's actually one of the coolest sections of the track. A little bit overrated in my opinion, but still really cool, that section of racetrack at the Nürburgring. Absolutely attack the curbs in little cars like this. So, absolute awesome fun, and Dave doing a great job of ragging that Mazda. Our director was very impressed with that one.
Yes, Dave is definitely committed to the Mazda at the moment. Just for reference, last time by he did a 10-minute 14-second lap, while the Radicals car with Sylvain Pomerade still on board did a 10-minute 17. So 3-second difference in that lap time, and I think we saw it with the way he was slowing that car in pretty much every corner.
That's exactly right, Sam. Awesome driving in the little Mazda. As much as you could say you could get bored out here, how many seconds in the lead? Well, I can't actually see on my screen. Many seconds in the lead, and still looks like marathon. I don't think he's getting bored.
I'm just going to break from the hot laps just for an update on what's happened up front. Something has majorly occurred here to Pure Racing Team in Triple One. They're now in the 4th position, 60 seconds off the lead. The race lead is now in the hands of MSP Drivers Home, with Thrustmaster Movano TRL, so the number 1 team at the moment, in 2nd, Driving Revolution in 3rd, Core Sim Racing Audi is 5th. The other Core Motorsports car, the one that was on pole, is in 7th. And Vortex is in 8th, although I believe there may have been some pit stops occurring not long ago, but I don't believe it should be pit stop time at the moment.
No, that's very unusual, and that car also seemingly has no more visible damage than what it had before. So
Alright, so
that's a lot of
Team
time to
Triple
have
One
lost.
did just pit. So they pit the end of lap end of 16, so they're on 17 now, so they've just done their stop. Driving Revolution haven't. Thrustmaster Movano haven't. Neither has the current race leader. Core Sim Racing Audi haven't either, as they just had a run with the Audi there. Mazda, sorry. Trinity Motorsports haven't either. Core Motorsports is the next car to have done a stop, and they have taken Alexander Voss out of the car after 2 hours of racing. And Kai Kashubi, the apparent wonder kid, newly signed to Core Motorsports, is now in that car. So no need to stress, Pure Motorsport should still be the corrected race leader once all the pit stops cycle through. But Vortex, Core, and the Triple One have all done a stop. And Vortex as well have had a driver change. Christian Thilo Zook is out of the car, and Kevin Leclerc is now in it.
Yeah, I'm just having a little look. They say, hearing a bit of rumours before the race about Kashubi and his speed at the Nürburgring. Apparently he did something like an 8-minute 07 or something ridiculous prior to this race. That is, for those of you who don't know the Nürburgring and this configuration and the Audi, that is ridiculously fast. That is insanely fast. So Kay certainly understands this track and has the speed to be able to push that car and recover it from its couple errors it's had earlier, although he's going to have a little bit of a moment with a rough there.
Now I've got to give another
It's
shout out
late
as well
and fine.
to the number 48 Radicals online car. These are the one that started in the pit lane. They're now up to 9th in class. They haven't pit yet, so that'll all correct out once the pit stops occur for these guys. But to come from the pits, to be only 2.5 minutes off the lead for the current race leader, they're doing a mighty fine job. There's no pace cars as well, so they'll have to make up that gap through pure pace. But they've done a very good job of being in the top 10 at the moment, after starting from the pit lane and losing all that time straight up.
Another car I want to mention. Another car I'd like to quickly mention is Aston Rougia, back in the Oceanic Sim Racing Audi R8. He's taken over from Simon Black, who completed an awesome little stint there. Simon would be very proud of actually doing a lap time faster. Oh, not quite, sorry. My timing screen's glitching. It's actually showing Simon as the purple, but not quite. Simon actually about 6 or 7 seconds a lap slower than Justin, but with Simon's luck in the seat, that's to be unexpected. So great work by Simon, just bringing that car and actually just achieving 6 or 7 solid laps around this racetrack without making a mistake. That's an awesome effort. So great work by Simon there, and Justin back in that car now. I think they're about 16th at the moment.
Yeah, so they're currently the last car in the field of GT3s that aren't sort of out of place at the moment. We've got Shark Motorsports a lap down in the pit lane. Retirements at the moment appear just to be the Trinity Motorsports MX-5, the Black Adder number 67 Kia, the Black Star Racing Mazda.
Orion?
Orion Racing
Orion
team
number
looks to have parked
6.
it as well. So that's the first Audi casualty tonight that's retired completely. The number 44 still on track. Team Bushfink Blue, 4 laps down in the pit lane. They're still there, but SRB Racing, which had who was that at the wheel? Would have had Thomas Tartari at the wheel at the time. They're now looked to have retired as well. So we'll wait to see when the MSP driver's home car comes towards the end of the lap, whether they do actually jump in the pit lane. They're just coming through the final section of corners in the Nordschleife itself. They're coming up towards Galgenkopf now. This corner that Jake Burton seems to love so dearly, this fast right-hander leading on to the Dottingerhoe straight.
Just thought we'd quickly mention that it's about half an hour, a bit over half an hour I believe, until Sam and I will be jumping off and handing over to Scotty, JD and Kane. So if you've got any questions for Sam or I, or just about the race in general, feel free to put them straight down to the YouTube chat, whether it be about the race, about what we think, or about us personally, about Scotty, about the broadcast, about V8s Online, whatever, we'll answer it. So chuck them straight down there.
So, back on... I don't know what's going on here. Pure Racing... Alright, timing is absolutely messed up for me at the moment. It's showing... So, Pure Racing team were behind MSP Drivers Home. They were also up behind them on the road. But now they're back in front. This is crazy. I'm just gonna drop the mic and leave. We'll see if we can pick up a rough that's starting a lap on the Nordschleife. We'll try and get on board with Phoenix Endurance. Jonathan Butel, he's just coming through. So the number 20 Phoenix car, he's just coming down towards the chicane before the final straight in the GP section. See if we can grab a lap on board. Just another comparison for the pace overall. Of course, he appears through the onboard camera to have not plugged in the aux cord, so there's going to be no sick beats for this lap.
Would be quite awesome if we could do that. We should probably speak to iRacing about that soon.
Yeah, I miss my hectic beats when I'm racing around the Nordschleife. It keeps me focused. But he's looks like he's ragging that wheel at the moment. It could just be a bit of an iRacing funny going on with the display.
Just a bit of a clarification as well about these cars. This is the C-Spec car. I know a lot of guys will recognise the rough from the blunt paint or GT3 categories in iRacing, but this is the C-Spec car, so a little bit less performance, that's why it's a bit slower than the Audi, so just to clear that one up.
So he's got a Kia in front of him that is Neil Andrews in the number 44, the name I can't say, racing team. So he's just run up through Flugplatz and Cottonborn now, running down towards again this very quick left-hand end with the steep right-hand corner downhill. Third gear should be in the C-Spec. The C-Spec is actually very similar to drive to the V8 supercar, except a lot less bouncy, and it has a nice sound to it as well. So braking distance is about the same as V8, but it has a little bit less power in a straight line.
Might also just quickly interrupt that about 2/3 of our lap time I've just got the old message from Matt Scott that I'm due in the Guild of Australian Young Stars Kia, so I won't be around much longer. Might bring down our commentators who will be taking over from Sam and I in a couple minutes time.
So far I'm not getting any braking on your comms, so that's good.
Evening, lads.
Hello.
Yeah.
Can we
Apologies for that, guys. We've just dragged you straight down and not given you any warning. But here's Kane and JD, our American V8 Online counterparts, who are going to be taking over from us for the next 3 hours of the Nürburgring 24.
That's right, Jake, Sam, great job. Happy to be here. Glad you did a great job there getting us started and kicked off. We got 3 more hours of fun with Kane Kraft and myself, so we're happy to be here, fellas.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure calling the first 3 hours of this iRacing.com 24 hours of the Nürburgring. I'm off to go to bed because it's 2 AM in the morning here. Jake's off to go and drive the Kia. And Ken and JD, I think it's a much more reasonable hour of the day or evening for you, so I'll leave you to it.
That's it, guys. Thanks a lot. Happy to be here. And Kane, welcome, friend. It's good timing to be here. I know that I've been absent from the commentator booth here for a while, and what a great way for me to come back on this wonderful event here at the 24-hour Nürburgring. This is really a treat. We're happy to be here. And without further ado, let's get down to the action and get ready to watch some more racing here. So, Kane, welcome. How are you, buddy?
Good. Trying to get things going here on my end, and then I will be joining you shortly there live to start calling this race.
Sounds beautiful, my friend. And while you're getting ready on your end, I'll kind of walk through a little bit of what's going on the track as well. So, like I said, happy to be here, and some things underway. I was taking a look a moment ago, watching from the Oceanic Sim Racing, Justin Ruggier there in the 351 Audi, and he is putting down some pretty decent laps right now. He put down a last lap 8:30, so not real bad. He is coming up on a little traffic here with the Mazda MX-5 machine of Brandon Garasica, and should get around no problem here. Tight little section of the Nordschleife. And Kane, this track is just such a challenge, none less with other cars on it, but it's a challenge when you're by yourself. So just being able to put down solid laps over the course of 24 hours between several different drivers, it's a team effort, and it goes without saying, just an accomplishment to complete this 24-hour event. Really the pinnacle of endurance racing.
Yeah, this is just an amazing race, an amazing track, and amazing drivers here today. So it's just been a great show so far.
Boy, Justin Ruggier really working hard. He made it around some more. He made it around the Kia Optima of Michael Lemarou, and really making no light work of this thing. Simon Black in the car before Justin. Simon did a wonderful job. I think that's what the guys were talking about right before we got in here. But really a great job there by Simon. And now Justin Ruggier going to do some pickup work here. So hopefully he can get everything back down to his times and make up some spots. Currently, the track looks pretty open in front of him. Around the rest of the track, we got some other guys that are moving well. A lot of MX-5s out on the track, Kane. And, whoops, sorry there. Yeah, right now looking at Samuel Delafont, and he has got a little bit of some traffic in front of him right now. Going to try to split between two cars. He gets around the MX-5, now going to come up side by side with the rough here, and he will get by the 13 car right there. That is Dennis Garrison from Team DFTBA, and what a good job right there. Scary moment for Samuel Delafont, and that could have been a really, really bad moment there. You don't want to go 3 wide in the Nordschleife. That's exactly what we just saw right there. Or I saw, anyways. Yeah, looking at P2, that's going to be Kei Kashup from Core Motorsports right there. That is the number 33 Audi. And hopefully I'll have Kane right here with me in just a quick second. All right, let's look at some more action around the track, guys. There's a lot of things going on here. All right, looking up at the front right now, of course, we'll talk about our leader here in the top class here in the number 111 Audi. That is Maximilian Benek, and right now he is the top guy to beat on the track. And currently just insanely fast times around this track, more than 8:18 on his previous one there. And that is who everyone is chasing out here in this top class. And lucky for him, not a lot of traffic ahead. He's got nothing but open space, and that's really when you can kind of get in the zone and just focus on putting down great lap times. It's almost like running practice out here. Yeah, I was looking at Kei Kashup here from Core Motorsports, running down great lap times previously, and he could be trying to inch his way closer to our leader here, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. And it looks like he may have a little bit of slight damage on the front end of that Audi, so don't know if that's just sometimes iRacing will throw a little thing that I'll see differently from what the actual damage is. Could be strictly cosmetic, but let's see. Kei could get up there and catch him in no time, so we could have a great battle for the lead here in about the 21st hour mark, or 21 remaining. I mean, long way to go in this 24-hour event, so lots of things that you guys got to focus on. Long way to go. Drivers just got to take it one lap at a time. Let's look back in the 3 spot at Gregory Tansen. He's actually slightly off the pace of what we saw with Kei Kashup just a second ago. And he's going to have to pick up some pace if he wants to try to get up here and battle for a second position here in a little while. It's about 2 seconds off on the last lap there, so maybe he can try to pick that up somewhere around this track. And some of these guys have better spots than others in this. You think such a huge layout and it's so tight in some areas, and in some other areas it's so wide open, long straightaways. It just takes so many different types of driving skills to get around the Nordschleife competitively. And like I said, it's a feat just to get around here by yourself, nonetheless with other guys competing against you. And sometimes you have to forget about racing other gentlemen and have to focus on racing the beast itself that is this Nordschleife. It is an unbelievable task and challenge that challenges even the best of drivers in the world. And down in the 4th spot right now, it is from Gecko Vortex Sim Racing. That is Kevin Leclerc right now. And Kevin running about a second off pace from the 3rd position car at the moment. Maybe he can make up some time as well. And currently, he is in the 4th spot in this class. In 5th spot in this class, it is the Thrustmaster Mervano TRL. That is Stefan Muischalar. And he is currently 5th. That's the top 5 in the Audi class. 6th at the moment is Marco Arcidiacono, and currently holding down just outside of that top 5. He's trying to make up some spots as well. Looking down in the 7th spot, it's Patrick Wolf in this Audi class. Down in 8th, it'll be Matthias Schoger. And then, of course, 9th in this class is Make Paluch, and rounding out the top 10 in the Audi class will be Yaro Villa in the G-Tross SST Black team. And currently right now, he has got a little bit of some fun in front of him. He's got to get around this roof in front of him. That is Tim Birdie. And Tim doing really good right now, being able to keep this pace going, but 2 different classes here. Just because you have different classes, that can mess with your time pretty greatly. He's going to try a move on the inside, and does not happen this turn. Now he's going to make the pass on the outside. A great job there from Tim Birdie to go ahead and let him get by. Off track from Yaro Villa there, got in the gravel a little bit, and finally does regain course. A little bit of lost control there from the number 10 machine. Hopefully, guys, my partner will be here soon. King Craft going to join me any moment now, but in the meantime, you guys just get to hear me. I am JD Smith from V8s Online. Normally, we're happy to be here today in this awesome event. You are watching the 24-hour Nürburgring right here as we run around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And right now, it's very competitive as this race is still in its infancy. As you look at the big picture of 24 hours, we still have about 21 hours remaining, a little under 21 and a half hours remaining in this awesome event. We just went through the top 10 in the Audi class. Let's go down to the next class, that is the roof class, as we have the leader of that class heading down pit road right now. That is Evan Maillard. And he is heading down pit road right now. I would assume possibly a driver swap coming for this team. And we'll see what's going on with these guys, as they are going to lose that lead spot in this class, as they will have to hand that spot to the 24 car. That is Lauren Heinrich in that team right now. And he does take over the top spot in the roof class. And looks like we are going to get a driver swap for the Celestial team. That is Yassine Babert, who is stepping in the car right now. So we do have a driver swap underway for this team. The 88 car is getting ready to head back out on track and try to hopefully reclaim the lead in this class. And if you guys can hang tight with us, we're going to take a very short break, and we'll be right back after this, as we're going to have Kane Craft join us as soon as we get back. We'll see you in a few. I'm going to tap the volume real quick.
All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here as we are live from the 24-hour Nürburgring right now underway, and we are under the 22-hour mark. We're about a little under 21 and a half hours remaining in this event. I am JD Smith, and now we can welcome Kane Kraft up here with me as we get ready to call some action here. One of the biggest sim racing events ever right here. I love this. This is such a huge event, and it's such a wonderful thing that we can have a 24-hour race around the Nürburgring. Something we've been waiting for a long time, and the wait is over, guys. It is here. Kane, welcome to the show. How are you this wonderful afternoon?
Excited. Like I said before, 24 hours in Nürburgring. This track is so epic, and you know these drivers, the top drivers in the world in these cars, here today for the 24-hour Nürburgring. It's going to be a long night, a great racing here.
It is, and right now, for those that are watching, wanting to know who is up at the top of the board, it is Maximilian Benek, and he is in the 111 machine out there on the Audi, and the Audi class. He is the top car to beat, as he just passed a little bit of not lap traffic, but a little bit of traffic there, and Dustin Hickman, who is in the roof class. And right now, Maximilian running phenomenal lap times. 8:19 was his previous lap. In fact, it was so close, it was almost an 8:18. And that is one of the faster laps we've seen since we've joined the broadcast. And he is really putting down some very, very impressive times. We'll go over the top 5 in each class. In the second place in the Audi class is Kay Kashub, and he currently is running pretty good pace, a little bit off the pace of the leader. In third right now, Gregory Tansen. Fourth in this class is Kevin Leclerc in the 101 car, and he is from the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing team. Down in the Thrustmaster Mervano team is Stefan Mujalar, and he is currently in that 5th spot in this class. Let's take a look at the top 5 from the roof class. We'll have to go to the 24 car. That is Lauren Heinrich from the Pure Racing team, running the roof right there. He is leading that class. And then in second place is Yassine Babert, who Babert is probably how you pronounce that, Yassine. Sorry about that. But Yassine Babert is doing a good job. He stepped in the car just a few moments ago as they had a driver swap, and he is trying to reclaim the lead. They fell out of the lead after that stop. In fact, he is coming up on a Mazda right now, does a great job of getting by him. In third place in this class, it is Maximilian Wenig, and currently he is running right there in that 3rd spot in this class. Fourth in this class is Dustin Hickman, and Dustin Hickman is hanging in there right now. And of course, rounding out the top 5 in this class is from the Trimates team. It's Lars Bull, and he's trying to work around a Kia right now. Should have no problem doing that, even though this is a very narrow track and a tough place to get around. He does that there. Let's take a look at the next class, guys, and the next class is going to be the Kia class, and right now some trouble for the leader of this class, Mark Eckelman had a huge scary moment there, got off track there, and really did a great job. I'm trying to see if he made contact with the wall. He just drove it in a little too strong there and saves the car, saves the first position. Really a good job there by Mark Eckelman from Pure Racing team to save that. Second place in the Kia class is James Poole. He's in the 66 machine. And down in third place in this class, it is Andreas Gallant. And Andreas doing a really phenomenal job right now. He's in kind of a heavy traffic area. And then, of course, from the 24-hour Kia team, it is Guillaume Racadon, and he currently is representing the 4th position in the Kia class. And then we go down to that 5th spot. That's Mark Perez, and he is representing the Chronos Sim Racing team, or simply CSR. A beautiful job right there to hang in the top 5 momentarily. He's in some pretty heavy traffic. Let's look at the final class, guys, in this race. That is going to be the Mazda class, and leading that right now is Dave Gelling in the number 55 car. He's had a phenomenal run so far. This team has done very well. And second place right now from Radicals Online, it is Sylvain Pomerad. And what a great job from Sylvain right now in second. Third place from Glacier Racing, it is Yoni Bachmann, and he is holding down that third spot in the 3 car right now. Fourth in the Mazda class, it is Stefan Jan, and Stefan Jan is right right behind Yoni Backman. In fact, we're fixing to have a race for position there. We'll go back to that as soon as I finish this. In fourth place right now, of course, I mentioned Stefan Jan. Fifth is Iku Marikala, and I'm sorry, wrong driver. He's in the Audi. I apologize. Fifth in this class is Connor Greiger, and Connor Greiger is rounding out the top 5 in the Mazda class. Let's go back, Kane, and look at Yoni Bachmann from Glacier Racing. He's in the number 3 car as he does lead over Stefan Jan. This is the battle for third in the Mazda class. He's just a little bit behind. He's about 4 car lengths off, and if he's going to make that up, we're going to have quite a battle on our hands for position here, and this is fun to watch. 2 Mazdas going at it here.
Yeah, these new MX-5s that iRacing just brought to the service, these things are so much fun to drive, and these guys really kind of showing how fun these things are to drive. These guys really throwing these cars around this big old track here at Nürburgring, and to be this far in and still having such a great battle, these, you know, it just kind of really shows how good these cars are.
Shows how good the talent is. Very, very competitive talent between these guys, or all these drivers out here today. They're some of the best sim racers in the world. Right now, Stefan Jan really impressed right now, Kane, with his ability. He has closed this gap. Now going to go side by side. Could have a pass opportunity. There was a mistake made, and that could cost him the position as Stefan Jan right now trying to make the pass. Let's see what's going to happen here. Yoni Bachmann is going to try to make this thing happen, and he cannot do it yet, or try to hold it. Stefan Jan still trying. He got up side by side. Bachmann made a mistake, but has rebounded temporarily. Now it's going to come down. I bet we see another opportunity here in just a moment. One thing, this is such an incredibly hard track to pass on. It's narrow, it's very winding, and it's just not like anything else we race on or we see races on. It's such a unique track, and really and you have to put so many hours in to memorize every turn of this Nordschleife. It is just unbelievable. I'm very impressed by both these drivers right now. Bachmann has a really good job right now, seemingly not to let the pressure. He did make a small mistake, but the rebound from the mistake was very impressive. Now looking back, Stefan Jan right now, is he can get this car, if he can get this 397 car around, Team RSO, I'm sure will be jumping for joy getting this pass. As we said, this is for the 3rd position of the Mazda class, and it has continued to entertain. I'm not giving up on it yet. In fact, we're going to have some more drama as we do have a faster car coming up in the rear. That is Iku Marikala in the Audi class. He's going to get by one of them, no problem, and both no problem, so that will not hurt that battle going on between these 2 Mazdas. Yoni Bachmann right now has regained his confidence as he is able to hold on to this 3rd spot.
I'm loving seeing drivers like Yoni Bachmann and Stefan Jan in the Mazda MX-5. To see, you know, Yoni especially, a driver I've seen on the track for years now. Very talented driver. He can drive any of these cars and be up at the front. To see him driving the MX-5 really, I think it brings a lot to this 24-hour race. The talent that you can see split through all the cars.
Well, I think these drivers understand that just because of the horsepower under the hood does not mean it's for a better driver. Some of these cars, like the Mazdas, you put some good talent in them, and they're just as fun to race as these Audis and anything else in the sim. I love racing these Mazdas, the Kias as well. I was very, very impressed to see the Kias in this event. I think that it's a car that's been underused in this sim and for a long time, and I'd love to see the rise of this front-wheel drive Kia. I think it's a remarkably fun car to drive. I enjoyed driving it a lot, and I'd love to see the popularity get up a little bit. Maybe if we could get another car that would be represented, I guess, in like the British Touring Car Championship Series, and maybe have another series here on iRacing. I think it would be wonderful to have a front-wheel drive series like that with multiple cars. Still looking on right now, Yoni Bachmann able to hold on right now, but this battle is really starting to heat up again, Kane. Stefan is starting to put on as much as he can, and right now he is right there going to try to make a move on an outside turn. This is going to be a difficult pass, but he's going to pull it off. It's going to stick. What a great job from the 397 car of Stefan Jan, who's going to move up into the third spot here in the Mazda MX-5 class, and a beautifully done to perfection. And now it's all going to come down to see what Stefan Jan can do up here in clean air. And Joni Bachmann's going to have to work hard if he wants to get this third spot back. Remember, it's a 24-hour race, so you don't want to do it all in one turn. You have many turns to do it in. And so don't get too, lost and bent out of shape. But sometimes you get in a heated battle, Kane. You know as good as I do. That racer in all of us hits, and patience is such a hard thing that you have to learn in endurance racing. And I'm very impressed with what we've seen so far, but what a pass right there from Stefan Jan. Let's look a little bit around the track and some of the other classes, Kane. There's so much things going on the track. Pit road's kind of full right now, or not full, we have a few out there on pit road. Let's look at the 351 car, Justin Ruggier, right now in Oceanic Sim Racing. And I'm trying to compare to see where. Here we are. They are doing, let's see, I'm going to have to count that. They are 14th right now in the Audi class. And Kane, I'm seeing some damage on this car. And we may have missed something a little while back, but that car did not have damage on it earlier. I'm wondering if Justin Ruggier got into a little bit of contact and some trouble earlier.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like some pretty significant damage to the Justin Ruggier machine.
Yeah, I'm curious as to see if he's going to head down pit road. If so, it's not going to be now, as he bypasses the entrance there a little while back. But, yeah, very interesting. They have a lot of time to make it up. That's one thing about it this early in the event. You have plenty of time to make it up. And let's take a look at our leader of this Audi class. That is Maximilian Benek from the Pure Racing team. And right now, he has continued to put down good laps. He ran an 8:18 earlier. His last lap was a 1:21. I keep saying that, 8:21. And guys, anything in 8 seconds here is just unbelievably fast to me. But yeah, 8:21 for our leader. Back in the Core Motorsports machine is Kay Kashub. He ran 8:21. So it was actually about a tenth faster from Kay Kashub on the previous lap. We saw earlier this 33 car, this Core Motorsports team. They had some very impressive lap times, so they could come up here and battle for a lead. Maybe by the time we get off this broadcast, he has 3 hours or a little under 3 hours now to get up there, Kate. For us to see it, he's got a lot longer than that as far as the race goes.
Yeah, it looks like he's only about 35 seconds down, so he's got a long race ahead of him, so we'll definitely see him catch back up to Max and have a battle here for the top spot. But only 20 seconds back to the third place spot. So if back in third place, if Greg Tansen gets going a little bit, we could see him catch up to Kei Kashubi and get up there into that second spot.
I do want to take a second and thank all the viewers right now who are watching live with us right here. Thank you all very much for joining this or joining us here, and I will be taking a look at your comments throughout most of this race. Right now, Kay Kashub making it around a roof right now. That roof is Maximilian Wenig, who's in third place right now in the roof class, and he has just went one lap down a minute ago, and nothing to worry about at this point in the race. That lap can be made up. But yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of damage on these cars, and we got a long way to go. A lot of racing left in this. I'm starting to look at some of the drivers that may be mid of the pack of these different classes, and there's no damage on the cars, that could make up huge in the long run, because you get these cars damaged, you're going to end up spending some serious time in pit road. And you know as well as I do, Kane, that pit road is where time gets eaten up more than anything on these long races.
There is a really close battle for 8th place. Mike Palak and Yarovia are within a second of each other.
Yeah, Yarovia is right there in the 42 machine. He's trying to punch up there and take away. That's a good battle for 9th place right now. And Mike Paluch is really got to keep his focus ahead and not in the rearview mirror. But look at these cars, Kane. It must be just the angles I'm looking. They are flying around this track. These Audis are just amazing machines, extremely fast. They run so close to the ground, and they just seem to hug this track. It's amazing to watch them. I mean, almost every turn is so perfect by Mike right now. He is doing everything in his power to keep that number 8 car ahead. And yeah, it'd be fun. It'd be a good time to look at the onboard footage from the number 42 car of Yarovia. Get a little bit of a good look at what this looks like from the driver's POV. And I'm telling you, it is really, look how bumpy the track is, Kane. This track, of course, legendary, the Nordschleife, and we're on a long straightaway right now. And looking at the miles per hour as they go over 165 miles per hour, almost up into the 170s. It's an insanely fast track at some times, and at other times it's so tight and windy. It's so much skill to get around here. And right now, this is an interesting part because Mike coming up on some traffic. He gets around the MX-5. Now he's got Jonathan Boutel to work with in the roof, and this could slow him up, Kane, especially around this turn. And we are going to have a very interesting race on our hands. He's finally going to look, but guess what? The roof does go down pit road. That's going to help Mike out a lot, and it's also going to help out Yarovia as well. Yaro's got to pick up some pace. He's starting to lose some of that he had a minute ago, Kane. He's starting to fall off just a hair.
Yeah, I think coming up on that slow traffic kind of threw him there. Because he was up there at 1.2 seconds back behind. Now, well over a second and a half. So he did lose 0.3 of a second just from that, coming up on that slow traffic.
Taking a look down in the Kia class for a minute, and of course leading the Kia class is the 116 car. That is Mark Elkman in the Pure Racing team. And right now the 116 Kia Optima is leading that class. In a second in that class is Andreas Gallant, and right now he's in some pretty traffic. It's just not another Kia. Third in that class is John King from the Blackadder Motorsport. That's the 69 or 66
Mark
car.
Just took it off into the barrier. Some left side damage now to the Kia.
Oh, that's big news for the other guys because that is the leading Kia, and you can see that damage on the left side of that Kia. And so the 116 team takes a little bit of damage there. That could be a big story later in this race. We'll see how the car handles around some of the next few turns. I'm seeing some pretty big damage around the wheel well there, Kane, and that could be big. He's got to work around some Mazda MX-5s right here. Let's see how this Kia handles. That is a front-wheel drive car, remember. He's going to get around 1 and 2, no problem, it looks like. But the second-place Kia, not that far behind. From Alpine Racing Team, Andreas Gallant, not that far behind. This is going to be fun.
it's looking like there is some significant steering damage there to the Mark Elkman machine, as he's really having to hold that thing to the left a little bit. Let's hold the steering wheel to the left a little bit, you know, to going straight down the road. So a little bit of damage there to the 116.
I guess there's a little more track in between those two than I thought. So Mark Elkman does have some insurance built up to where he could, if need be, could possibly pull in and get that damage repaired. But I don't know if he would lose the position if he pulled in, but he may not lose quite so much. And
I'm showing 93 seconds between the two, so he's
Okay,
definitely got a good little padding there. So if he does need to go in and get some repairs done, I'm sure that boy, you're so much better with these names than me.
Who are you looking at?
Gilliam Racton?
I don't know who you're looking at.
The next place down from Mark. Andres Galante is who I'm looking at.
Andres Galant is under him, and the car you were looking at is Guillaume Racadon, and Guillaume is he's actually 4th in the class right now, and 2 laps down. He's in 32nd overall out of all the cars on the track. Boy, Andres Gallant is 2nd in the Kia class, and he's kind of who I want to watch. If you look at his Kia, I don't see hardly any, if at all, damage on the 127 car. Therefore, if he could find some pace, I know it's 90-something seconds between him and the leader, but Kane, this is a long event. And with the hours remaining, if he could find a way to keep that steady pace, he doesn't have he's not extremely fast, but he does have a decent pace going for this Kia. He could make that up and take over this class.
We also could have missed a pit stop where, you know, Andreas maybe took a pit stop or something that cost him the time.
And any of that could happen. So much stuff going on this track. You got to keep up with it. We could have a good battle on our hands, Kane, between Joni Bachmann again and Stefan Jan. Remember, Stefan overtook Bachmann just a little bit ago, and I tell you what, Joni is not going away. He is staying within about 4 or 5 car lengths, maybe a little bit more than that, but he is trying to close that gap. When we look at the previous lap times, a 10:19 for Joni and a 10:17 for Stefan, so about 2 seconds faster for Joni, and I apologize for Stefan. And so he did drive away a little bit on that last lap, but Joni Bachmann has got to find a way to get back up there. They had such a good thing going. I want to see him go at it again.
Yeah, it was a great battle back there for position. I guess. Well, I was trying to see what they were in class, but my list is a whole lot different than yours. I can't ever see what they are in class, but
yeah, Steph and Jan right now. Let's see, what is the Mazda class? Stefan Jan right now is 3rd in class, and so it'd be for 3rd in class, and Yoni is 4th in class. Take a look at the roof class, Kane, and of course leading the roof class is the 24 car of Lauren Heinrich from the PRT, or Pure Racing team. And right now the 24 car running 8:52 on his or her previous. I think Lauren's a guy, but he is not bad. Last lap for Yassine Berber, who is the 2nd place driver in class, was an 8:49. So good really good lap right there from the Celestial team, and that is Yassine, who's trying to make up some space. Kane, what is the distance between Yassine and the first car in the class, which is the 24 car of Lauren Heinrich? Can you see that information?
I'm showing Yassine ahead of Lauren.
Yes. Oh, are you?
By 7.6 seconds.
Okay, that may have happened, and what happened was Lauren Heinrich must have taken a pit stop, because it takes a whole lap for mine to update, and so that could be what happened. With this being such a big track, that's exactly what could have happened, and so we could. So obviously we do have a new leader in the roof class, and that is Yassine Brabert, excuse me. And third in that class is Maximilian Wenig. We've seen him run. He has the faster out of both the front two guys. His last lap was an 8:45. Very, very good pace there in the German sim racing team right here. These guys is a beautiful GSR roof right there. I'm loving the paint that I'm showing, the black and yellow or black and gold. It's just a beautiful, beautiful livery on the number 5 roof out there on track.
Yeah, beautiful car.
And behind Maximilian is Dustin Hickman, who would be 4th in class. And Dustin Hickman right now 19th overall position. And he is working hard right now in the 797 machine, working for Sim RC. And yeah, he's got a nice little pace as well. A little bit off what we saw from Maximilian, but he is continuing to hold up his end of the position. Let's go back to the next position, 20th overall, Lars Boll, the Trimates team, and they are 5th right now in class. 6th in class is Dominic Engel in the roof class. 7th is Akos Bokor. 8th in class would be Joel Tremblay from Phoenix Endurance Racing. From Mad Cow Racing, Leighton Fine is next in line, followed by Tim Birdie from the Not ATK and Friends team.
Leighton Fine in with damage.
Yep, and then we have Marcin Gadzinski behind him. That is almost all of our roofs. We do have a few more. We have Dennis Garrison, who is right now, he is stuck 2 laps down, and then we do have another roof that looks to be off track, and that is Dennis Garrison in the 11 machine, and that car is 10 laps down, and I believe is done for the event. Unless they come back later. He's off track. They're in the garage area, so I would say that they are done.
Oh, Paulo Tadu in the 11 machine. Dennis Garrison, I just had him up here.
You know what?
Doing quite well. Sure. He's in 36th in the number 13 machine. Still going strong, so good to see Dennis Garrison.
Yes, I have a weird glitch that showed Dennis Garrison for all the cars that were off track.
Oh, nice.
That's why I had to look back and I said, why is it showing that? But it shows every off-track car is Dennis Garrison. Kane, you were talking about the 19 car of Leighton Fine and the 19 roof. The Mad Cow Racing Team guy is trying his best. He does have damage on the driver's side of that roof, and he's trying to work his way back up. He is 1 lap down, and what did we say just a second ago? 8th in class. Not too bad. Early in this one, he can make that up. It's just a lot easier to remain on top than to work your way back up. It is very, very difficult to work your way back up. You have to almost hope for trouble for the guys ahead of you and hope that everything runs flawlessly from this point out. And when we look at the time marker in this race, right now Leighton Fine is getting passed by a Audi. That is Luigi Nespolino, and Luigi in the number 10 car, and he's trying hard in that 10 car. He's 12th in the Audi class right now. Behind him in the pit roads right now, we're having a driver swap, Kane. Justin Ruggier stepping out of the 351 Audi, and in is Simon Black. And this Audi does have some damage. We talked about a little earlier. It looks like that damage is being repaired at the moment. So the Oceanic Sim Racing Team Audi is getting repaired, and hopefully he'll be able to get everything back in as Simon Black is stepping back into the car. So we're seeing another driver swap from these gentlemen, and we'll keep you guys posted. Behind, let's see here, another car in pit road. Looks like Patrick Wolf from the Pure Racing team in his Audi is in pits as well. Simon Black is away, so the Oceanic Sim Racing Audi is back on track, and they're going to have quite a bit of space to make up with another pit stop there. We'll see where they're scored. Of course, Kane, you'll find out way before I will.
Looks like 14th overall.
Okay, 14th overall, not bad, considering. So that would make him 14th in class.
I think they went in 11th overall, so... Yeah, I do want to say that this is my very first time ever doing a multi-driver race, and especially one of this length. And it is quite challenging. My hat's off to the race spot guys. They do this so well on these multi-driver races, and it is very challenging. So Hugo Luis definitely has my respect. He does such a fantastic job at this.
Yeah, it is. It's a whole new can of worms, and but it sure is fun. I tell you what, enjoying this awesome event. Hey, Kane, check this out. We got a fun battle between two Kias right now. Paul Cyril and Jake Burton right now. Jake Burton is ahead in these two cars. Let me look at where they are in the class. Give you guys a better idea where they are. They are a little bit further back. Let's see.
Jake Burton's car a little worse for wear. It's got a little damage on it. Of course, Jake commentating the first 3 hours of the show here tonight. Got out of the virtual commentary booth and went and now in the car. So going to be a long night because it's 2 o'clock in the morning there. Well, now almost 3 a.m.
He is 8. Well, I had it now. I forgot. 8th or 9th in class. So I think this is the battle for 8th, I believe. Yeah, our battle for 9th. I apologize. It's the battle for 9th in class. Right now we have an Audi of Igor Kops, who just made his way around Paul Cyril, and he should be making his way around Jake Burton very soon. But yeah, Kane, lots of damage on the 6'9" car of Jake Burton. And the Guild of Australian Young Stars, the name of that race team today. And it's taken a beating, but somehow that Kia is still driving in a straight line. So doesn't seem to be affecting the car too much. Now, we're not in there driving it. Jake could be fighting that steering wheel for life, and he's doing such a good job, we just would never know.
Yeah, he is definitely a very talented driver. I think he could get that thing around. Ooh, a little off track, but no worries. Several Australian drivers in the race here tonight. We've got, of course, we've seen Justin Ruggier a little earlier. He swapped out with Simon Black, both of those guys, Australian drivers. Leighton Fine from Australia, of course.
Yeah, speaking of Leighton Fine, Kane, right now he's got some traffic in front of him. He's trying to make it around David Baclareau, and in front of him is another roof of Marcin Gadzinski. And this is a fun little three-car going around the track here. This one's fun to watch. And Marcin leads the way, Gadzinski, and then, of course, you have David Baraklo, and behind him it's Leighton Fine. And I'm amazed at how well this Kia's holding up. This Kia's hanging with these roofs.
He is doing a great job, ain't he? Of course, that is a battle for position between Marcin and Leighton Fine.
Yeah, and it's only separated by one Kia. The Kia has some damage, and I'm impressed. That is David Baraclow, and David Baraclow hangs on for at least another turn. Now Leighton Fine going to work the inside, and he should make it around. He does, no problem. But Leighton Fine going to try to catch Marcin Gadzinski here, and this will be a fun battle for position, Kane. You mentioned it looks like it's going to be for the 24th position overall, maybe, believe. And when we look at that on the classes, it looks like it'll be, oh boy, about 11th in class. Sure is hard to keep up with all that. We're not used to doing it, multi-class races, especially endurance ones with multiple drivers, and it is a little bit of a tricky task to keep up with everything. Boy, that Leighton got airborne there as he comes over the curb there. He'll take a little bit of the curb there and some grass with him. And boy, this is fun. And these guys better get ready because here, yeah, he's flashing his lights now. Igor Kopp's coming up through the field as this Audi trying to make up some ground. He has some damage on the back spoiler, and he'll come around the inside of David Baraclow there as he passes the Kia, no problem. Next would be Leighton Fine, but Igor's got some time to make up, big time. He is second or fourth to last in the Audi class, and he's got some serious time to make up. So hopefully he can get that done. Let's check back up at the top, Kane, and he started second on the grid. Maximilian Benek is the leader here, overall leader, and in the Audi class. He is rocking it out in the 111 Audi, and he has led ever since we have joined in the commentary booth. He started second on the grid, and this team, this is the Pure Racing team Audi. It has just performed marvelously, and of course Maximilian willing it to perfection at the moment. Back in second place, we talked about Kay earlier. Kay Kashub still in that second spot. Kay was the pole sitter for this race today, and he's in the 33 car trying to see if he can get up there and fight for the lead.
As these guys come around to the checker flag and or the start finish line, you will get an update there, as I think somebody in the line has pitted, maybe a couple of drivers. We've got Gregory Tansen up in that number one spot with Maximilian Benecki in second, Stefan Mujislar in third, and Kei Kasubi in fourth. Yeah, you are so much better with these international names than I am.
It's fine. I'm just laughing because my my telemetry data is so behind. I mean, it's like, oh, it normally doesn't present too much of a problem on your typical 1.5 mile, 2 mile track, but on this 12+ mile track, it's just insane.
Yeah, and we're typically dealing with just one driver, 25 cars or so, and yeah, so this is a pretty big change from what we're used to. So I can see on a track this big, it could definitely cause some problems.
I tell you what, Kane, I am really impressed with iRacing and this Nordschleife. It's absolutely going to last. The first time I've seen it, I got the track today for this event, and my goodness, they have just done a beautiful job with this track, and this event is wonderful as well. You think just a few years ago, or a few months ago, I mean, several months ago, we were praying for driver swaps and the Nordschleife and Nürburgring, period. Any of it, just the GT track would have been fine for a lot of people, but to get all of this and the way that iRacing has upgraded, it's just unbelievable. Right now I was having fun watching a couple cars go through the normal GT section. It's a beautiful track, all of it. It's just awesome. It's such a legendary place, and I know it's a little bit of.
Hate to interrupt you, but we got a huge battle back here.
We're here. I mean, it's all here.
I hate to interrupt you, JD. We got a huge battle back here. 17th and 18th, Dustin Hickman and Lars Bohl. Lars wanting that position from Dustin. He has been trying to get around him for several laps, flashing his lights and everything just to try to throw him off. Dustin's not falling for it, though. Still holding on to 17th overall.
Yeah, this is an incredible battle. Dustin Hickman trying hard to not let Lars get around him or get a leg up. And Lars is going to do everything in his power to say, look out, I'm coming through. He hung on that curve there a little long, but didn't seem to hurt his speed. Man, I tell you what, just a beautiful race right now. This is so fun. Lars Ball trying to make this thing happen, and Hickman's got to hang on. Right now, the number 7 Trimates machine pushing hard, trying to get up there and make this thing happen. And what's going to be fun is we're going to have a little bit of a bone thrown in the mix because Kay Kashub, or what was Kay Kashub, yeah, he's still in there. And the Core Motorsports Audi is coming up, and let's see what kind of that's going to hurt bad as he got hung there, and that's going to separate the two. Let's see how bad Kay Kashub holds up Dustin Hickman. If not much at all, that definitely hurt Lars more than it did. Yeah, that's going to hurt Lars a lot more than Dustin. Well, I don't know. We got it up. Now we're going to go side by side. Let's see what happens. Lars Boll trying to get around Hickman here. That actually helped Hickman as it closed up the gap to get bumper to bumper. Let's see what happens on this long straightaway. Dustin Hickman going to have the benefit of the draft. He'll poke out now. They're going to go door to door, and it looks like Hickman may have the advantage as we head down into this turn. Let's see what happens here as we have two incredibly fast roofs battling it out. And I don't know who's going to take the advantage yet. It looks like it could be either one of them, Kane. What a long straightaway at over 170 miles an hour at going over the crest of the hill. It's going to be Lars Boll who cuts down in front. What a great job right there from Lars in the number 7 car and the Trimates team. Great job there. And now we see if Dustin Hickman can rebound over time. He lost that position. They're headed through the GT area right now. And boy, as they start a new lap here, what an incredible job there from Lars Boll to get around Dustin Hickman. Dustin going to try to get it back right now. Here he comes down on the inside, and he does a phenomenal job, gets it right back. And what a beautiful run from the 797 machine, the Sim RC team. Oh, he went a little wide. It's going to cause him to lose it. He worked so hard to get it back, and now he fell. Lars Boll going to regain it back and forth as these two continue to battle it out for 17th overall.
Yeah, Dustin with a lockup there going into the turn really cost him a lot of time as he tried to make up for it by getting on the throttle quickly to stop the slide, but it took him wide coming out of the turn. That allowed Lars to get in there and get that pass done. So now Dustin a little behind, 1 second back from Lars Boll, and he'll have to take a little bit of time to catch back up to him, and we'll probably see this battle continue here in half a lap or so.
That was impressive.
Looking through the list, Mark Perez. A great battle here with Johan. Well, with Johan there in 31st overall. Iski is battling for position. Another battle back in 41st with the Mazda MX-5s. Stefan Jan. He's up into passing range with Sylvain Pomerade.
Oh boy.
Stefan now going to go to the inside. We're going to go side by side down the straightaway. Stefan just having a great race here today. He is going to get that position. those guys are so close. That almost looked like disaster there, but they got it slowed up in time.
Well, I don't think this is for position. In fact, I know it's not. But two Audis having some fun together as Daniel Garcia Domingo is sitting there with Igor Kops. Remember, Igor Kops trying to make up tons of time, and he's listed in 26th. Of course, that could be way behind, and Daniel in 11th. But it looks like Igor is going to make the pass, maybe some newer tires or something like that. But he's got a lot of ground to make up in the number 18 car. So he did make the pass. He's going to have to keep making passes and get back around to get back up there with these guys. But nonetheless, a good job there from Igor as he continues to try to move up through the field. I'm going to run through real quick, Kane, and take a quick look here at who's leading the top three in each class right now. Up at the top, it is, I'm showing Gregory Tansen leading the way in the Audi class. He's in the 193 car and leading the way. He was third on the grid today. Second would be the Pure Racing Team machine of Maximilian Benek. And then in third, that is going to be Mario Bertolotti. And what a great job there from Mario Bertolotti. And then let's look at the top three in the roof class. We're going to look at Yassine Berber. He is rocking out the 88 car. Second place in that class is Lauren Heinrich. And third is Lars Bull, which we just saw him get around Dustin Hickman just a few moments ago. In the next class, which is the Kia Optima class, we are looking at John King leading the way in the 66 Kia. Behind him in second in that class, it is Mark Perez. And then third is Johan Charrier. And what a good job from those top three. Fourth would be Hans Thaler. And then let's go down to the final class, the Mazda MX-5 class. You got Yanni Mestampo in the lead right now in this Mazda class. Second would be Tobias Zerny. And third would be Powell Ledwan. And Powell doing a good job representing Radicals Online. Tobias Zerny in the 397 car. Kane, we saw this car a moment ago, had a different driver in it. I can't remember the name right now, so don't jump on me, but I remember we had a really big battle with this 397 car, and I believe the other car, I don't know which one it was now, but I remember he had a big battle, and they took up on the good end. But Tobias Zerny, second in that class. He's trying to run down the leader in that class, which is Yanni Mestampo. That is the top three in each class. And we got a long way to go in this one, guys. We've only been racing 3.5 hours, Kane, total. And, 24 of these bad boys.
Yeah, these teams in for a very long day of hard racing. And the 24-hour races are just so amazing. iRacing, the only service that has these 24-hour races with driver swaps and everything that I'm aware of, and they have just done a fantastic job with it.
Let's put it this way: it's the only one that we know of, and it's promise you, it's the only one that's this good that it would be out for the mass public. And man, I tell you what, they have just done a beautiful job.
Simon Grossman now getting up to battle with Yuka-Pekka. Boy, you're going to have to do that one. Yuka-Pekka?
that is Juha-Pekka Lami. And Jua, or Yua, I'm going to say Yua, but yeah, Juha-Pekka Lami is holding it out right now. He's got a little company from behind us. Simon Grossman in the 60 car, going to try to get up there representing Trinity Motorsports, a beautiful livery on that 60 car. And three of these bad boys in a row, as we got Cristobal Lopez is leading these three cars, and what a fun time in this one. Shoom, shoom, shoom. Boy, that is absolutely marvelous. All three Audis sitting here having a blast together. These guys running for glory right now. Cristobal J. Lopez is holding it down in the 42 machine. He is rocking it out. Look at this, running the low line through here. That embankment, it helps him roll through those turns. Awesome part of this, awesome section here of the Nordschleife. It's just awesome. Boy, they're really all about running identically right now, and sure is fun to watch. But yeah, it goes Cristobal J. Lopez in the middle car. That is Juha-Pekka Lamy, and following him it is Simon Grossman. And like I said, fun to watch all three of these guys. Really, Simon Grossman looks like he is in position to get around Lamy here in the 8 car. And if he could just catch the right section of track, this is a very difficult part of the track to pass, but coming up here we should get an opportunity, and it'll be fun to see what Grossman can do. Kane, let's go down there and write our names on the track. Everybody else has.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is 8, or 9, 10. Maurizio Micconi in the number 2 car, and he's ahead of this pack.
Cristobal Lopez in 7th overall. He's the leader in this little pack of these 3 drivers that are battling hard for the 7th spot. Cristobal has it. Juha-Pekka wants it. Simon Grossman wants it as well. A great battle here for 7th.
Yeah, these 3 continue, and here's the part I was talking about, Kane, where we should start to see something happen. We got these straightaways here. Let's see if somebody can take advantage of the draft here and maybe pull something down. Right now, doesn't look that way now. It looks like there's going to be a pass. It's going to be Juha-Pekka Lamy. Here he comes, Kane. He's got a really good draft going on right now. And now so does Grossman. Grossman going to look to the inside. Nothing there yet. And I don't think we're going to see a pass there from that section. A great job from Cristobal Lopez in the 42 car. He really did a good job to make sure he held the top position out of these 3. And as we head through to start a new lap here, guys, let's look at this. Oh, beautiful. This is the start of their 26th lap, so they have completed 25 laps here. And look at this, Grossman down on the inside. He's going to take the pass, and he's going to make it around Lamy. Can he get around Cristobal Lopez? It's going to be tough. He made up 1 spot. Can he get another one here? And Simon Grossman going to move up into the 8th position. And let's see if this Trinity Motorsports Audi can get up here and make it happen. Cristobal Lopez feeling the heat now. And let's take a look through the next few turns. Boy, a tough break there for Juha-Pekka Lamy. Looks like he may fall off pace from these top 2, Kane, as these 2 are pushing everything they have up. Well, I say that, he finally got a good little boost there, and the 8 car is not giving up. And boy, howdy. Simon Grossman really pushing that 60 machine. He wants to get back up there, get ahead of Cristobal Lopez now.
Yeah, Simon racing hard for position.
Oh, he's going to get it with ease. Beautiful pass from Cristobal Lopez. Actually made that one there, cutting it through the straightaway there. Now look at this. Could have another pass, as it looks like Cristobal Lopez could be in danger from Juha-Pekka Lamy.
Yeah, it almost looked like Cristobal might have let him go, and as he did, he let off, and that allowed Juha to get up there and and battle for position. Now Yua fell off a full second and a half, just like that.
Yeah.
So,
well, Yua made a mistake just a minute ago. Yua Pekka made a mistake. He had to let off, and that cost him dearly. But yeah, the car got real loose at the end. Back end started swirling around, and he had to let off. He didn't want to lose control.
So now this battle we've been watching for all this time, the 3 cars deep. Simon Grossman out in front, started to pull away from Cristobal Lopez, and Yua Pekka down another second from there. So what was a real close battle has kind of ironed itself out. Simon Grossman starting to pull away.
Kane, great battle up here with Gregory Tansen. He's got some company. It's Alexander Mania, and boy, these two are going. We got the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing machine trying to get around this 24-hour MSP team of Gregory Tansen, and this is fun. The 193 car trying to hold off the 101 car. It's having a blast. Lap 26, holding it down, and these guys are having a ball right now. This is for position, and boy, is it starting to heat up. Gregory Tansen's got to watch it, man. I'm telling you, Alexander Mania looks very, very good right now. And I would say he's going to have an opportunity here in just a moment. This is a tough part of the track to make a pass on. He's going to try it anyways. He's going to go down to the inside, hug the inside line. Could it happen? He's going to have another advantage on the inside. He'll stick it. And that is a great pass right there from Alexander Mania in the 101 Gecko Vortex Sim Racing car.
Another pass beautifully done here in the Audis.
That was absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful pass there, textbook. And now he has the honor of leading these two. And we'll see what he does. They're coming up on a little traffic here. That is the number 88 roof of Karol Vegachovsky, and Vorachovsky. Karol is going to have to watch out. Karel's about to get a little bit of some fast Audis here. Let's see what happens here. Should be no problem. In fact, I bet Karel Vachovsky lets him by. Yeah, that's exactly what he'll do. Well, I thought he was going to stay out of the way. This is going to separate, and this looks like it's going to benefit. This is going to benefit Alexander Mania a lot. Look at the space this is starting to put in between the two, as Alexander Mania is ahead, and now Gregory Tansen, he's got to get around this roof, Kane. He'll do it here, maybe. No, not done yet. Talk about really a tough break for Gregory Tansen. Finally gets down on the inside, close to contact. Ooh, that's very close at this stage in the race. You do not want to get caught up in anything at this point in the day. I mean, keep it. Got a lot of racing left to do, boys. But that hurt right there. That really put a gap in between. Now Gregory Tansen has his work cut out if he wants to get back up there in that third spot.
Yeah, 2.8 seconds now separates Alexander Mania and Gregory Tansen, where they were bumper to bumper just before meeting up with that slower traffic.
Welcome back to the lead, Maximilian Benek, as he has rejoined the lead of this race, and Maximilian started on the front row. He started in the second position on the grid, but the 111 car rejoins the lead, and it's fun to watch, see what he can do. Kay Kashub is in second place, or at least that's what I'm showing. He's back in second place. That's the number 33 Audi. Third in this class was Gregory Tansen, but of course we just saw what happened as Alexander Mania took that third place away, and now Gregory Tansen is in fourth. Fifth is Mario Bertolotti, and Mario Bertolotti is holding down that fifth spot. He would love to get up there and have some fun. Representing the Driving Revolution team is Marizo Miconi, and he is working the sixth spot. Seventh spot at the moment is Cristobal Lopez. We saw this battle. Yua Pekalami's behind him, and that is how our Audis, the top Audis, are running at the moment. Okay, now I'm going to take just a 2-second break, pal. I'll be right back.
Alrighty, we'll see you in just a minute. We're going to go down the list and look for the closest battle on the track at the moment. That is going to be Joni Hagner back in the 42nd spot overall. Looks like he's taken over driving for Yoni Blackman, who was in the car just before. Those guys cut up to Tobias Zerny, and we're going to have a battle here again with these two teams. These guys making way for the Kia to get through. That didn't cost these guys anything. Tobias Zerny still up front. Yoni Hagner wants it. He wants to get that spot back for the team. Really glad to see Tobias Zerny out on the track. It's been, gosh, I don't even remember the last time I seen Tobias. So it's good to see Tobias out there doing quite well in the MX-5. A little wide there from Tobias. Tobias now pulling away quite a bit from Yoni Hagner. Yoni down a second and a half, which typically equates to about 10-12 car lengths. Take a look through the field one more time. We do got another battle up here. Things have intensified back up here, this battle up here in the Audis. Yua Pekalami has caught back up to Cristobal Lopez. And we got a battle for 7th. Or 8th, rather.
All right, pal. Thanks for being patient with me there. I am back, tasty cold beverage in hand, and ready for more action.
Well, we're watching this battle up here for the 8th place. Juha-Pekka Lamy has caught back up to Cristobal Lopez and has been putting some serious pressure on him. Cristobal starting to pull away through this section of the track, but not by much. See Juha just running him back down again.
If I saw correctly, I think somebody wrote on there that it is Juha. So if it is Juha-Pekka Lamy.
All right, well.
So Juha, if it is Juha, I apologize for making it wrong. But you know how bad us Americans are with names. We're bad. We're bad with our own names.
Yeah, we keep
Cristobal Lopez trying to get around this Kia. That is Michael Shellbach, and that is was earlier. That was a. Oh man! Look at this! Look at this! A tight, scary moment. No problem. These Audis get by no problem. Boy, fantastic run between the two. I'm trying to see right now if Juha-Pekka can get back around Cristobal J. Lopez. And we've seen these guys, they're no stranger to one another in this race. They have continued to battle one another, Kane, and it's continuing to keep up. Oh, trouble for the Kia back there. Made a little contact with the guardrail. Somehow keeps her going. But Michael Shellbach had a little bit of problems there. Got the car back going, no problem. Kane, these guys, remember Simon Grossman, he passed both Cristobal Lopez and Juha-Pekka Lamy not that long ago. He is on up there, and he is trying to run down another car of his own. He's trying to catch Maurizio Micani from Driving Revolution up there, and that would be huge if he could get up there. So we'll keep our eye on Simon Grossman. He just made it around Mazda MX-5 driver Tatsuro Hishimoto, and he's moving along quite nicely. Very impressed with Simon Grossman. He has done wonders since he stepped in the car. And the Trinity Motorsport machine, that is the 60 car, is he's on a mission.
Yeah, I can't argue with you. He is definitely got some pace here today, and he is. He's knocked 2 tenths off just since you started talking about him here. He's knocked 2 tenths off of the gap between him and Maurizio. I love that name, Maurizio Micani. It sounds like a mobster from the 30s. So Maurizio definitely going to be in some trouble here from Simon Grossman, as Simon has knocked off an entire second now since you started talking about him here, and he's now within a second and a half of Maurizio Micani.
Kane, I think it's a good time here in just a moment to do a top 5 from each class here again. Let's kind of do a little update here. Oh, why not? We'll go ahead and do it now. Of course, leading the way at the moment right now, it is Maximilian Benek. And Beneke, he's been doing a fantastic job in this 111 car. Second in this Audi class is still Kay Kashub. He's holding it down in Core Motorsports. Third in the Gecko Vortex machine, Alexander Mania. In the 4th spot, we talked earlier, is Gregory Tansen. He's still trying to get back up there in 3rd. In 5th, it is Mario Bertolotti. And Bertolotti doing a great job in the 21 machine. And those are your top 5 in the Audi class. Looking at the roof class up here in the number 24 machine. Wow, look at me. In the number 24 machine, it is Lauren Heinrich, and he has maintained a great position, doing a wonderful job up there at the top in the roof class. In 2nd place in this class, it is Karel Vorchovsky, in the number 88 machine. Third in the Trimates team, it is Justin Hoppe. Now, he did do a driver swap, so I don't know if they're still in third. Probably not. It just has not updated on my screen. Fourth in this class is Jürgen Frank, and Jürgen doing a wonderful job. Remember, that's the 797 car we saw in a great battle not long ago. And fifth in this class is Akos Bakor in the number 4 car, and that is your roof class. Going down to the Kia class, up in the top spot, it is John M. King in the 66 Kia Optima, and behind in second place in the Kia class, it is Oscar Dominguez, and Oscar Dominguez holding down the 14 car. Third in this Kia class, it is Hans Thaler, and he is in the 127 car. Down in the fourth spot in this class, it is Johan Schreier, and Schreier is holding it down in fourth. Fifth in this class is Jacob Levesque, and a good job from Levesque right now in the 26 car. Let's go down and take a look at the Mazda MX class, and a phenomenal performance we've seen from Yanni Mestampo. He has really done wonderful. In second in this class, it is Powell Ledwan. Third is Tobias Zerny. Fourth is Yoni Hagner. And fifth is John Dirks.
Seen just a little bit ago when you were getting you something to drink, Yoni Hagner and Tobias Zerny was having a great battle, bumper to bumper there. Tobias Zerny has since pulled away by 6 seconds. Tobias used to run with us, JD, I don't know if you remember him or not. He used to run with us in the V8 Supercars America Series. Tobias running a little wide there, but no harm. He's able to get back on the track, but do want to be a little careful of the incidents. As you take it off track, it gives you an incident point, and I'm honestly not even sure how many incidents you get here in a 24-hour race before disqualification, or if there is any amount at all. Checking through the field, Michael Storm. It's showing him 0.3 off of 29th John King. John in a different class, but Michael Storm looking to get another position in the overall. Simon Grossman has caught Maurizio Macconi. As we were watching this battle earlier, watching Simon try to catch up to him, he has officially caught him, putting some serious pressure on Macconi and trying to take over that 6th spot.
Boy, howdy. Look at this. Simon Grossman going to make a move on the inside of Maurizio Macconi. Going to get it done, too. Great job there from Grossman. He does make the pass. And, Kane, we talked about that not long ago. And here it is. It's taken place right here on the 28th lap for these Audis, and boy, I mean, he is flying. Simon Grossman is on a mission.
He is making it look easy. The way he's overtaking these guys, he picks a nice easy spot to get it. Well, I say he makes it look easy anyway, but he gets around them with, yeah, he just makes it look so easy.
I do want to apologize if anybody heard any colorful language earlier. That tasty beverage I had did make a little spillage in my lap, so I had to get it under control, and I think we're good. I think I didn't have the mic on when I did that.
Yeah, I don't think we heard anything.
Okay, it was cold, and it got me in a bad spot too. At least it didn't get on the computer or anything, so I think we're okay. See how exciting this race is, man. I can't even hold my drink.
Checking through the list to see if we can find another battle here. I think I'll go ahead and reset the list.
How nice that must be.
Well, when they change drivers, I have to completely reset in order to see that. So I gotta completely reload the overlay system. So having done that, I will take a look through the intervals here and see if I can find another battle here on the track. Cristobal Lopez.
Johan Shari is in the pits right now, Kane, and could be in the middle of a driver swap. And Jacob Levesque also in pit. He could be in the middle of a driver swap as well. We'll find out any second now. I'll let you know if we do have driver swaps for those two cars. They're both Kias, and they were for position when they came into the pits. So this is kind of fun to watch. I'm seeing who makes it out first between the 25 car and the 26 car. And like I said, they were for position. So we'll see what happens as they do exit pit road. So far, no driver swap has done yet. The original drivers are still in the car. That's Jacob Levesque and Johan Sharir, and or Charret. It's Sharir, I'm sorry. Johan Sharir, as I look at it. Well, I was waiting to see if there was going to happen anything. This is a really long stop for both of these cars, which makes me think something must have happened with them, Kane. I don't see big damage.
Does seem like a long stop, doesn't it?
Oh, here we go. Johan Sharir is away. No driver swap for the 25 car. And he is away ahead of Jacob Levesque. And like I said, Jacob Levesque.
I believe Jacob is the one that is out now on track.
Yeah, I apologize. That's why I got quiet. I was like, I said the wrong one. But yeah, Johan Sharir is still in the pit stall. Levesque is away. No driver swap for that team. Sounds like we've got another car coming down pit road, and we do. It's a big stop. It's Juha-Pekka Lamy in the Audi class, and the number 8 Course Sim Racing Audi is in pit stall. Let's see what happens with these guys. I'll let you know if we have a driver swap, but obviously there's some damage on Juha-Pekka Lamy's 8 car. They're going to have to repair that damage, and this could be a timely stop for this team. Okay, car just left the track. Let's see what happens. Looks like it's in the garage area. Back out now. Let's maybe, hopefully, they can get this car back going soon. It's back out there. It just popped off for a minute, which could have been a driver swap, but I'm not showing the driver swap. See, iRacing, we need animated pit stops so we know what's going on. That would be so marvelous.
Yeah, doing the pit stop is pretty cool, but to see the driver swaps and everything through animation, that would be awesome.
It would
Yeah.
be awesome. I want to see them change the tires and everything. I want to see the whole 9 yards.
Yep.
It's not impossible.
No, I think it's something that we'll see in the future for sure.
I think it's in the near future. I mean,
I do too.
iRacing has been making tremendous strides in everything, and boy, I think that we really could have an awesome animation team work on that.
Battle for 7th place, Cristobal Lopez, as Maurizio Macconi catches back up, and he'll look to get his way around Cristobal.
Remember Jacob Levesque, Kane? He is up to pace now for sure. He just made it around Joni Hagner, who's in the MX-5 car, and Jacob Levesque is 32nd position overall. When we look at it in the class, he's 5th in class, which really is good for this 26 Kia team. And obviously on that stop, he had some minor repairs done to the car, but fresh tires, topped off with fuel, and that car's got some good pace right now. Tobias Zerny up in the 397 car. That is in the MX-5 class. He is listed at 41st overall, but when we look at the MX-5 class, he is 3rd. So really doing a great job is this Team RSO and Tobias Zerny. He's doing a phenomenal job right now holding down this MX-5. Remember Cristobal Lopez, Kane, he made it around Maurizio Macconi as well. So Macconi has fallen a couple spots since a couple laps ago, and right now the Driving Revolution team has to be getting a little antsy, hoping that Maurizio can find some pace again and
I'm thinking he
get
may
this
have
two-car
pitted,
back up.
but I'm not for certain about. Oh, there he goes around.
He is around, and hopefully he can get back up, because this could be a huge hazard around the corner. He does get the two-car back going, but the time lost is tremendous, and boy, more trouble here for Maurizio Macconi, and hopefully he can get back on track. Like I said, it is so early in this race. That's nothing that can be made up, but you don't want to keep raising the bar in the difficulty level, and that's what just happened a little bit there. It was really a good save when you look at it, Kane. That could have been really bad.
Oleski Aloma in the number 13 machine. See Oleski Aloma out there now. I haven't seen him out there so far tonight, so must have had a driver swap here recently. The Oleski Aloma in the 107 machine.
Kane, the top Kia at the moment is Hans Thaler. Hans Thaler in the Alpine Eagle Racing Kia. That's the 127 car. And, yeah, not bad. Not a bad job at all. He was in the lead. I apologize. He is not anymore. Now it is the Kronos Sim Racers team, CSR. It's Oscar Dominguez, and he is in a battle with John King for position. Kane, this is for the leader. John King took over. John King is now the leader in the Kia class. What a great battle on hand right here in front of us, and it was right under my nose the whole time. I didn't see it.
Tell you what, John King has been flying around this thing the last 10 laps or so.
Oh man,
It's been impressive.
Kias, I'll say it again, I love these Kias to death. I wish they'd get a little more popular. They're so fun to drive, and I love them. They're fun.
They are fun.
Drive beasts, and they're so fun.
iRacing
John King, representing Blackadder Motorsports, has the lead in the Kia class, and let's see what he can do. Kane, he's putting a little bit of air between the two.
Yeah, the speed that John King has here today is pretty dominant. But as you were saying about these Kias here, the front-wheel drive, iRacing has done such a great job modeling the front-wheel drive of these Kia machines, and it is a fun time getting out here driving these things around the track.
Boy, watching Oscar Dominguez trying to catch John King, fun stuff here. The 66 car John King, as you mentioned, Kane, has picked up some tremendous pace here recently, and he's going to try to continue to do that. Now, behind him, Oscar Dominguez is not giving up. I thought he was going to fall back, but he has regained his pace. The distance between the two is nothing that can't be handled. It's not that far off. In fact, he's within about 3 car lengths. And if he can find a good section of track here, get up here and possibly regain that position.
The thing I love about these driver swap races, these long races where one driver might be a little weaker on your team, and then you switch out to a driver that's really strong, and you can see these gaps just get taken down so quickly. And yeah, it really takes the entire 24 hours for these things to play out. At the moment, this is the closest battle for position on the track here with Oscar Dominguez and John King. Up at the front, Maximilian Benecki just running away with this thing. He is now 40 seconds almost ahead of Kei Kashubi. Alexander Minaya in third, 57 seconds back from Kei Kashubi. So the top 3, definitely a pretty large gap at this point between them. Alexander Minaya not got nearly the gap that the first 2 have. Just 20 seconds between he and Gregory Tansen. And then Gregory about 40 seconds back to Mario Bertolotti, excuse me. And of course, Simon Grossman, we've seen him just plowing his way through the field. He comes out, he's at this point is in 6th. He is behind Mario Bertoli by 47.8 seconds. He's got Cristobal Lopez 13 seconds behind him. So a pretty good spread. The guys in the Audis got a pretty good spread between them at the moment.
Lots of different things going on around the track, and you got to give the race spot guys credit, Kane. They do such a well job of keeping up with, 12 miles of track or more. How long is this track? I don't know. It's 16 miles. That's it, 16.1 mile track. I mean, that's just incredible to keep up with everything going on track. There's just so much going on. Really a difficult task, and you got to tip your hat. Those guys do such a remarkable job, and we're just happy to be here to be able to bring you guys coverage. And we got a little while longer with you guys, but we've enjoyed every minute of it so far. Right now, Kane, I'm watching Simon Black in the 351 car, and the leader just passed him, of course, lapped. That is Maximilian Benecke and the Pure Racing team. This guy has just done remarkable things. Obviously had a really good qualifying sesh, was able to come off and start in the 2nd spot on the grid, and he has just continued this dominating performance since the drop of the green flag here. Long way to go, but if you're looking at the race and where you'd like to be right now, and he is right there, Model A position, that's right where this team wanted to be. And if they can keep things up, you have to think they're going to be big-time favorites to be the overall winner in this event.
Max definitely looking good at this stage. 24 hours these guys will be, or the car itself will be out on the track.
And let's face it, in real world racing, these guys get paid, lots of money to be there and show up for 24 hours, but there's a lot that can happen. These guys can be in the lead and everything be going perfect, but real life happens. And within a 24-hour period, so much could happen that could cause a driver to miss their shift, or so much could happen. And you got to think of stuff like that in sim racing. It's a big chore to be somewhere for 24 hours to be focused. And, you know, these drivers have just done remarkable thus far, but it's still very, very early in the game. A lot of racing left to be done. And, you know, Kane, this time tomorrow we'll, of course, know who has won this event and in each, you know, class. But, boy, we got a whole night of racing and everything before us. It's going to be wonderful. This is a great event, and hopefully this will be a new annual thing.
Do want to remind everybody watching here that JD and I will be with you for another hour and 15 minutes or so. And then the broadcast will switch over to Global Sim Racing TV. I believe we'll be taking over the next little stint of broadcasting. So you'll want to find your link for that second stint. Then, of course, Race Spot TV will take over the final 12 hours.
Yeah, that's a big stint right there. 12-hour stint to broadcast. And those guys are going to have to get some good shots.
Alexia Loma side by side with Simon Black down the straightaway. He's going to make short work of Simon and take over that 11th spot. Sorry to interrupt you there, JD.
No, interrupt away. No worries.
Simon now into pit lane.
Yeah, pit lane kind of busy. Lars Jeppesen is from Mad Cow Racing is heading out in the number 19 Rough. He's heading back out on track. Looks like we just got a new driver in that car. Jane Kiru is going to step in the Core Racing Audi as they get ready to head back out. Maybe not. I keep having these little glitches. Simon Black, who's been in a big stint in this Oceanic Sim Racing machine, looks like he may be ready to head back out of the car, and we may see Justin Ruggier head back in. Also, Kay Kashub, remember he's running in the P2 spot, Kane, overall, as well as in the Audi class. He's headed into pit road, and this is a big stop for them. They were the pole sitters. They have the benefit of that top pole. They are going to do a driver swap. Angelo Mitchell is heading into the car now, so Angelo Mitchell going to head into the P2 car from Core Motorsports in the 33 car, going to get ready to head back out on track any moment now. That's a big driver swap there in a big position car. We'll see how Angelo does, but what a job by Kay Kashub. He's been in the car ever since we've joined this broadcast, Kane, so he put down a good hour and a half stint there. He's done a very good job. Let's see what Angelo Mitchell can do now that he's in the car.
Simon Black appears to still be in the car. He's been in about, I would say, probably 40 minutes or so, so he'll run it another stint.
Well, I was looking on, Kane. Angelo Mitchell still in the pit, so getting tires put on the Audi and some fuel. Maybe a little minor damage repair, but hopefully these guys, there they go, finally get back going. And Angelo Mitchell out for his second stint of the race. Let's see how he does. Oh, finally, we do see Johan Scharer in the number 25 Kia finally gets back out on the track. Kane, remember, he's been in the pits for about a good 20 minutes. And, yeah, back out on the track now. So good to see that these guys are back out on the track. In fact, we could have a battle in a little bit as David Baraclow is in the 451 car. He's going to try to run down Johan Scharer. If they're still in that position, it's hard for me to tell because I have to wait till they complete that lap. Makes it tough. Hey, glad to have you back, buddy. Let's take a look at the MX-5 class, and right now, looking at the 55 car, that's Yanni Mestapo, and Yanni has dominated this class. This team, this rookie racing team, has done remarkable things since the drop of the green flag here in the 24-hour Nürburgring event. This team has continued to dominate this class. And MX-5, very competitive, very competitive class, but he has just done a remarkable job. I keep saying he, but I mean them as a team. They have done a remarkable job, Kane.
Yeah, that is the amazing thing here with these driver swap races.
I'm going to check on our awesome YouTube page and see if I can't get... see if I can't find some comments from some of these guys. I do want to thank all the viewers again for being here. I hope you guys are enjoying the broadcast as much as we are enjoying doing it, and we do thank you guys for watching. And I want to check in here and see if anybody left us a comment or questions or anything that hopefully we can answer.
Muggleton just has to cross over this crest. He will cross the line and will win the championship.
Thanks, guys, for staying with us here. As had a little issue here that shut my computer down, so reconnecting, and we'll be with you guys here live in just a second. It's turning summertime here in America. It's still a little cool in the mornings, but as the day wears on, it gets a little hot, and that's...
And we're back.
Nope. It gets a little hot here, and so that's what happened is I was so engrossed in the racing that I didn't realize it was getting so hot in here, and yeah, it just got too hot for the PC. It shut down, and so now I've turned on the air conditioning because it is getting really hot in here.
Well, Kane,
we should be live here in just a second.
While that's going on, I'll let you guys know pit road is packed. David Bearclough is in pit road right now. James Poole is just got in at a driver swap there. Jane Kiru is now in for the Core Sim Racing Audi, and that car was third in the Audi class. And I tell you what, it was third. It's got to make up some spots here, but man, lots of changes going on right now. Pit road very, very busy. In fact, Anders Dahl is now in for the Thrustmaster Mervano 21 Audi. And there's some more. Karsten Thiel is stepping in for the Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew team. That is the 451 Audi. As it gets ready to head back out. And there's some more that are in. So lots of things going on pit road right now. And Kane, you can let us know when we're back on live pictures. Boy, another driver that is a big driver swap is the leading roof team. That is the Pure Racing team there. The 24 roof is now being driven by Florian Oith, and he is out representing right now, and hopefully that team can remain up at the top. They are down right now to Karol Vorchovsky, and he currently is leading the pack. We'll see how long that takes, because surely this 88 car has got to come down pit road itself at some point, and that would cycle things back around a little bit. But lots of action going on the track right now. Loads of time remaining. We have been racing for 4 hours and 31 minutes, and we have 24 hours is where the marker of 24 hours around this incredible circuit, and just insanely 16.12 miles, 170 turns. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 24 hours of Nürburgring. It's been an impressive run so far. Lots of fun right now. In fact, Andre Hagheim have some traffic. Here comes Simon Grossman, going to make it around him, not for position, but they are in the same class. And Simon Grossman, as far as our stint goes, this guy has really, really shined since we've been on the broadcast. And I tell you what, I have been very impressed with what's going on with this Trinity Motorsports number 60 Audi. It has been on top of its game, and we've seen him move up 3 spots since we've been here, and he continues. Beautiful times. The car looks fast. It looks clean. And not a lot of damage at all on this car. And this is a very, very fast up-and-coming car. Over the course of the next, over the course of the next 19 and a half hours, they could be a force to be reckoned with. Also, in the Gecko Vortex car, that's the 101 Audi. Joel Guez is rocking it out. He's been holding it down. They are 5th right now in overall and in the Audi class, but been very impressed. That is the car that Simon Grossman would love to run down right now. However, I believe there is a little bit of track in between the two, so that would take a little bit of time if we were to see Simon Grossman catch. But really, it's not that far off as we think. I don't have the exact numbers like Kane gets, but it is, I'd say, I don't even want to guess, because I'm probably way off.
I'm back with you live now, and we do got video. Who is you?
Telemetry data. Kane, you still with me, buddy?
I am. Sorry, my TeamSpeak. I have to have it in focus in order for it to work. I haven't went through it to find that setting, but that's driving me crazy. What drivers was you talking about? We do have live video now, and everything is going, updating some skins as we speak, but
no, it's
yeah.
Fine. I was just chatting really about Joel Guez in the 101 Audi, and behind him, Simon Grossman is the car. That will be a battle in a little bit. I was trying to see what the time difference was there. I didn't know how much it was. It's got to be a little bit.
22.7 seconds.
Yeah. So a little bit of time there, but the speed that we've seen Grossman have has just been remarkable.
Yeah, that's true. We watched Simon Grossman make his way through 4 or 5 of those Audis, and he just made it look so easy.
Kay Kashub was in the 33 car. We had a driver swap now. Angelo Mitchell has stepped in, and that car has only dropped to 3rd overall. And Angelo's doing really, really good trying to get back. You see him working on right now. He's getting around the roof. That is Matt Maloney made it around. And he is really, really trying to push to get back up here. This car was the pole sitter for the race. So you gotta love their chances. They obviously know how to get around this track with tremendous pace, and they're going to do it again. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what these guys can do. Also, Gregory Tansen, Kane, he's been out there for a long stint, and you gotta wonder when he's going to get in to try to make a pit. He's about to come around Simon Black, And Simon Black has been in a long stint as well. He's been in there about as long as we've been on here as well. We saw Justin Ruggier for about 2 laps, and then Simon Black came in, and Simon Black about to get run around again there as Gregory Tansen does make it around.
That is going to
Have
put
2 roofs leaving pit road, and right now Michael Storm, that's a new driver, is heading out, and so is Rafal Kuchar's, or they're heading in pit road. My fault. And Rafal Kuchar's, oh boy, Kucharzik is in pit road, and Michael Storm. I'll see if there's a driver swap coming between these guys. And we got a big pit stop coming underway as Gregory Tansen came. We just talked about him. He is getting ready to pit. I would assume we'll have a driver swap here, but we'll see in just a moment. Pit road been a very busy place lately. Behind Gregory Tansen, we'll see who steps in the car, if anybody. I would be shocked if Gregory stayed in the car.
I would too. He has been in there for a couple hours now. Yeah, we are going to see a swap, it looks like.
Yes. Yes, we are. That's going to be Lucas Jestot, and he's going to step in the car and take over for this 24-hour MSP team. And I'm impressed to see what he can do. Gregory Tansen, great stint there. Really impressive. He did have a slight flaw, but other than that, he did the team a good job. He didn't lose much. He kept everything going the right way, and that's all you can ask for. This place is tough enough as it is just to make it around without injuring your car, and nonetheless keeping up good pace. So you got to take your hat off to this team, and they're getting ready to head back out. And looks like they just got done putting the final tire on, maybe. I see the car bouncing around a little bit. And Lucas Jestot ready to get back out there. I'm sure he's itching to get around this 16.1 mile, 170 turn circuit. Unbelievable. There they go. They are away. And Lucas Jestot in this number 193 Audi back out on. Okay, this is an endurance race for drivers and for broadcasters. I know we're only putting in a 3-hour stint, but man, I tell you what, some of these guys, they're putting in a long 6 and 12-hour stints. Can you imagine?
Boy, yeah, yeah, that's a tough one. 6 hours is going to be tough for the GSRC guys, I would think, and then you got RaceSpot coming in doing 12 hours. Of course, RaceSpot definitely professionals at this, and they've done many of these big endurance type races, and really, yeah, they've got it kind of figured out, where we're just kind of learning.
It's funny, we'll call a 40-lap race an endurance race.
That's right, what we do over in the V8 Supercars. Last night we raced at Bathurst 40 laps, and that was about an hour and a half or so, and that was like the biggest endurance laps we've had in official series racing. So,
well, I guess it's all, you know,
relative to what you're doing.
That's the word I was looking for, relativity. Yeah, you talk about your computer overheating, Kane, and I don't think mine can overheat with this thing I got on mine. It's a dadgum huge cooler.
Yeah, I took the radiator out of a Volkswagen Rabbit to strapped it onto the top of that thing.
It couldn't fit inside of it. It has to sit on the top of the housing.
Had to get a little creative with the PC design there, and cut out the top of the machine to mount the radiator on top. We got it figured out though, and they've got a super cooler. It really wasn't from a Volkswagen though. Oh, Ivan Soul running a little wide there. That's going to cost him a little bit of time. He was really working hard on catching up to your SB Curry and a little mistake there is going to cost him a few tenths.
Boy, I tell you what, man, I don't know how these guys can drive around this track like they're doing. I mean, this place is so difficult. I mean, I'm amazed at the lack of mistakes we're seeing. I mean, yeah, you know, when you're watching an entire field, we see one or two here or there, but I mean, really, when you look at this track, I don't know how anybody can memorize every turn here.
I think when you get as good as these top split guys are here in this GT3, I think they don't even have to have it memorized. They just are just that good that they can see these turns coming up and prepare for them just in the split second that they have.
Yeah. And I mean, it's crazy.
Ivan Soul, both at the same time. Ivan Soul now down 2.3 seconds from QSB as he made that mistake just a little bit ago. Maybe he'll get kind of calm down and start reeling that distance back in, but for now, going a little bit backwards. Back in 15th is another close battle we got here. A closer battle anyway. Jürgen Frank just under 2 seconds now off of 14th position, Dennis Hines.
Had a driver swap, Kane, Grossman that we saw earlier from the Trinity Motorsport number 60 car is now being driven by Marcel Fassbender, and that was a very, very impressive stint we saw from Simon Grossman, and he really deserves a shout out for that performance. He has done wonders for this 60 team, and now Marcel's out there. Let's see what Fassbender can do as he is in the 60 car. They're listed in 5th right now overall. Once everything updates, I could be wrong with that, but that should be where they are. Remember when they started, Kane, they were all the way back in I think 8th or 9th overall when we started this. So they have worked their way up very nice. Now they started 9th on the grid and have worked their way up, and they have just remarkable performance.
Yeah, Simon did a fantastic job on his stint. Now, of course, handing over to Marcel Fassbender, and we'll see what Marcel can bring to the 24 hours of Nürburgring here. Keep trying to read what's written on the track, but I've not had any luck so far.
It's tough. I know I saw a VW logo not long ago. Somebody drew a VW logo out there. I thought that was pretty cool, but yeah, I think it's all in different languages, pal. I could be wrong on that, but you would think that. Yeah, in German or something. And other viewers are probably laughing at both of us right now, for our lack of knowledge. But that's okay. I don't pretend to know everything.
The conversation in the YouTube chat has kind of turned to the day-night cycle, weather, stuff like that. We have heard that iRacing is really, that is in their plans. They're really trying to get day-to-night cycles, time-of-day cycles, as well as weather implemented into the service. It's high on their priority list. I'm sure they want to make sure their physics are good and graphics and stuff before they start working on that really technical, difficult stuff. But they have got different times of day, and now you can start the server in morning, noon, or night, afternoon.
Yeah, you're right, Kane. It's making huge strides because all you have to do now is find a way to transition it in live real timing, and that is the final step, really.
Well,
And,
almost some contact there between Fastbender and slower Kia there, but oh boy, that was close. But they got through it without any trouble. It just looked dangerous.
Oof. And remember, Fassbender stepped in for Simon Grossman, so this is him getting fresh back out on the track. But Kane, real quickly, back to what we were talking about with the day-to-night cycle. I hate to bring up another game or simulator, but I have to because they deserve credit for what they've done, and it wouldn't be a bad model as far as the day-night cycle goes to follow for iRacing, and that is Project Cars. They have the best day-to-night cycle I've ever seen in anything, none less a racing sim or anything, any type of anything that's virtual. It's amazing.
I think that definitely showed the sim racing world that this can be done, and it can be done well. So I think iRacing has definitely seen that, and that's what really kind of lit the fire, and that's why we've got the different, daytime, nighttime.
And not only
skies
the
and stuff.
day to night, it's each hour. I mean, you can literally watch it, and you can also, not everybody wants to race a 24-hour race just to see day and night cycles. So you can set accelerators on the time so that you can do a 20-lap race and see a day and night cycle through. It's amazing. But what's even better than that, and I think a lot of the guys talking out there on the comments would like this as well, is the dynamic weather. You can be riding along and see some clouds start to roll in, and it starts lightly raining, or then it comes heavy, or your spotter will sit there, or engineer, or whoever will talk to you and tell you what the weather patterns are like. It does affect the track, very much so. And I think that now with the dynamic track that our racing has now, adding in dynamic weather and day to night cycle would just make it that much better. And I think it's not that far off, Kane. I really don't. I think we're already seeing the beginning stages of that, where you can pre-select a morning, afternoon, or evening, and some tracks have night as well. But the fact that you can at least do that is showing that they are making strides, and I think we'll be there within a year's time. I think we will be able to do this, and I think next year, hopefully, we will be able to do this 24-hour Nürburgring with the correct day-to-night cycle, just like you would see in the real 24-hour Nürburgring. I think that is something that iRacing is really trying hard to do.
I agree. I definitely, it's on their to-do list, and I definitely think that we will see it in the future. I got no idea on timelines, but when we get it, I know it's going to be fantastic. I mean, nobody does multiplayer better than iRacing.
Nobody.
And to have all that in a multiplayer setting that is done as good as iRacing does it, it's going to be amazing. There's no doubt about it.
Well, that was exactly my next point, is everything iRacing does is top-notch. They're not going to put out anything that's not fully up to par with their expectations, and they want to do everything right. And so that's why they're not just going to throw crap out here. They don't want to make the community mad. The community loves everything that we have, and I think that if you do it right, it's just like with these driver swaps. They waited until they got the right program down. They got it where it works right. There's limited bugs, and it runs phenomenally. Look at how well this race is being run now, and that's exactly what we'll see with things like dynamic weather and day-night cycle. It's going to happen, and when it does happen, it's going to work phenomenally. Really looking excited to it. I mean, shoot, we're seeing things we never thought we'd see come. Look, we're getting dirt. Never thought we'd get dirt on iRacing, but it is coming. So never say never. These guys, I'm telling you, this iRacing team has made strides. They're working extremely hard. There went my V-dub signal on the track. I'm watching Lucas just that too, by the way. in the 193 Audi. I was watching him. But yeah, you know, just cycling around the track trying to find some more great battles on track. And man, I tell you what, buddy, this has just been fun. I've enjoyed this. Didn't know what to expect. And like I said, RaceSpot, they just do a remarkable job at this. And we appreciate them letting us come out here and play along.
Yeah, they've been doing this broadcasting stuff for a long time, and they definitely know what they're doing there. And they have just taken this, even this multi-driver racing stuff, and have just taken it to a new level with the broadcasting. And yeah, their shows are just fantastic. So to come in here and be a part of this for the first 6 hours, of course we're just doing the second 3 hours of that first 6, but yeah, Gates Online definitely appreciate the opportunity to broadcast this first little stint here, and it's been a lot of fun. It's definitely been a learning experience. These multi-driver races are definitely quite challenging. Number 7 machine of Dennis Hines trying to catch up to Jürgen Frank. Jürgen slowly pulling away. It was almost to the 1 second mark. Dennis was behind Jürgen Frank, but Jürgen all of a sudden just kind of took off and now starting to pull away from Dennis Hines. Check back up here on the 8th place. Ivan Soul, we had seen him up within a couple seconds of Gillespie Curry several laps ago. Now that gap is down to 5.2 seconds.
Mark Eckelman is in the car for the Pure Racing Team Kia. That's a big driver swap right there. He is back in. He was in when we first got on there. And Oscar Dominguez, his Kia, is in the pits as well, and could possibly see another driver swap there. Igor Kops, remember him, Kane, trying to make up lots of lost space. He did a pretty decent job. Igor Kops is in pit road right now in the Shark Motorsport number 18 Audi. We'll see what he does as well. So pit road staying pretty busy.
I think they've swapped out drivers, or maybe he's back in and I need to reset. But I've shown a different driver in the 18 machine. I've reset and I've taken, yeah, Igor Kops back in the number 18 machine. He was out for just a little bit. Now we'll see Igor back in and see if we can see him try to come back and make some more positions up. Mark Eckelman still in the pit lane, as well as Oscar Dominguez. Oscar off. Nope, sorry, that's Mark that's off. Out in front, I'm showing Patrick Pickler in the 111 machine.
Yeah, old Patrick Pickler in the 111 team, so he's taking over for Beneke.
Now I'm showing Patrick in just a plain old white Audi. Is that what you're seeing?
Yep, that's been it all race long. That's been, for the majority of the time we've been here, that has been our leader overall in the race, and that is what Maximilian Beneke was driving. It is now swapped over to Patrick Pickler, and the Pure Racing Team 111 machine has been dominant. It has been rocking and rolling ever since we've been here. It started second on the grid. And the whole time we first saw Kay Kashoub try to catch him. Now it's Angelo Mitchell. Angelo Mitchell has made his way from third back up to second overall. And so these guys continue to try to push forward. Let's look at the lap comparison. Last lap, 8:23.8 for Angelo Mitchell. Now we'll take a look at our race leader and see how he did on his last lap. And that, of course, is a Pickler. He is posting his now because he just got back out on the track. So we'll know his lap time when he makes it around. That was a killer stint from Maximilian Benteke in the 111 machine, the all-white Audi. He did rock it out. Beautiful performance from him. But it hasn't been a flawless run for the Pure Racing team. There is damage on the 111 car. Doesn't look like major damage at all. There's a little cosmetic damage on the driver and a little on the passenger side of the car, if there was a passenger. Kane, what are you thinking about the new Audis? The models, are they just gorgeous?
Yeah, the last dozen cars iRacing has released, last half dozen at least, have just been awesome. They've just been great. So they've really been concentrating on this GT3 for quite some time, and they've just been doing such a great job with this car.
Well, those that know me know that my favorite GT3 car is the BMW. It is just unbelievable. I love that car, but that's out of the sim too. That's just I love that car regardless. But I really like this Audi. It is beautiful. It looks good. It sounds good, and it's fun to drive. And it's an enjoyable car. I purchased the Renault 2.0, and that is a fun machine to drive. So you're right, the last few cars that iRacing's put out have been flawless.
Jake Burton's still in the number 69 Kia. That's been a pretty long stint there for Jake after spending quite a bit of time in the comms box for the first 3 hours. So he'll be probably looking to finish up his stint here before long. And yeah, as I say that, he heads into the pit lane, and he'll probably be looking to get out of the car and get some sleep.
Yeah, he heard us talking about him and said, you know what, it is a good time to come down pit row. So the Guild of Australian Young Stars, number 69 Kia Optima, headed down pit road. And we'll, of course, let you guys know what we see with as far as driver swap goes in the 69 Kia. It looks like Jake is going to step out. We would assume.
Oh, the tires are... the car's going up. Out there it goes.
Heading out of pit road, it's Gernot Fritsch, and he's heading out. That's in the CTC Racing Black team. And so, yeah, he's getting his done. Brant Tucker is who's going to step in for Jake Burton. So Brant Tucker is going to head out in the 69 car. Igor Kopp's still getting repairs done on that car. That's been in the pits for a while. Another Audi in pit road is Luigi Nespolino, and that car's been in for a while. So not good news for those guys as they're getting repairs done. Hopefully those two Audis make it back out soon. And Brant Tucker, this pit stop doesn't need to go much longer. The car had damage, but I didn't know if it was that bad. They must be trying to get some of it repaired.
I really am liking the new MX-5. They've just done a great job with it as well, working in conjunction with Mazda as Mazda was developing the new car, so it really turned out nice.
Oh, it's gorgeous, and we just have ticked over into the 5-hour mark, so we have officially been racing for 5 hours. Kane, Luigi Nespolino has made his way out of pit road, and he is racing for Team GT. And looking on, they are down a little ways. They got lots of time to make up now. They're 14th in class, so got a lot to make up. 14th in class for the Team GT, but the TGT machine should try to make some of that up pretty soon.
Looks like some positions kind of changing up at front as these drivers come in for their pit stops. Patrick Pickler still out in front, Angelo Mitchell in second, Joel Guez in third now, and Lucas Gestat. He's really gaining there, looking to maybe make some position on Joel for that third spot. He is gaining on him, and it seems like he's gaining on him pretty quick now, under 2 seconds between Lucas and Joel for position number 3.
Vincent Amico in the 78 Mazda MX-5 who's headed into pit road from Radicals Online. I'll let you know if there's a driver swap coming. Vincenzo Amico, cool name.
Martin Truex Jr. in the machine. Just kidding.
What?
Just kidding. That would have been awesome, though. It's his colors.
It is. It is. Should have a swap here, I would think.
Well, I haven't seen the name for too awful long, so maybe he's just getting a pit stop down here. I think he's going to stay in there.
Okay. If Kane says it, it's got to be true.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. Lucas Gestat just making some huge time over Joel Guez, up in third, down to less than a second and a half now.
Kane Vinzico Amico's car is off track in the garage area. How about this? Simon Black is back down pit road for the Oceanic Sim Racing 351 Audi. And we should see Justin Ruggier come stepping in pretty soon. But this car's had its issues, Kane. It's sitting down on the, it was 11.
Oh,
overall.
Tough break for Joel Guez. Off the track and into the wall. Ouch. Let's go back and get a race recall replay on that as he hit so hard.
Hadn't heard a race recall replay in a while. Give us the lowdown, brother. Old Joel Guez.
Oh, it isn't the race recall now. It's the V8's online replay here with this new overlay. That's great. I'm glad to see that. So, watching Joel Guez going through the S's, he just loses it through the sand and into the barrier hard. The car is still running, but he hit so hard. I'm surprised there's not more visual damage than what there is.
Boy, he nailed that wall. Phew, I can't believe the car was able to keep rolling. But that car is in pit road, and Kane, just how big is that? He was running 3rd overall at the time of that impact. That is devastational. That is going to kill this team. It's not over for him, but that hurts.
Yeah, with 19 hours almost to go, they definitely still got plenty of time. But the car really don't look as bad as you would think for as hard as it hit. So maybe they'll be able to get back out there somewhat quickly and not lose a whole lot of time. Tough break for the 193 team.
Patrick Pickler still out in front for the Pure Racing team. He's 46 seconds, around 40-something seconds ahead of Angelo Mitchell. And Angelo Mitchell, of course, is stepped into the 33 machine for Core Motorsports. That is the pole-sitting car for this event. And Kay Kashoub should be getting ready to come back in, I'd say, within an hour or so. And been fun to watch Angelo since he's been in here. He seems to be doing pretty well. Beautiful lap time, 8:26 for his last lap. Let's compare that with the race leader, Patrick Pickler, who ran are you ready for this, Kane? An 8:23. That is booking it, son. Very fast lap. And the sounds of silence.
Sorry, I was on the YouTube chat, and Lauren Heinrich came in. It could very well could be Henrik, but he came in to let you know that he is in fact a boy. Because
awesome.
he must have been listening live or something when you said, I'm not quite sure.
But
that name in America
probably
can go either way. You did say it was probably a boy, but he just confirmed that it was a boy. In America, Lauren is one of those names that kind of goes by. Yeah, it kind of goes both ways, so hard to say, but good confirmation there from Lauren.
One of the greatest color commentators of all time down here in Georgia, Lauren Scott. And boy, he's awesome broadcaster. Lauren, what do you got?
Just getting word that the Glacier MX-5 is out. That's a tough break for Joni Blackman.
Wow.
And the Glacier team.
That's huge.
Joni,
that's huge.
Tacking it in the machine. Was in the machine last.
Wow.
The car's still running. Looks like it might have some damage, but if I could just get a better camera angle. The camera angles here on pit road, not the greatest. Yeah, some pretty significant damage there to the front of the Glacier machine. Thanks to the viewers for pointing that out. That is definitely big news.
That is huge.
Glacier is one of my favorite teams, clear back from whenever I very first ever even came to iRacing, watching the Glacier guys in the top level of virtual motorsports. It's just something I've been watching those guys for so long that
Simon Black is headed back out, so Justin Ruggier not in the car. Simon is putting in some time. Christopher Barrett is now in for the 360 car. That is the GTN race in Mazda MX-5, and they're headed out, back out on track. Tatsuro Hashimoto is out on the track right now, and let's check in to see where Tatsuro is. He is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He is 5th in the MX-5 class right now. He is in the Vendaval Sim Racing 138 Mazda MX-5, and he is working hard trying to make up some time. And as we continue to look on, boy, Jürgen Frank, he's rocking it out, Kane. He's 3rd right now in the roof category, or class rather. He's following Karol Wojciechowski, and leading that class is Florian Voith, and Florian kicking tail up there in the 24 machine, and his stint has been remarkable. He's done very well since getting in this car. Let's check in on the Kia class. We haven't checked in on it in a while, and we have a new leader in the Kia class. It is James Poole, the number 66 Blackadder Motorsport. machine and doing really well up there. In second place in that class, it is Andreas Gallant, and he is in the 127 machine. Third in that class is Kyle Strichars, and Strichars is in the 26 Clan AOD machine. Mark Eckelman in the 116 Pure Racing Team machine. And remember, he got back in the car not long ago, so freshly driver back out on the track. In fact, he hasn't recorded the last lap since he's been in. He should do that momentarily, and I'm sure he's glad to be back out there. But if we have anything special to say, we better do it pretty soon. Our 3-hour time limit will be up very soon. We've had a remarkable time calling this with you guys. Matt Powelski's on his way out of pit road from Phoenix Endurance. And let's check in on where they were at. They were doing pretty well on the way into pit road. They were 6th for the roof class and working hard. For who? Matt Powelski? I am.
Trading paints, I do love it like crazy, but you know, it gives us so much opportunity to have custom paints and everything. But sometimes it just don't refresh the skinners or two. And it just takes it a while, but looks like everything's running smooth at this point.
No worries.
Checking in on Marcel Fassbender up there in the number 60 machine. Of course, we've seen that car having such a great race early on. Marcel doing a great job as well. He's still holding on to the 6th position. Has pulled away even from even sold just a little bit there. So Marcel keeping up where Simon left off.
I'll do a quick top 5 in each category real quick. And the top of the charts and overall, also in the Audi class, it is Patrick Pickler. In 2nd place in the Audi class, it's Angelo Mitchell. Then in 3rd, it is Lucas Jestat. In 4th in the Audi class, it is Anders Dahl. And 5th from Driving Revolution, it is Giuseppe Curry. Then we go down to the rough class in the Pure Racing Team rough. It is Florian Voigt. He is down pit road. Kane, I'm going to stop here for a second to see if Florian's going to step out of the car. This is a big stop for this 24 team as they were leading the way for the rough class. So this is a big stop. Let's see what happens here. Big stop for these guys. Florian put down a performance. Here comes a roof now that looks like they're going to pass. And Florian is on the way out, so Florian going to put down another stint, back-to-back stints here for him. In 2nd place in the Celestial, well, now he's leading. It's Karol Vorchovsky who now leads the rough class, and that will put Florian in 2nd. 3rd is going to go to Jürgen Frank. 4th will go to the Trimates machine of Dennis Hines, who's making his way around a Kia right now. 5th in the rough class going to go to Daniel Sinka. And then let's go down and check out the Kias. At the top of the Kia charts, it's still James Poole, followed by Andreas Gallant. In 3rd in this class, it'll go to Kyle Strichars. And then 4th, of course, will go to Mark Eckelman. In the final spot, it's Oscar Dominguez. And Oscar Dominguez has a car behind him that's Max Labaric, and I don't know if that's for position. We'll go down to the Mazda MX-5 class. Next, it was Galink a moment ago leading this way. Then behind them, it was Tobias Zerny. Tobias Zerny headed down pit road as well. Pit road getting very busy. Christopher Barrett third. Fourth was Enzo Kanta. And finally, Tatsuro Hishimoto is in the 5th spot. That is how each of our classes are in the top 5. And we have been racing for 5 hours and go ahead and say 16 minutes. And we have had a tremendous time here. In fact, I believe our time is going to be up here in about 10 minutes or so.
Do want to thank you guys for joining us here today and watching the V8 Online presentation of this first 6 hours of the Nürburgring 24-hour in association with RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live. Thanks to all the guys who have been commenting and keeping the conversation going in the chat. JD and I both really enjoy going back and reading all the chat that you guys do during the race. And the help. You guys have been a pretty big help today as far as driver names and even pointing out incidents and stuff on the track. So thanks a billion. Alright, so after pit stops, Karol Warchowski has taken that #1 spot in the roughs. Florian White back in second, 13.2 seconds down. Jürgen Frank back in third, a full minute down from those guys. But well over 18 hours to go, 18 hours 44 minutes. A lot of racing left to be had here today. Simon Black in a battle with Luigi Nespoliano. Nespolino, rather. This is the battle for 22nd overall. We'll look through the field here, see if I can find another battle. The Simon Black battle is the closest that I'm seeing right now. Simon 1.2 seconds off of Luigi Nespolino. Massimo Era in pits. He appears to still be in that machine. Back behind, that is the 49 machine in that Mazda. See if I can find out who that is. Antti Tuominen.
What car are you looking at, buddy?
The number 49 machine of Antti Tuominen.
Oh, yeah, that car's been in the pits for quite some time. It's been in here about as long as we have.
Yeah, 12 laps down now with some significant damage still after being in there for 12 laps getting repairs. That would have been a great incident to catch on film, because I'm sure that thing had to have went through the wall or something.
Something big happened.
Looking back at Marcel Fassbender, he is running down Gillespie Curry for fourth. He's quite a ways down, but he is 8 seconds away. But he is making up ground.
Hey, Kane, check this out. Glacier Racing number 3 cars on the track. Riku Alato, or Alatalo, is out on the track right now, so look at there.
Oh yeah, good to see Rico Alatello in the machine, back out on track. Working with a damaged car, but they are back out on the track.
I mean, it's an accomplishment to finish this thing.
Whoa! I think that might have been the leader, Patrick Pickler, just coming around Riku there.
Gives you a good speed comparison.
Drivers quite happy to be able to flash their lights as they're coming up on traffic.
Yeah,
now.
That's cool. How do you do that? Like, what is the command for that now?
There's a button that you program when you set up your controls to flash your lights.
That is a nice feature. I like that. The NASCAR drivers will be a little jealous, but that's funny.
Yeah, the NASCAR drivers will still just have to stick their hands out the window.
They should have one for just that.
Simon Black was in a great battle with Luigi Nespolano just a lap or two ago. Now has fallen back to 3.5 seconds off of the number 10 machine. Simon Black doing an extra long stint here in the Nürburgring 24-hour. Michael Storm. Michael Storm's been in his machine for a long time too.
Because, I mean, I'm getting commentator fatigue, and they gotta be getting tired, concentrating that hard.
Such a tough track.
Long. I mean, it's a very tough track. You really don't have many rest points in this track. You have a few little straightaways, but not much.
Mark Eckelman back in the 116 machine. He's kind of in the same boat. He is on his second stint already, just in the 3 hours that we've been broadcasting here. So he's been in the car a long time. Well, with 5 minutes left to go in our portion of the broadcast, guys, I think we should run down the field one more time for you.
Okay, now you want to do that since you got more updated than me?
All right, in first overall, we've got Patrick Pickler. He's just been so dominant here today in his Audi. Angelo Mitchell in second. Lucas Gestat in third. Gillespie Curry in fourth. Marcel Fassbender in fifth. Anders Dahl in sixth. Enrique Lopez, he's in the pits in seventh. Probably be getting driver change there. JJ Nylander, he'll be in the 8th place overall. Karol Warchavsky, he'll be in 9th. He'll be leading the rough class. Florian Voith, he'll be in 10th overall. Jürgen Frank 11th. Dennis Hines in the number 7 machine will be 12th. Daniel Sinka 13th. Massimo Era 14th. Adria Piersoler 15th. Matt Pileski 16th. Santeri Kalunki 17th. Lars Jespersen. I thought it was Jespersen. I guess it's just Jespersen. But Lars is in 18th. I didn't know Lars was in the 19 machine. A great driver there in the rough machine. Rafael Kucharski. Kucharzik in 19th. Matt Malone in 20th. Gernot Fritsch in 21st. Luigi Nespolino in 22nd overall. Simon Black 23rd. Yanni Kira in 24th. I know the guys watching at home are like, boy, this guy's horrible with names, but I can't argue. I am pretty bad with names. Michael Storm, there's an easy one. He's in 25th. Igor Kops 26th. Back out on track after a really long pit stop and incident on the track that really did some pretty significant damage to the car. Andres Galante in 27th overall. Patrick Wolf 28th. James Poole in the pits. He's got a little bit of damage to the number 66 machine. Kyle Streichars in 30th. Mark Eckelman 31st. Oscar Dominguez 32nd. Galemi Rakudon in 33rd. Did I get that one close?
Fun.
Did I get that one close?
Hold on, let me. I gotta pull it up. Hold on.
That one's 33rd place, the number 25 car.
There you go. The number helps me. Yeah, that's Johan Scharar.
Nope, we're looking at Guilherme Rakudon.
You said the 25 car.
Yeah, that's what I'm showing. Oh, maybe they did a driver change. Alright, so Rakudon is probably not in the machine if you're showing
Johan Scharar.
Alright, well, that one's not nearly as difficult.
Scharar.
Karsten Thiel in 34th. Max LeBarac in 35th. Marvin Hankey 36th. Dave Galink 37th. Stefan Jan in 38th. Christopher Barrett 39th. Marcelo Pagnin in 40th. Luis Silveira in 41st. Brent Tucker 42nd. Syandra 43rd. Rico Alatello in 44th. That's a name everybody's heard before. That one should be probably the easiest. Paul Serrell in 45th. We got to be in close to the end here. Vincino Amico 47th. Antti Tuominen in 48th. Simone Maria Marcino 49th. Dries Nice in 50th. Andrew Rodriguez 51st. Craig Williams 52nd. Fulvio Barazzini in 53rd. Paul Tedu 54th. Sebastian Stolz 55th. Marco Luca Abate 56th. And Yair Teitman 57th. And there we go, JD. I made
There
it
you
through the
go.
list.
You made it.
I don't know
man.
that I made it through it properly, but we got through it.
And we have officially crossed the 5.5-hour mark, so that should put us right over our mark, and we should be getting ready to pass the torch on to the next group, guys. So we have officially went over our mark, actually.
We have.
I don't want to take away from the other gentleman's show.
I was going to try to find a good link to the other broadcast. Those guys should be getting things started now at this point. So I should be able to get a good link to that broadcast to share with everybody watching here now. It is the GSR TV guys that will be picking up from this point. Trying to find them in my friends list here.
And we do
V8's online
encourage
channel
you
has a
guys
lot
to
of
continue
friends.
watching this race. We appreciate you guys listening in on us. We enjoyed being here. It's been a fun a little over 3 hours, and we wish you all the best.
I'm still looking for that link for you guys.
Is it on iRacing Live, perhaps?
I didn't see it on iRacing Live.
Okay.
It was listed, but I never did see it come up. Alright, I found it. Here we go. Alright, so I'll post this link down here. Yeah, we're getting over 5 minutes late. Oh, they haven't started yet then. Okay, I'm still gonna post a link here to their little broadcast. It may also be on iRacing Live, guys, but there in the chat is the link that iRacing has for the second little stint of broadcasting. Done by GSRC. And they should be doing 6 hours of this 24-hour race here tonight, so kudos to them for doing such a long stint. This is definitely harder than it looks. But
It really
I'm hearing
is.
they're not live yet. Oh, I think they said that it was in our description. It is. It's right there in our very own description. Thanks for that, Finnish friend. Oh, they're saying an hour and 8 minutes before their stream starts, JD. Thanks,
Do
Mark.
what now?
It's the looks like the GSRC channel is showing an hour and let's see, what was it? An hour and 6 minutes before they start. Well, guys, if they are going to be an hour away before they get anything live there for you, I will keep the race going here on the V8's Online channel, and I'll keep working the cameras here so that you guys will have a race to watch.
I wish that I could stay. I'd have to go to a graduation cookout.
Yeah,
or I would stay.
I knew you had to do that. That's why I didn't volunteer you out. Figure if they're they might have just had their times
Hey, Kane,
a little off.
Kane. I just got a letter from Ahmed Yaman. He said they're waiting on the booth.
Oh, they want the booth. Oh, gotcha.
Yes.
I figured they had enough booths here for everybody.
That's why.
All right, there you go.
Well,
They're like,
that's
what are these guys
exactly what's
doing?
gonna
All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for watching. We're going to get out of here and give these guys the booth that they want. Apparently, they're waiting on us.
That's
so
hilarious. So
we
sorry,
were
guys.
waiting for them, and they're waiting on us. So we'll give them the booth and let them get started here, and we will see you guys next time.